Good morning, everyone, and we are back here at the Cooper Associates County Ground for day 2. It's Peter Trigo here. The weather is clearing up rapidly. The groundsmen are out there. The umpires are deliberating, and it looks like there is an outside chance that we will start maybe sometime in the next hour or so. There's a little bit of water on the pitch, but other than that, the weather seems set fair until around sort of midday. I'm here with Harry and Sam. Good morning to you all.
Thank you. Meteorologist at the back of the commentary box there. We had some interesting chats yesterday about weather and the balls shining and swinging around, but I'm a bit sad to see one of the ground staff in his wellies. I'm not sure that's quite necessary, but yeah, there's a few puddles on the covers, but as we say, a bit of dry forecast, and hopefully we'll get some play soon. No football warm-up or anything going on quite yet, but we're going to have a bit of a chat about the T20 Blast, aren't we, Sam?
Yeah, we are indeed. I think that's ambitious in the next hour or so. I reckon.
Positive,
Sam. But we have got our official weatherman, so I should.
Well, when you spend hundreds of thousands of pounds on irrigation systems and various other things that we've spent in the last 5 years, I'm hoping that the ground will be pretty dry underneath those covers. They look fantastic.
Yeah, no puddles on the outfield, are there?
I've got my fingers firmly crossed. Game situation is this: if you weren't with us yesterday, Tom Abel won the toss, elected to have a bat, but didn't particularly go Somerset's way. 211 all out. Somerset wickets where the Hampshire attack was just relentless. 3 for Carl Abbott, couple for Ian Holland, couple for Mohammed Abbas, couple for James Fuller, and even 1 for Liam Dawson. Keith Barker should get an honourable mention. He bowled superbly, 18 overs for just 29 runs, but went empty-handed. Craig Overton top scored, a bit of long handling towards the end of the innings, a couple of towering sixes off Liam Dawson. He made 44, 29 for Steve Davies, 27 for Matt Renshaw. Tom Banton, it looked like it might be his coming-of-age red ball innings. He batted beautifully, really sensibly in the situation. And unfortunately, he was just trapped. LBW by Kyle Abbott. Tricky hour or so for the Hampshire batters to negotiate in the evenings. Lights were on, plenty of cloud all around, plenty of plays and misses as well. At least 15 of those. Overton and Siddle both bowled 5 overs for just 8 runs each. Up top, Josh Davey and Lewis Gregory also had a bowl. They were frugal, but there was no edge. So as and when we do get going again, Felix Organ and Ian Holland will resume. But as Harry said, we're very excited because the Blast is just round the corner. First game is, days away now, away at Kent. Live on Sky. That'll be a replay of the final last year. You were at that, Harry, weren't you? Agonisingly, so close yet so far.
Well, the semi-final was phenomenal. That Ben Green, Craig Overton, Josh Davey, their cameos at the end, I will never forget the way they batted to come back from the dead, basically, against Hampshire and get into the final. But then the final for me, we'll just always remember that Jordan Cox catch. Phenomenal catch on the boundary, the flick-back catch. And, Ben Cox steered Worcestershire to victory there a few years ago. And Jordan Cox taking that catch to... Well, Ken played well, don't get me wrong. Sam Billings, brilliant captain, and you've got to say, from the group stage into the knockout rounds, Ken probably deserved to win the T20 Blast, and I think they were quite popular winners amongst the county game, to be fair.
Yeah, and the semi-final, what a victory. It was against the side Somerset are playing today against Hampshire. That was a real high point, wasn't it, that semi-final? Because it looked like, for all money, Somerset were down and out.
Yeah, I'll never forget that. Josh Davey over long on, Ben Green and Craig Overton hoiking it leg side. Just ridiculous striking, really, and showing the top order what to do. And so often, so many times, the Somerset lower order have bailed them out. But yeah, phenomenal memories that we won't forget.
You've got some phenomenal memories of the T20 Blast. Peter Trigo, both in a Somerset shirt. I mean, those 3 finals days in a row, and also not so long ago when you were with Notts winning after a really wet first day. Wasn't it completely rained out the first day at Edgbaston?
Yeah, we managed to get the final done. It was nice to eventually win it in in my career, but I can remember some fond moments with in the Somerset shirt. Unfortunately, most of my pride of place kept final shirts are covered in probably champagne and tears. Unfortunately, we never quite got over the line. And you kind of thought last year that the way the guys played in that semi-final, as you spoke about, it was kind of almost written in the stars that Somerset were going to go on to win. But Kent have been a bogey side for quite a while, and in particular the St Lawrence ground in Canterbury. Certainly in the back end of my career, it was a place where we were really struggling to get results. So it'd be interesting to see our first game. I think if we could pick out of all of the places to go and play the first game, it wouldn't be the St Lawrence ground. But it'd be interesting to see new faces. We talked a little bit on the. We were refreshing me and Hildy about the 2019 final win. We played in a team with a lot of fresh faces that haven't had the sort of baggage of the years gone by, and I think this is very much a new team that won't have those memories of poor performances in Canterbury. So hopefully we can start off this year's campaign positively. And obviously, now that we're head selectors and we're going to be going through that this afternoon on this live stream, hopefully we picked the right team.
We are, because actually Somerset, one of the things that hampered them and what was amazing they did so well last year was the number of injuries. Tom Abel picked up injuries, Rudolf van der Merwe picked up injuries, but the players they were able to bring in were second to none. They did a wonderful job. So start at Canterbury. There's a game here on the Friday night then against the Sri Lankan development side, and then Somerset's home campaign, in a mirror image of last season, kicks off against Essex. What are we talking about? 9 days away now. Sunday the 29th of May, and very excitingly it's a double header, that one as well. The Western Storm will be in action first from earlier. I think it's an 11 a.m. start. I'm just having a look at their scorecard. So they'll be starting at 11. They're playing the Sunrisers, and if you were watching following the Charlotte Edwards Cup earlier in the week, there was a dramatic late finish where Sophie Luff and her Western Storm side won off the last ball. They needed 3 off the last ball. They ended up getting 6 with overthrows, so there'll be a bit of a rematch, a bit of a grudge match between those sides going on. But yes, as Peter has alluded to, we're going to play head selectors. I think we're going to run through an 11. I mean, it's going to be difficult. We'll try and remain friends by the end of it, and we're going to
Jamie
build.
Carragher and Gary Neville always fall out, don't they, on Monday Night Football?
They do. We're going to build our side. So go on, Peter. I'll throw to you first and foremost. Let's start at the top.
You want a full 11?
No, we'll go segment by segment. We're gonna have a.
I reckon we'll all agree on the
an honourable debate. Go on,
I think the openers.
Yeah, I think this is probably. I think the top 3 is the boring bit.
Yeah.
Easy. Go on then. Let's do the top 3. Your top 3.
Speed, Banton, Rousseau.
Yeah. Oh, hang on.
My only slight change. I was going to go Abel 3, Rousseau 4, but I agree with Speed and Banton.
I think they brought so Smeed and Banton. I reckon we can lock in.
Yeah.
We're going to build this
everyone's
live
gonna agree with that.
on the.
I've not got a massive passion either way, to be honest with you. I think the left-hand option. Were you thinking Rousseau at 3?
Well, I think it would make sense, especially in St Lawrence ground in particular. If we're going elite performance thinking, which is as a selection, new selection panel, this is where we need to go. If there is a short side where there often is at St Lawrence County ground, a left-hander, in that power play, if you lose one of the bicep boys, as I like to call them. Well, that's more Smeed. Banton's got little twigs for arms, but Will Speed certainly has biceps to die for. If one of the bicep twins go, having a left-hander to make the most of a short boundary would be my preference. And Tom Abel is, I think, yes, you could put him in at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tom Abel, he's so versatile. That's why I think that would be the way the actual selectors will go.
One other thing on Smeed and Banton, I will say, one of my favourite moments of last year was Banton, one of the T20 games, top scored, and he came out for the post-match interview in Will Smeed's shorts, and they were boarding school mates. They lived together at King's, and I just love the way that they play in a similar vein. They're right-handed, aggressive T20 openers, went to school together, play school cricket together, board, wear each other's clothes, and yeah, we're all agreeing they're going to open batting together pretty successfully, hopefully.
And Tom Banton loves that ground. I mean, he got that 100 last year in the fog. Do you remember that? You could barely see anything by the end.
Was it? No, it's not sea mist. Canterbury's a bit far from the sea.
Sea mist.
I'm thinking of Hove. No, the fret. Do they call it a fret?
That would be quite a fret coming in from Dover there, isn't it?
Yeah, it was up at North Devon when they were
40 miles away.
Well, I'm just having a quick look. So Riley Rousseau, his most recent T20 outings were in the PSL a couple of months ago, and he came in largely at 4 there. He batted at 3 over in South Africa for the Knights just a little bit before that. So he's versatile, and it's always good to have those players that can move around. What do we think of him as a signing, by the way? We've mentioned him. I think he tweeted this morning. He's on his way to Somerset, so we'll be here for the first game.
He put a picture of the wyvern/dragon, didn't he?
Oh, well,
we won't get into that.
Let's not get into
We're
that.
Not going to open that
of
can of
course.
worms.
But Riley Rousseau, Peter, maybe not the name of Babar Azam or Devon Conway that we've had before, but he's going to be here for the full tournament. He's got a serious T20 record behind him.
Yeah, exactly right. Great record. Very dangerous player. I think that's how the rest of the lads will play again. Your perception of an overseas player is how happy are you when you get him out when he's played against you? And he was always a massive wicket. If Riley Rousseau stays in, his team wins the game generally. He's a very destructive player. Really nice lad. I played a franchise competition with him in the team. Top lad. He'll probably fit in really well with the dressing room. I think I'm right in saying he's near, if not professional level gamer as well. So all the guys, all the guys that like the Call of Duty and all that sort of stuff, he'll fit right in that dressing room.
Do you reckon that's how they signed him? Perhaps one of them was playing on Call of Duty and they got their kind of tag names and they got chatting over.
Banter's more of a Warzone guy, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean he travels away with this most incredible gaming PC. He loves his gaming, but like I said, so he's not wasting much energy off the field, which will
might have a thumb injury,
which will be good for when he gets his turn to bat. Yeah, he's a very destructive player. Like I said, you've got to get him out. Otherwise, he can take any bowling attack apart. So, I think a very, very shrewd signing.
What were you on the coaches for away games? Game Boy Color, was that your game of choice? Or original Game Boy? Were you around there?
Spectrum 48K, I think, or an Atari. No, I was never into the games. I used to play like those, like the Sims where you build a village sort of thing. Clash of Clans. I used to like Clash of Clans. I spent a few quid on that, but. Smead, Banton, Rousseau is how I would go with the top 3.
Smead, Banton, Rousseau, and then we're probably in agreement then. Abel in at 4, they can be interchangeable. So let's do that middle order because we've got plenty of candidates. James Hildreth.
This is a tricky bit.
This is really tough. We've got James Hildreth, Tom Lammonby, who absolutely set the Cooper Associates county ground on fire with the Sky cameras here against Gloucestershire last year. Lewis Goldsworthy, who proved to be a bit of a mainstay of the T20 side, is able to bat and maybe not the power hitter, but nurdles it around a bit and useful left-arm spinner. Rudolf van der Merwe, it's very difficult to leave him and his passion and his quality out of a middle order. You've got Lewis Gregory in there as well. Steve Davies could come into the conversation. Ben Green. So go on. What have we got? Should we do 5 and 6?
Well, I feel like the top 4 and that middle order 3. That's how I would you'd see it in sort of banks of the game.
Yeah.
That middle period, and this may be an emotional decision, but I see that middle order being Hildreth, Lammonby, Gregory. Hildreth's ability to play a multitude of different types of innings against different types of players, the explosiveness, again another left-hander in Lammonby. And Gregory, we all know what he can do in 2020 cricket. And I know there's an element of flexibility within that. Like I said, if there is that short side, Lammonby could go up in front of Hildreth, or if there are 2 spinners on, which happens a lot after the power play, Hildreth can go in and, how good he is at manipulating spin. Hildy's strike rate is a lot higher than people would perceive as well. He's a far more destructive player than people give him credit for, and I just think that experience will help him out. But I do fear that might not be the way the club go, with a view to the future, and might slide in a Goldsworthy. But my personal preference would be Hildreth, Lammonby, Gregory.
I feel that's a good point you make there on James Hildreth, that he doesn't waste very many balls anymore. He's going to come and score quickly, whatever he did. He opened the batting a few times, didn't he, last year?
And he runs at Surrey at the Oval.
Yeah, I will never forget that. You were probably playing, I think, that 100 he scored against Glamorgan in the T20. Unbelievable. The reverse sweeps, the slog sweeps. He can play spin, he can play pace. I think I like Goldsworthy and I want to play Goldsworthy, but I think I'm with Pete on this. You probably start the season with Hildreth. Might be harsh, but if he has a couple of injuries, if there's any other injuries, obviously things are going to change. But if he lacks form at the start, maybe Goldsworthy comes in. But yeah, I think you probably start with Hildreth.
Strike rate of 125 across 190 innings, 202 games for James Hildreth. Remarkably, in this age of T20, every single one of those has been in a Somerset shirt. And that 100, which I remember so well, was a one-time. I think he'd just been dropped, perhaps almost for the first time in his career, and came back into the side, perhaps because Keyswetter went off to play for England. I'm with you 100% on Lammonby and Gregory. Again, my heart would love to go for Hildreth. I just wonder if we have to have a think about the spin options as well as part of this conversation, because if you're going to play one spinner, Jack Leach is going to be away and has only played a couple of T20 games. There's Max Waller, and it's whether you need two spin options, because you've got Van der Merwe, Goldsworthy, and Waller, two of whom, with respect to Max, can play as batters as well, whereas Max is going to probably be a number 11 in a T20 side. So does that change your thinking at all, Pete?
Well, no, I think Max has got one of the best economy rates in domestic 2020 cricket. I think he's one of the first names on the team sheet, so I would always have Max in the team, and that ability to spin the ball both ways does create doubt in the batter's mind. I know he probably didn't really click last year, but I think that's probably the first year in 15 years that he hasn't had a great series, so I think that was a bit of an anomaly. So Max would definitely play, but I totally agree. Goldsworthy and Hildreth is a conversation depending on the situation, the pitch, the ground dimensions as well comes into play. But I'd be interested to see James Hildreth. I think looking at his 15, 17, 18 year career as a whole and look at the strike, I'd be really interested to see what his strike rate is in the last 5, because I think it would be a lot higher than 125 if I had to guess. But yeah, so maybe that's an emotional decision. But Hildreth Goldsworthy is potentially interchangeable, but I would start personally with that little bit of experience with Hildy. Lammonby picks himself because he offers left arm seam as well, a bit of a different option with the ball. Gregory coming in, it looks very deep. You've got jumping ahead to the next block of players, your all-rounders and your bowlers. Van der Merwe in behind him, how destructive he can be as well, and obviously a class operator with the ball. All of a sudden, you've got 8 very, very good 2020 batters as well.
I'm just having a look back through some of James Hildreth's numbers. So that 72 off 66 balls against Surrey was at 122. First game of the season, so when he's got runs, first couple of games of the season, right, he got 39, 31 and 27 at strike rates of 216, 182, 142. There was a 26 against Worcestershire in the previous year at 185, a 30 odd at 161. So that just
backing up the point that he's a little bit more than a 125 player, and that's how I've seen him for the last few years. I think when we started 2020 cricket, there was a lot of unknowns. It's very statistical and analytical now. So I suppose you're not worth your salt if you're not striking at 140s. I would imagine, and above in modern day 2020 cricket. But in England, you play on so many different pitches, and I think Hildy's just got that touch of class. And I think having someone like him in the team in a 10, 14 game series, I just reckon his experience and ability to see home again might win you 3 or 4, and that could be the difference between qualifying and not.
And also, as you kind of alluded to, it was a different game. So this is the 20th year of the Blast, and you perhaps weren't seeing 220, 230 chased regularly in that 2003 to 2008-9 period. So actually, the fact he's played so long in then, his strike rate probably did stand up against other players back when T20 started.
And you still won't always get 220s. You will play on grubby wickets over at Sophia Gardens. You will play on a grubby wicket at Bristol, where all of a sudden bish bash bosh doesn't always do the job, and you can actually come unstuck when you're a bit of a one-trick pony. Hildy's got a very multiple strings to the bow style of batting. I think that's valuable. Like I said, if you signed a player and said in a 10-game series they'll win you 3 games, you'd sign them.
Yeah.
And my gut feeling is that Hildy would chase home 3 or 4 games in a 10-game series, and the perception would be Hildy has won that game for you, and I think that's really valuable.
I think another thing worth saying on this middle order debate is I see Lammonby as a finisher with Gregory, it's not a finisher, inverted commas. I know Eddie Jones likes it in a rugby term. I think I'd like to see Hildreth or Goldsworthy be a 5, but if there's 2 overs left, you might say, actually, Lammonby or Gregory's going to come in. I think they'll be quite flexible, like Butler's flowed around the England order. We've got our top 4 locked in. Probably whatever the scenario, those 4 will play as a top 4. But I think Lammonby could go ahead of Hildreth or Goldsworthy if there's 2 overs left, maybe.
I think if it was going really well, I would put Gregory in after Abel.
Yeah.
If those 4 fired and there was 3 overs left, I think Gregory's one guy that could just hit 6s from word go. I think he's brilliant at that. But again, with a little bit of thought that we know will go into the T20 lineup. I mean, within the game it's called the slippery bowl. You know, people can move up and down that middle order depending on when you want to get them in. Like, you know, Pollard and Butler back in the day, we used to sort of they were like the next people in after 12 overs had been bowled, because you know how destructive they are at the death. So much versatility in the team. It creates a selection headache, but I think if you kind of simplify it, Somerset have got a lot of boxes ticked, because a lot of these players, you know, Gregory, Van der Merwe in particular, Lammonby, Abel, they're actually gun 2020 bowlers as well. So, you know, so many boxes are ticked with this lineup.
Does batting first and second come into it? I'm just thinking someone like Gregory, in terms of the order, is it fair to say that Gregory in a chase, that's his ideal? If he knows exactly what he's got to go out and get, he's a man who can go out and hit. He can do it first innings too, but he loves a chase. He loves it when he knows exactly what he needs to do.
Well, I hate to disappoint you, Sam, but you have to put your team sheet in before this coin goes up.
You do indeed.
So you have to commit.
But in terms of batting lineup, because there's no doubt that he's in the side, but you might slide him up if you know you need 10 and over.
He did sadly disappoint a bit, Gregory, last year. The year before he was phenomenal, wasn't he? And I think we missed him last year. In the group stage we scraped through. Yeah, he had the injury, and we sort of scraped through the group stage in the end. And I think we really missed. Lewis Gregory was unbelievable. What was he? MVP, PCA, top man, him and Simon Harmer, I think, the year before. And that was Gregory in fine form as captain. That's another point we haven't mentioned yet. Abel being captain ahead of Gregory, I don't know if that's going to make any difference.
One thing I'll throw into the pot from Lewis's perspective as well, and I think I can speak with relative authority on the emotional state of an all-rounder, is I actually felt that, you know, Lewis playing in the 100 and the Blast as a batter alone, batter captain, whatever you want to call it, but essentially as a cricketer, he was a batter. That would be a totally different emotional state. You know, you all of a sudden your credibility to the team, your value to the team is purely on one facet of the game. Whereas a good all-rounder gets used to thrive. You know, generally you thrive off bowling well. If you bowl well, you generally bat well. You walk out with a bit of a swagger. If you bat well, you bowl well. It kind of it's underplayed how much your total package as an all-rounder actually fuels, you know, certain elements of your game. It wouldn't surprise me, now that Lewis is back bowling fit, that his batting gets back to where we expect it, because he's Lewis Gregory, the all-rounder again. It just gives him that extra licence to thrill a little bit. I certainly hope that's the case, because, you know, he's so destructive. I mean, he hits the ball as clean as anyone in world cricket, I'd say, when he's playing well.
I think that's a good point, actually. And we look in the England Test side, Stuart Broad, how many times does he bowl really well, having whacked a quick 30 at the end, or vice versa? And yeah, I think we forget that he didn't bowl very much last year with the injury, and yeah, you've got to, you know, you can just relax with his batting, can't you? If he's in the team, maybe it's a bowling around, and he can just whack it at the bat, relax.
So let's talk about the bowlers then, because I think we can be unanimous and not spend much time on the fact that Craigo would be the leader of that attack if he was available, but the reality is he's not going to be. It's great that he's in the Test side, but I think we're going to have to do without Craig for the majority of the T20 tournament.
Well, he is the one position where I've bottled it and put a / because obviously Overton would obviously be in the team, yeah. But should we assume that he's not going to be playing?
I don't think he's going to play almost.
Okay. I think should you do an 8-9 and a 10-11?
Well, let's talk about. This is an interesting one. Let's talk about the overseas, because Riley Rousseau is going to play. He's been signed as an overseas batter. He's coming. I don't think there's any doubt of that. Siddle or DeLanger. Now, Marchant came in for some stick last year, which I think actually was largely unfair. As a quick bowler in T20 games, there are going to be games where you go for 8 or 10 and over, but there were some games here where he bowled around the wicket. He bowls those really difficult overs as well towards the end of an innings. He got around the wicket, toes or head. He bowls some really tight spells. He's properly quick, as we saw with the speed guns in the 100. Siddle's come over, leading wicket taker in the Big Bash last year, 30 odd wickets for Adelaide strikers. Had a really good year the season before. So there's a decision to be made there, Pete Trigo.
Yeah, I mean, I have made my decision, which I will get onto later. I think, bowling in Australia on quite big grounds, first and foremost, to bowling in England is a little bit different. I also think that what needs to be considered is Siddle's going to bowl a lot of overs this year. DeLange last year, for me, I saw him play a number of 4-day games where I think he's getting to the stage in his game and his career where getting through the volume of overs you need to play 4-day cricket is maybe getting a bit too much. There's no doubt that bowling 90-mile-an-hour rockets is not going to happen every single day, whereas feels like because of the type of cricket he's been playing, he hasn't been playing in the Championship team, feels like he's being saved for this NatWest Blast. So DeLange gets my pick ahead of Siddle, because I think he's a big point of difference. If Siddle is a phenomenal, let's make no bones about it, Siddle's a world-class performer, but I just think DeLange just gives you something a little bit different, and sometimes it can go one or two ways, because with pace you can get dispatched around. Thick edges fly for 6 and 4 instead of down for 1 and 2. I just think that the way that it looks like Somerset playing at the moment, Siddle's going to be more red ball, and DeLange is being saved for the Blast. So DeLange gets my pick ahead of Siddle as the second overseas spot.
Yes,
Harry Everett.
I want to disagree with you here.
Well, you can.
Pete Siddle.
I'm stood up and I'm sort of taller than you. It doesn't. I'm not here. I'm not trying to alpha you or anything.
DeLange's bowled superbly for the second. I've watched a lot of the second team games of T20. He's been really impressed with DeLange, but it's a different standard, different kettle of fish. I remember Jamie Overton getting a 5 for here, and it sounds awful to say, he didn't bowl well. You can get a 5 for in T20 cricket without bowling well, which sounds daft and harsh to say, but like you say, DeLange will bowl absolutely beautiful spells. He'll bowl rockets at your toes, unplayable, but then other times his edges will fly for 4 and 6. I think they will both play across the group stage. I could even see it being like a 1 in, 1 out.
So
can they be registered? But the 3 can be registered, but only 2 can start.
Because it's changed. Because Somerset have had that issue in the past, didn't they? Where they had you couldn't actually, you could only have 2 registered. So it wasn't a case of bringing horses for courses, playing one player in one game and then the other. And I can't remember who it was. It might have been when Abdur Rahman was around.
Yes.
And there were a couple of people.
So you don't have to commit to 2, and you only have the 2 to pick.
You could pick. I think you can interchange. Yes.
Okay. Well, what a great position to be in. DeLange or Siddle. I mean, it's
very different.
If one guy's not playing well, you play the other one, and it's interesting how they'll start. To be fair,
they're both over 35. There's bound to be injuries. Let's be honest. So I could see them both playing a similar number of games. I think Siddle, bear in mind, he captained in the Big Bash as well. That could be really useful to help Tom Abel out. They're going to offer. DeLange is a better batter in T20s. No, let's be honest. That's another factor to bring into it. He could probably bat 8 or 9. Yeah. Oh, some 6s easy. It's ridiculous.
Old Biggles, the old American fighter pilot, can definitely whack some 6s.
It was that story, wasn't it, about him carrying the benches? Spencer Bishop was telling us how the press day they were trying to carry benches, and the press guys were doing it with 2 of them, and DeLange just picked up 1 on each shoulder and carried him across the field.
He's a big old man. So we go back to 8, 9, 10, 11.
Yeah.
My 8, 9, 10, 11. So my team so far is Smead, Banton, Rousseau, Abel, Hildreth, Lammonby, Gregory, Van der Merwe, Brooks, DeLange, Waller.
Oh, interesting.
We've got some changes.
So we've got. I think I'm with you. I'd start with DeLange, and so it's that other. So I was going to ask about Van der Merwe.
Sorry, in batting lineup. Sorry, Brooksy. He's 11. Yeah, everyone else shifts up.
Jack Brooks, amazing what he did last year. He was due to be on comms for the first few games, and then he managed to get himself in the side, and he performed really well. And if we just have a look at the other options there, Harry.
Well, Josh Davey.
You've got Josh Davey. You've got Ben Green, who played 14 games last season as well. Didn't bowl as much, but scored some useful lower order runs. So where would you go?
Well, you've just taken my 2 lines, basically. I would say Ben Green's handy alternative bowling option. I don't think Tom Lammonby will bowl very much. I know he's got that left arm option. I think Ben Green, with his cutters, his off pace, his change ups, I think is useful massive contrast to some of the quicker bowlers. I quite like, Van der Merwe's going to bat at 8 because Craig Overton's not playing. I think we agree on that. I think Ben Green is, a good batter to be in at number 9.
Yeah.
I've gone Van der Merwe at 8, Green 9, Siddle 10, and then Davey or Brooks 11.
So you've left Max Waller out.
Then I've got no spinner.
Well, you've got Van der Merwe, and that's where the Goldsworthy conversation comes in, because I'm not sure if Waller doesn't play. I mean, remember with Waller as well, his fielding, the number of all the players playing, he has the 4th most catches in the Blast, I think, in history. A couple of them are wicket keepers. Stephen Croft up at Lancashire he's played more. A lot of T20. Stephen Croft.
Well, it seems crazy that you don't talk about Steve Davis, I suppose, but I think I kind of in my head didn't consider him because I don't think he's going to be considered, and that's kind of where my thinking is.
He only played last year because it was because of those injuries. I don't think they were planning on playing.
I think he'd have to open if he did play.
I mean, my issue when I looked at the stats, I mean, the problem is with the team. Again, it might be an emotional decision picking Hildy, because I think you've got an issue there, because I don't think you can play Greener and bat him number 9. That's ridiculous. If he's going to play, he's going to probably have to bat somewhere in the top 6, top 7. And then you've got.
But he's not getting in that.
Well, that is my point. And you've got a situation, I think, where you've got Hildreth, Goldsworthy, and Green that could potentially play a third of the games each.
Yes.
I mean, Green, based on last year, he played a lot of games, but in reality, he took 4 wickets and only scored 129 runs, and 40 odd of those 43 of them came in one game. So it's not a massive contribution.
It's not, but then you have to look at it.
Can that keep James Hildreth out of the team? That's the question.
I think it's the all-rounders that, because we've got so many all-rounders. When we haven't even talked about Tom Abel potentially, but I know he doesn't really bowl in T20s, but he's an option if we need something different.
You've got him and Lamb. Somerset, whatever side they're going to put out, there's going to be
so many bowling options. So that's why I think you can have the luxury of a Ben Green at 9, which I agree sounds ridiculous to have Ben Green at 9, but it can be flexible. If Van der Merwe's out of form, Ben Green can go up to 8 ahead of Van der Merwe. And that innings against Hampshire on the finals day, without Ben Green, we're not in the final. I think that's got to give him some credit for a while.
There were some relatively small but huge contributions from Ben Green last year. I don't know, captaincy as well. The Waller debate is interesting because it's whether he plays probably dictates whether Goldsworthy plays as well. Because if you go Waller, then you go Waller and Van der Merwe, and I think you're going to want to have 2 spin options in there. And I wonder if they decide not to start with Max Waller, then you're going to have Van der Merwe and Goldsworthy potentially taking Hildreth's spot.
Do you know what the interesting thing is with the Max? The perception is Max probably had his worst T20 year. He went at 8.5 runs and over. It's not like he.
Would you stand at 8 and over? If you have that's a decent day in T20.
It's more than acceptable. I mean, Max's career is more in the early 7s, or so that's that's at the end of the day what our job. I mean, we could talk till the cows come home. I mean, it's going to have to be reactionary on form.
Yeah.
But when you pick the team to start a series, you've got to pick your best 11. Yes, it's going to change. Yes, there are going to be loss of form. Yes, there is going to be loss of form. Yes, there are going to be injuries, and you react to that as the as the situation dictates to you. But for me, obviously, our job here is to pick the best 11. It's not easy, but like I said, when you've got, not disputing at all what you said there, Ben Green plays some brilliant knocks, brilliant little overs. It's great, but can he keep out James Hildreth, who could win you games? I'm not sure I'd make that call personally when I'm starting a competition.
One other name we've not mentioned at all, who scored a lot of runs for the second team again. I know people say second team level's a lot lower, but it's the only thing we can really compare is George Bartlett. I think he's another man. He'll be below Green, he'll be below Goldsworthy in the pecking order. But he's another man. If there are a few injuries, George Bartlett could come in and bat 5 or 6.
You're right to mention him. I don't think he's in the top. I don't think he's in the 60. If you said Somerset name a 16-man squad for the Blast, I don't think he's in it.
Then we could be here all day. Then we could be going. Well, young Rue did really well in the World Cup 3 months ago. He's got to play. It's just.
But we might need 19 players with a few injuries. England calls up. So I think I wouldn't be surprised if Royal Bartlett get 1 game just when there's a couple of injuries. COVID could come back. We never know.
If we need 19 players, I don't think we'll qualify.
Well, use 19 players. I agree. Use 19 players in last year.
I think last year was a lot COVID involved.
So let's have a quick, because to Craig Overton's role last year, quite often he took the new ball, bowled 3 overs off the bounce, and then built that early pressure, and then they bring him back. There was the plan when they needed a wicket, he would come. They would throw him that 1 over. He wasn't saved for the death. It was when we need a wicket, he would come on and invariably take it. So who plays that role this year? Because Brooksy did really well when he came in, having not expected to play T20. It was his debut for the club at the start of last season. How do we try and replace that? I mean, it's not going to be like for like.
Yeah, we'll struggle.
But I mean, it's fascinating. Like I said, you can have a debate about it for as long as this reign could ever possibly last. But I mean, the reality is that you can be 3 games into the season, and Smead, Banton, and Rousseau could have 7 runs between them. You just don't know. You've got to assume on past history the best 11, and then you've got to react as the tournament goes on. There's. I mean, the great thing from the club's point of view I reckon there are 3 or 4 positions where you could have 2 different people in them, and the team would still perform well. So that's really exciting. Getting that balance, emotionally managing the players from discipline. I mean, that's the hardest thing. From my feedback from coaches and captains that I've played with and under, they all say the hardest thing is letting good players know that they're not playing. I mean, it's so difficult. You are going to get disappointed players, because no doubt, with the Blast being our flagship competition in many ways, everyone wants to play, but 19 doesn't go into 11, and it never will. It's a tough call, but like I said, everyone we've mentioned, I'm sure will get the opportunity to put a valuable contribution in for the club in this series. That's the great thing. That's the great thing about T20 and the amount of games we play. But I think drawing a line, in the sand somewhere, you have to just go, well, actually, Somerset's leading run scorer in T20 cricket ever, Hildy. Yeah, he's going to start for me. The rest of them, I mean, so many good players available. But my 11, we'll just run through them. My 11 on record. My 11 on record would be Smead, Banton, Rousseau, Abel, Hildreth, Lammonby, Gregory, Van der Merwe, Brooks, De Lange, Waller.
Harry, just before I give mine, we should say that there's going to be an inspection in half an hour's time. They're just trying to take some of the white sheet covers off the outfield, so we'll keep you updated. Yeah, I've got a couple of slashes on mine, but Smead, Banton...
No, you can't bottle out.
I know. Smead, Banton, Abel, Rousseau... Where are we playing? First game. Are we home or
first
away?
Game. It's first game St Lawrence Ground.
Okay, because boundary size is coming to a little bit for me. Okay, Hildreth 5, Lamby 6, Gregory 7. No Craig Overton available, so Van der Merwe. I'm gonna stick with it. Ben Green, he's gonna be 8 or 9 with Van der Merwe. Siddle, and then my biggest slash of all is Davey or Brooks at the end. I'm gonna go Brooks. As much as I love Josh Davey, Jack Brooks did well very well in the T20s last year when he came in, so I'll go Brooks.
And you're not gonna pick Waller, the lowest economy bowler for Somerset for ever.
I like Max Waller.
No, you've got to stick with what you think.
Yeah,
that does only give 1 spin option, by the way.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like he's slightly waning, Max Waller.
Can you go into a T20 game with 1 spinner?
No, you can't. So, which is why I've also left Waller out on my side. Smead, Banton, Abel, Rousseau, Lammonby, Gregory. So that top 6, I think we're pretty much... Well, those 6 were agreed on. Van der Merwe as well, I'm picking as a 7. This is not necessarily in that order. Goldsworthy's getting in my side because there's no Waller and you need 2 spin options. Siddle and Brooks are the starting seamers. Oh, I love De Lange. I just have a sneaky feeling that Siddle is the man to play, but what a wonderful position it is for Somerset to be in, to have all those options. So they start at the St Lawrence Ground next Wednesday, live on Sky Sports, but then we've got a few games coming up here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Essex Eagles on Sunday 29th of May. We all know there's a little bit of needle between Somerset and Essex, and before that it's the double header. It's the first double header in county cricket of the summer as well. The Western Storm, led by Sophie Luff, are taking on the Sunrisers. Sophie's got a busy day as well. She's going to be skippering the Storm out there and then running up to join us in the commentary box. Can't wait for that. And then the Jubilee weekend, a double bank holiday, Thursday and Friday we've got off, so you can start it with a bang here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Wednesday the 1st of June, Sussex Sharks are coming into town. They've got Rashid Khan this season, haven't they? They've lost Chris Jordan, they've gained Finn Hudson-Prentice, they've lost Phil Salt, there'll be no Jofra Archer, but we might get to see Rashid Khan. So you can start your bank holiday that way, and why not continue it? Because on the Friday night, former Somerset, was he head coach, Matthew Maynard? Was that his official role?
Director of Cricket.
Director of Cricket, sorry. Former Somerset Director of Cricket, Matthew Maynard, brings his Glamorgan side into town. They're for good fun to watch. There's a big Australian influence in that Glamorgan side, isn't there? Labuschagne, Nisa, Timmy van der Guchten, Michael Hogan, but they're a good team this year, aren't they?
Sean Marsh and Isman Khawaja as well, don't they? Yeah, they like their Australian links in Glamorgan.
Yeah, so get your tickets fast. They are selling and selling very quickly. Harry, elsewhere in the Blast, any other side, any other players one should have their eyes on, assuming that Somerset haven't got a game that day?
Finn Allen of New Zealand is an exciting young talent. We'll give it a whack. There's been a lot of change with the overseas players, with coming in and coming out. I feel like it's going to be a very strong competition this year. You can't look too far away from Sussex. Yes, they've lost a lot of players, a lot of change. Phil Salt leaving, of course, but they got Rashid Khan again. I mean, Rashid Khan's invaluable, really, isn't he? The way he bowls and bats. It's a very hard one to pick. I think if you're predicting anything, like even picking those teams there, we're not seeing the players train. We should. There's a caveat to that, in that if I'm watching Goldsworthy and Green in the nets and Hildreth in the nets, that's going to make my decision. I'm watching them train. I'm seeing their mentality. I'm seeing their psychology. If I'm Jason Kerr, Andy Harry, I'm even Tom Abel as captain, that's going to help a lot of my decision making. And I think the group together now, focusing on white ball after this Sunday, that will be the challenge. Even the Somerset Sri Lanka game, some of the fringe guys next Friday will get a game after the Spitfire County Ground in Canterbury. That will help shape the future games. It's a tricky one.
Mr. Traeger, sir, where else would if you were a man with a penny or two to put on another side? I mean, it's difficult to look past your most recent employers in Nottinghamshire. They're a brilliant T20 outfit.
Yeah, I think for the last decade or so, I've always been on Hales and Butler watch. They're always, guys that I would happily pay money to watch. Phenomenal strikers of the ball. Just do things a little bit differently. Yeah, Notts are a very strong outfit, very exciting team. Joe Clark, I think, is one of the real bright talents in English cricket. Had a phenomenal big bash for the Melbourne Stars. But yeah, I mean, when Lanks are on TV, watching Joss do his thing, that's quite a sight, isn't it?
It is. Talk to us a little bit, if you don't mind, about Calvin Harrison, because he's a man who, I remember speaking to Luke Fletcher about him, it's like having an overseas signing come in, and he's a man that is from around here, went to school around here and played his club cricket at Taunton Dean, eh?
Yeah, I had a number of conversations with Morsey pre-signing Calvin, actually, and I captained him when I was captaining the second 11 up there, and just thought, well, I think the conversation went somewhere along, you've got to sign this kid. And actually, even at that point, I didn't quite realise the impact he was going to have. He played a lot down here, played for Taunton St Andrews or Dean? Taunton Dean. And he looked like a leg spinner that kind of batted a bit. And then I think we played a uni game against him and he scored 100. And then he looked like a batter that bowled a bit. And then all of a sudden he played in the second 11 game against Warwickshire, took 5 for bowled. I've faced him in club cricket quite a few times and never thought much of his bowling. And I just saw a complete shift in his whole attitude and the way he was going about his business. His bowling, his quality was just there. And, he took over from Imad Wasim, who went back to play for Pakistan, or the PSL, whatever it was, last year. And this is the biggest compliment I think you can play to Calvin. We didn't miss him. The team didn't miss a world-class spinner because of Calvin Harrison. So fair play to him, and he's sure going to be one to watch. He bowls a googly, a flipper. He's got all the tools. And he's a hard-working lad as well. Yeah,
to push Matt Carter and Liam Patterson-White out of the T20 Blast side, that's Notts have got a ridiculous side on paper. You think James Patterson, Dane Patterson, all the batters, Mulaney, Moores, they should win every year the last 10 years.
Luke Fletcher apparently has the 12th best economy rate at the death in the world, the Notts analyst was saying. I mean, Carter played a fair bit as well for Notts, didn't he? He was often playing 2 spinners last season.
Yeah, Matt Carter
He's an on-ball, isn't
he pretty much always bowls the first over. Has just an incredible knack of getting a wicket first over as well. He's a quality performer, no doubt about that. He did really well, I believe, in the 100 ball. Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of boxes ticked, but you know, after our ramblings this morning, you realise that Somerset have a lot of boxes ticked as well. But I think, you know, over a series, it ebbs and flows. Form changes, is interchangeable, injuries, etc., etc. But you know, if any one of our players went down, God forbid, through injury, you can see someone seamlessly just stepping in. And like I said, you know, if the lads are listening or get feedback on this, it's a tough job being a selector, isn't it? I mean, my gut feeling is we'd have to close this door and probably have an arm wrestle to get to a final 11. Do you know what I mean? So Jason Sarge and Abe's have got a real headache on their hands. So, you know, but the thing is, in any working good environment in sport, you know, it's not a personal thing. It's not because you don't believe in X, Y, and Z, but you just sometimes you have a gut feeling on what the best 11 will be, and then, like I said, you just got to react on form. The guys that don't play, you just got to train hard. You got to stay invested in what you're trying to do, and go from there.
There's our side, the Somerset commentators' side, up on the graphic. Banton, Smead, Rousseau, Abel, Hildreth, Lammonby, Gregory, Van der Merwe and DeLange, and there's a bit of debate about those two. So those last 2 spots were being pushed for an answer.
DeLange is in ahead of Siddle on there.
Oh, I know. I think it'll be Peter Siddle. Peter Trigo wants Max Waller and James Hildreth in there. Well, James Hildreth's already in there, sorry.
I did a little bit of a stat crunch. You know, Max has played a huge volume of games, and he goes at 7.36, playing at the highest scoring T20 ground in the world. I can't see how you can logically not pick Max Waller.
Okay, yeah, well, there's no goals really there, so I think we'll go Waller. And then we're probably going to go Brooks ahead of Davy and Green, aren't we?
I personally, you'd be crazy to play any modern day T20 game without 2 spinners.
Yeah,
and I don't think Goldsworthy, even though he's had a really good start.
Yeah.
But that bank of performances from Max with Rolf, I think, I mean, that has won more games than it's lost for Somerset over the last 10, 15 years.
I'd see us play 4 spinners if we could, but we just... Yeah, are we going to go Brooks and Waller? Are we happy with them 10, 11? I think Brooks could go 10 actually, Waller 11, because Brooks has got that weird shots he just hits in bizarre areas.
I'm happy with Brooks and Waller in that side.
Well, they were
your two, weren't they?
They were my pick. Don't be swayed by my.
You've got most of your team in there actually, haven't you? That's pretty much your 11, isn't it? You've done quite well at this.
Yeah, you've done.
Thanks, Ben.
Excellent work.
No, I'm open to debate, definitely.
It's an amazing debate to have. We've had a brilliant debate about it. We're going to move on to some footage shortly. Harry, I want to ask you about one more team before we move. I nearly called them.
Just before we go on to that, number 5 is going to be quite fluid between Hildy, Goldsworthy, and Green.
Yeah, I think
throughout the competition.
Yeah.
Wonderful position. Nearly called them by there we go. We're fine. We've got it updated. Look how good they are in there. Okay. So on Wednesday, this is definitely going to be the Somerset side against Kent, because they'll be listening to us right now. Sarge, Andy Hurwitz,
could be a dust bowl,
Jason Kerr. They don't need to have this conversation. Tom Banton, Will Smead, Riley Rousseau, Tom Abel, James Hildreth, Tom Lammonby, Lewis Gregory, Rudolph van der Merwe, Marchand DeLange, Jack Brooks, Max Waller. Be pretty happy with that going into a tournament, I think.
Yeah, if Brooks goes down, you've got Ollie Sale. If Hildy goes down, you've got Ben Green. If Rolf goes down, you've got Goldie.
I mean,
it's just, you know, it's really exciting. It's a very exciting team, I'm sure. Oh, if that doesn't qualify, I'd be amazed.
Yeah, we should say on that, Ollie Sale's going to be out for another couple of weeks with a bit of a niggle, but hoping he'll be fit in a few weeks' time to return.
Fantastic. Right, well, we've done that, Harry. I'll ask you about that a little bit later on. I was going to ask you about Birmingham Bears. Actually, I'm going to ask you, Jake Linton, Linsanity, but they've got their Will Smead and Chris Benjamin, who's come in for them. They're a strong side. I think signed Alex Davies as well.
2-wicket Burgess could get in the side as well. I think they'll be strong, but not as strong as a Somerset or a Notts. I would like to see a Somerset Notts final. But Warwickshire will be up there close, but too many fast bowling injuries.
I think this lot, Hampshire, will be there too, having signed Ellis and Ben McDermott as well. Never rule.
Yeah, I don't
Chris
think their
Wood or Bowl.
batting. I'm not sure their batting's quite strong enough. Vincent McDermott, yes, superb, but Weatherly surprised us with some good runs last year. It's what I love about T20 Blasters. So many times, some not unheard of names, but can come through and do really well. The England Under-19 World Cup. Excited to see some of those guys come in this summer and take the blast by storm.
Well, we're going to take you back to when Tom Abel just took the blast by storm. We're going to watch every ball of that first innings game against Middlesex, which, as we know, didn't quite go Somerset's way. But we're going to see Tom Abel's first, unbeaten T20 100. What or not it was. As Harry said, in about 15 minutes' time, we've got an inspection here, and it's looking brighter. The covers are coming off, so I wonder if actually the forecast has brightened up, and we may well get some play. So we're going to leave you. Please do, you've seen our side, please do, the YouTube comments are open, so please do put your sides, let us know what you think. Feel free to disagree with us. We far from know everything, and our knowledge is somewhat limited at times, so please do feel free to get involved, disagree, agree, whatever, leave your comments. So we're going to leave you with that Middlesex game, and we're also, at some point in the next half an hour, 40 minutes, we might interrupt that because we're going to be joined by a member of the opposition to get their view. Mr. Kyle Abbott's going to pop up and join us for a little bit. But we'll be back with an update as soon as we can.
It is quarter-final time or bust in the Vitality Blast South Group. Very simple task for teams up and down the country. Win at all cost. Oh, yet again, two excellent sides, plenty of stars on show with the bat. Tom Banton, Babar Azam, David Milan, Owen Morgan, A.B. de Villiers, Mohammed Hafiz as well. It is the best of the Vitality Blast. Fantastic atmosphere, as ever, down here in Taunton. We look like we've got an excellent pitch, another hybrid pitch. Fifth time I think this has been used, and it doesn't look like it's had any sort of cricket on it at all. We saw Glamorgan play here not so long ago, and the ball skipped on, got a little bit slower towards the end of the innings, but it was a good surface. Do not look away when this man, Tom Banton, is batting. The breakout star of English cricket, English domestic cricket you'd say, this year. Fantastic young batsman. Good evening, Mark.
Evening, Rob. Yeah, absolutely buzzing in Taunton once again. One or two players with one or two nerves jangling, as the result of this game is all important in terms of progression in the Blast. Banton and Babar Azam together in a devastating opening partnership. Going to face up against a very, very good Middlesex bowling lineup. Toby Rowland-Jones has 17 wickets in the competition thus far. Looks to be fully recovered from the back injuries that curtailed his England career. It's a beautiful night and a good surface.
Yeah, massive game for both teams. Certainly Middlesex as well. Surgent T20 side this year. Generally one of the poorer records since they won it in 2008. Stuart Law, the coach, Dimi Mascarenhas, Nick Pothas, they have tried to remedy that. Still, there is plenty up for grabs. Only Sussex and Gloucestershire have qualified in the South Group. Kent, Somerset, Hampshire, Middlesex, Essex all have a chance. Some need results to go their way. I feel that Somerset, with their superior run rate, if they win here, they will be in the quarter-final. We'll keep you updated from Cardiff, where Kent are not playing against Glamorgan. That is Hampshire versus Glamorgan. It's like a real Sudoku trying to work out all the ramifications. Kent are playing against Essex at Chelmsford. Sussex versus Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire trying for that home quarter-final. He has a lot of time, Tom Banton. So does this fella as well, Babar Azam.
Yep, serious player. 578 runs, strike rate of just a smidge below 150. Brilliant foil for Tom Banton at the other end. This proves that you can go out there and play in an orthodox fashion and still blitz it.
Bowled him. What a delivery. Just decked back and hit middle stump. Massive wicket. What a start that is for Roland Jones.
Wicket number 18 for Rojo. Full of length. Babar Azam just caught a little bit on the crease and it nipped back and hit the top of middle and leg. What a start for Middlesex. Partnership has been broken. The spell has been broken. Babar Azam goes for naught. It's 1 for 1.
One of the favourites down here in Taunton, James Hildreth, man with a lot of experience, more runs than anyone else for Somerset in T20 cricket. 3,557.
He's been doing a lot of watching from the dugout whilst Banton and Babar Azam have been doing their thing. Not today.
Oh, that's close. Whether there was 2 sounds. Didn't look like it was missing much.
Looked to be a very similar delivery to the one that did for Babar Azam. The difference being that Hildreth got himself across the stumps a little bit. And it may have just bounced a little bit higher. Oh dear, I reckon that's hitting the top of middle and leg in exactly the same fashion that the last delivery did.
I think Toby Roland Jones would agree with you. Just a hint of movement. Another hybrid pitch here. Generally looks an excellent surface. 1 for 1.
Yeah, real skill for from Toby Roland Jones. Not afraid to push the ball up there, get it full. And if the batsman isn't quite sharp enough first delivery in the first couple of balls to get out to it, that little bit of movement will nip through you. High class stuff, and cannot overestimate how big a wicket that is for Middlesex.
Strengthened by the news that Lewis Gregory is back in the side after a layoff from injury. He captained at the start of the blast, or was down to captain. But Tom Abel continues to do it. There you go, Mark Butcher, absolutely right.
What shows you the pitch is consistent, doesn't it?
Stephen Finn. Nervy start from Somerset.
And we saw Banton and Babar Azam put Glamorgan to the sword here. It was last Friday, wasn't it? We've been zigzagging up and down the country since. You're right, Saturday night. But what we've seen so far is that the pitch is the same, barely changed, as you said earlier on. It's just a different quality of bowling attack.
Oh, nicely played. See how fast the outfield is. As ever, it's like lightning. Wasn't hit that hard, but the extra pace of Stephen Finn, that'll make him feel a bit better, Tom Banton.
This is becoming a bit of a trademark for Tom Banton. He's looking to come forward as the modern batters do, but he rocks back, pushes back off that front leg and then punches it square of the wicket on the offside. It's a shot that can get you into a little bit of trouble if the ball bounces steeply on you. But he hits it hard, times it beautifully.
Well, lifted over the covers. Again, not out of the middle of the bat, but it'll be another boundary.
Yeah, it's confidence for you. Really get anywhere near it. just was confident enough to hit through the line and just loft it. Watch the hands at the end. Bottom hand just picks the ball up over extra cover. Error from Stephen Finn is the width.
Good length. Really hits on the stickers. So you know there's just a little bit of bounce. Stephen Finn generally will get bounce out of any surface. You're right, it's that sort of line and length. If he plays that back foot punch with just a bit of movement or bounce, you have to be careful. What a year he has had. 50 over cricket, just broken into the championship side as well. Excellent time of it in the blast. Look at the strike rate, 161.
Stephen Finn just spent a bit of time at the end of his follow-through there, looking at Tom Banton, as if to say, "Really? Is that how you're gonna treat me?" He's a man who has absolutely no respect for bowlers of any type.
Oh, he's quick onto that, really quick onto it. What a shot. Stephen Finn tested him out with a short ball. He had an answer for him. 2 overs done, 13 for 1.
Well, that's answered that question. Stephen Finn gave Tom Banton the eyeballs, banged it in, got it in a good spot really, underneath the left armpit. Banton is diving forward at the ball. Gets inside the line of it and swivels hard.
Will the ball continue to move for Roland Jones? Excellent first over, 1 for 1, his figures.
I was about to say good afternoon there, but it's actually only 1 minute to 12, so it would have been a bit premature. That was highlights of Tom Abell's T20 100 against Middlesex. We're going to revisit those a little bit later on. As you can probably see right now, the umpires are just heading out there, Ian Blackwell and Alex Wharf, to do their inspection. Plenty of rain overnight and this morning, but it's brightened up here, and we're feeling very bright up in the commentary box. Sam Downing here, Harry Everett is alongside me, and we are delighted to be joined by Hampshire star, Hampshire seamer, Kyle Abbott. Good morning, Kyle. It's still good morning. I was hoping we'd tick over.
Morning, Sam. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. Can't complain. Like you said, great to see some sun out here, and hopefully we can get some play this afternoon.
I know. What's it like on days like this for you guys this morning? Because you probably still turn up at, 8 o'clock, and you just a little bit, rather than getting straight into your warm-up routines, you probably have to do a bit of waiting around.
Yeah, I think it could have been a delayed start. Unfortunately, we are a little bit out the way in Bridgewater, so I think if we were around the corner here in town, we probably would have stayed at the hotel a bit longer. But yeah, not much happening. A couple of guys on PlayStation with a little bit of FIFA, a few guys in the indoors, but nothing too exciting. Couple of cups of coffee, and yeah, seems like there's often more days spent in the change room than out there in the English summer sometimes. So yeah, we're pretty used to doing nothing really.
So you got a PlayStation in the change room, have you?
Yeah. The guys have brought one along.
That's serious, isn't it?
Yeah, it comes on the coach with us too, so it's one of these portable things. And
Are you a FIFA man?
No,
I
know nothing about football.
Okay, so cricket is your main sport. Have you got this?
Follow some F1 and some golf, but that's about me when it comes to sport, really.
Oh, nice. Well, let's keep on cricket with you. Let's talk about the game so far, because I think it's fair to say, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys would have been pretty satisfied with how the day went for you?
Yeah, absolutely. We would have looked to have a bowl first yesterday morning. The fact that they won the toss and batted almost took a bit of pressure off us not making that decision to go and bowl, so that always helps. But yeah, we would have taken 200 at the start of the day, and then to get through that little niggly session last night, I thought our openers did incredibly well, and hopefully the sun stays out, and maybe a bit of a better day for batting today. But it was definitely difficult to bat yesterday morning. The ball did quite a bit, and probably a bit too much in some parts of it. It was missing the edge by quite a long way. It kind of looked pretty, but almost not effective. We pretty happy with that. So hopefully we can capitalise on that from yesterday.
You could see how much he was doing, because Ben Brown, who is one of the best keepers around, even he was poor. I mean, I feel for the keepers a little bit. There were a few byes, because there was a ball that beat Craig Overton's outside edge, and it swung so far in late that it beat Ben Brown on the inside. But I mean, that's a sign of how much he was doing. Yeah,
it was. Also, we got this new batch of balls. These new batch of balls that have come out. So we're kind of a little bit weird feeling in the hand. They feel a little bit different, but what we did notice yesterday, as soon as it did get past the bat and through to the keeper, that it actually swung quite a bit. It always does here in the UK, but we felt it was quite exaggerated yesterday. So yeah, poor Brownie had a little bit of a tough time. But as you said, he's one of the best around, so if he struggled, it's not easy for keepers. As I said, pretty happy with how we went about our business yesterday.
Those balls you mentioned is interesting, because there's been a bit written, a bit said about them, and I've done a fair few games this season. I was at Lord's last week, and they changed the new ball within 8 overs. They had to change it. I mean, is that the first time you've got through 80 overs without having to change the ball?
Yeah, absolutely. The last couple of weeks, I think we were probably looking every 16 overs or so. They started to go out of shape, almost in areas look like a triangle. But that could have been a reflection on some of the pitches and the outfields that we played. Pretty hard to tell here. It's such a lush outfield and quite a good covering of grass on the wickets. So even up to about 60, 70 overs yesterday, there was still a little bit of writing on the ball. So maybe not a true reflection of the new balls here. As I said, the conditions are just great to keep a ball in good shape. So maybe a bit of a better test once the summer goes on and the outfields and the pitches get a lot drier. It's going to be a true test of them. But I remember last year, Ian Gould, at the start of one of our games, he had a batch of, I think they had 12 or 16 balls, and said to me, not one of them have gone through the ring. And that was before we started. So I think they were a pretty terrible batch of balls last year, and the start of this year pretty much didn't see much change on that.
Fingers crossed. We've moved on. We've got a new batch. I've just had it in my ear. The umpires have been now and had their inspection, and we're going to have no play before lunch. So the earliest possible start we've got is 1:40. So that's about an hour and 40 minutes time. And let's hope there's a bit of wind around, which as well will help with the drying of the outfield. Fingers crossed, Hampshire will be out there batting again pretty soon. Kyle, your bowling attack, yourself, Mohammed Abbas. I mean, we're all in awe of you two. And you've got James Fuller, Ian Holland, and Keith Barker, who just, I don't know why people don't talk about him as much, but he took the new ball. I mean, I'm sure he won't be outwardly frustrated, but he bowled beautifully. That opening spell between Barker and Abbas, I think they conceded something like 13 runs in the same number of overs. It must be a joy to be part of that attack. Yeah,
absolutely. I really think we've got the right people in the right place this year, and credit to Giles White, our director, for putting us sort of together and getting everyone here, especially Mo and Keith a couple of years ago. As you said, I think Keith's one of the most underrated players around. I think he just goes unnoticed, but gets the job done, and some really handy runs down the back end of the order too. But to watch those two operate with the new ball is something special, and then to follow them and end up picking up the wicket of pressure that they've put on. But we're a unit that bounces off each other pretty well. It's often someone's day out of the three of us. We always feel like someone's going to do it, and Keith coming off the field yesterday was the same as when he's taken 7 wickets. He knows that the contributions he made yesterday led to all 10 being taken, and vice versa in the last couple of weeks. I think Mo went through a game without taking a couple. I went through a few, only getting 1 or 2, but those guys picked up 7 or 8 in that between them. So I feel like we're bouncing off really well off each other, and then we've got a bit of an X factor of James Fuller, who's got that extra pace and bowl some real jaffers in there, and Ian Holland, who we've probably underused a bit, although just seems to have this sort of golden arm and this ability to pick up a wicket. But on these sort of pitches and that, he's pretty naughty. And we all kind of we've bought into a brand and a relentless way of how we want to bowl and just put pressure on. We knew that in that first hour, although we didn't pick up a wicket, going at 1 or 0.8 for that first hour, we knew we were going to get an opening, and it's just a case of who was going to be patient for longer, and it turned out to be us, and then picked up 3 or 4. I can't remember, was it 3 in the first session, I think.
3 down at lunch.
3 down at lunch. So yeah, having lost the toss and been put into the field, you're going to take 3 wickets before lunch.
You mentioned actually about losing the toss and taking the pressure off, because there is that psychological element, isn't it? If your skipper wins the toss and says, right guys, we're going to bowl, you guys go out there, is there a bit of pressure? And you'll think, if you've not got them 3 down, 4 down at lunch, you're maybe thinking, we probably haven't quite done what was hoped of us.
Personally, I don't like that bowling first, especially when we've chosen. I've never felt comfortable with it, and it's been through my whole career, not just here. Always feel like you're behind the game, but it is a different mindset when you are put in. I think there is a lot less pressure and a lot less expectation. It's pretty similar. If you're going to bat first, you're sort of expecting to get close to 300 plus in your first innings, and I think vice versa with the ball, you're expected to bowl the guys out for under 200 if you bowl first. But it doesn't always happen, and sometimes if there is a little bit in the wicket, you sometimes try a bit hard and you don't get those rewards, and then perhaps get a little bit impatient, and then you start to leak runs, and then suddenly the day sort of gets away from you, and you're trying to scrape it back towards the last session of play, and you can sometimes look a bit silly having chosen to bowl first. But yeah, as you said, yesterday was a nice release of pressure, that actually doing what we wanted to do, but we didn't make the decision. And yeah, we thought we did a pretty good job.
I think we'd all agree with that. Big wicket for you. I think we were up here saying how Tom Banton, everyone knows his white ball prowess. He really wants to make it in red ball cricket. Has been promoted to 4, been given that chance, and we thought he was really patient. And it was you that got him LBW on 24. But did that feel like a big wicket at the time because he was looking good? Yeah,
absolutely. We know they've got a very dangerous lineup all the way down to 10 and 11. We know that they can all hold a bat, so any wicket for us against these guys is a big one for us. But it's the element of patience, especially in 4-day cricket, and I feel like we've got one of the best attacks to sort of exploit that in these conditions around the country, especially April, May, where it is in our favour. So when you sort of, no matter who we're coming across, if we sort of got our plans to them and stick to it and be patient enough and just sort of outlast them, we're pretty confident that we eventually will come out on top and they won't get away from us too much.
Yeah, that certainly worked yesterday. Now we're sat here in the West Country right now, here in Taunton. You played plenty of county cricket down this way, but you have links to the West Country that go a little bit further back, don't you?
Yeah, sort of doing some maths. I think we're going back about 15 or 16 years to when I first came over as a very green youngster. Probably would have been about 19 or so when I was down at Loudown in Devon, and then came across to Cleveland, which is just up the road, where I spent another 2 years playing club cricket. So yeah, I kind of know the area pretty well, although it's been a long time. But yeah, as you said, I've got a few ties down here.
You got a couple shout outs on Twitter and the YouTube comments. Stato and Jack Williams say, Loudown legend, you got a plaque in your bar for service to the club. Loudown, just down from Oakhampton towards the Cornish border near Bridgestow. You got anything to say to the Loudown boys?
Oh no, those sort of people and the sort of club and that you look back and coming out of South Africa and my first time overseas, not really knowing what to expect, and those are the guys that you look back and you realise they were the first ones to give you an opportunity to do something. To get a little bit of cash to play and that, and those guys, those clubs and that will never go unnoticed, because as I said, they just provided a stepping stone to sort of where I am now 15 years down the line. So if it wasn't for them, sort of never be where I am now, and getting a taste of that responsibility as an overseas player and the expectations and so on. So yeah, to the Ludan guys and the Cleveland guys also, I guess a thank you to who's just giving me an opportunity and taking a punt on me as a young 19-year-old.
I better embarrass you with your stats, hadn't I? 83 wickets at 7.45.
That for Ludan.
Yeah, and you batted a bit as well. 1,350 runs at 58.7. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do. I think I sold myself as a batsman more back
did
then
you?
than I did.
Okay.
It was only later on when I went to the Dolphins and Graham Ford was coach, and they were struggling on bowlers, and I started to become a net bowler and kind of packed the batting away a little bit because I was kind of so desperate to make it, and there was a gap. I'm not saying I was ever going to be good enough as a batsman, but sure. Those I didn't realise that.
How did you find it batting on the West Dartmoor? Pretty wet tracks a lot of the time. Did you find that alright?
Sure. That's
trying
a long
to remember.
time ago. Yeah, that's tough.
You've played a lot of cricket since.
Yeah, I've played a lot of cricket since, and on quite a few of the similar tracks, so it's quite hard to distinguish between them. But you certainly learn your game you start learning your game at that level, and as I said, although it's I say only club cricket. The pride that the English take in their club cricket over here is great, and I met up with a mate from Cleveland last night who I always do down here during the game, and we were just talking about it, and they're so proud, and they put so much into their club cricket. So you're coming over and you have these expectations, you want to do well. Like I said, they've invested in you, so you got to kind of figure it out pretty quickly, and even on those dodgy-ish wickets, you've got to kind of find a way.
Yeah. Love it. You haven't got much of a Devon twang in your accent yet, though. I thought you might get a bit of West Country.
No, I've tried to keep my South African accent as much as possible. Although sometimes I say a word in the change room and everyone looks at me with a blank face, and then I've got to interpret it.
You must just love playing down here then. If we look at Ludan, we look at Cleveland, and your best bowling performance ever, dare we mention here?
Yeah.
Do you want to talk through that?
I mean, I'm happy to mention it.
Yeah, go for it.
Guys can.
Go on, you tee yourself up.
No, I can't. I won't.
Well, come on. Was it? What was your exact figures? Go on, you tell us.
Yeah, 17 for 86.
17 for 86.
Yeah,
there you go.
that was at our place though. That was at.
What just came out so well that day?
I said to everyone, I don't think anyone can sort of underestimate the amount of luck in that when you look at it. I mean, I keep asking myself, why me? Why didn't Fidel bowl that day? I can't remember who else was in our. Keith Barks bowled. Dorse got another wicket, and Fidel got it. Where was that bad umpiring decision? Where was that run out? Where was that stupid shot that just someone else picked up a wicket? You know what I mean? Like it didn't make sense. But it was certainly one of those games. Like I felt it before, but maybe never obviously with never the same result. But you kind of you get into a rhythm in that where you just feel invincible, and you feel like every ball you're going to take a wicket. And that was one day out of 15 years where it really came true. But other than that, I think it quite often, but it often doesn't materialize. But it was a pretty special day.
You never forget it.
Well, you would have had. I mean, you say that's one of the days it all goes right, but there would have been plenty of other days where you've maybe felt you've bowled absolutely beautifully and but haven't found the edge and had the decision. So it all evens itself.
Yeah, probably about 95% of the time that happens.
I thought you might say that. So when you were at Cleveland, I was just having a quick look. I think you played one game. You might not remember it, with a man who took a few wickets in a Somerset shirt, Andy Caddick.
Yeah,
played a game.
I played a couple of cup games with him. Yeah, not a lot. I think maybe one or two.
Yeah.
You know what? It's going to sound funny. I don't think he took a wicket that game.
You took him all, did you?
He still bowled that county length that was just coming through beautifully, and the guys were just not good enough to nick it. But I think he got some runs. I want to say he got 60 or 70, but he was just too good to take wickets. Weirdest saying, but he was. He was way too good and too intimidating. Even at that time of his career, after he had finished that. Yeah, no one could lay a bat on him.
Peter Trigo, who's been up doing he does the commentary with us, he just popped out at the moment, but he left us with a question. He said, Kyle, what's it like to not have the best bowling figures for a professional cricketer for Cleveland? Because Peter Trigo has taken 8 for 12. You can't match that. So is that something that keeps you awake at night? Yeah, well, it will now. Now that I don't know. Well, lucky I had a chat with someone from the club last night, so maybe I can sneak back in there and try and knock that off the trees at some point. Oh, excellent. Well, maybe if there's a spare Saturday, there you go. Cleveland Cricket Club, Kyle Abbott is prepared to come back. I'm sure they would welcome you with open arms. We've had a lot of your time, Carl, so I don't want to keep you for too long. But I just wanted to ask generally, there's a lot of talk about county cricket, and there's detractors, and there are plenty of people that love the game, ourselves included. There's a huge crowd down here at Somerset yesterday. But what is it for you? What's the appeal of county cricket?
I just think that it's a true test of a cricketer, mentally and physically. The schedule here is relentless, especially the 4-day cricket. The varying conditions, overseas, good local players. Especially Division 1, I feel it's the best 4-day competition in the world, and I don't think anyone can argue that too much. For the amount of games that you play, and the pressure on it. Like there's relegation, there's winning the league. There's everything happening in that sort of that block and that sort of between the top sides that you don't get anywhere else. I mean, I say that, but I have only played in South Africa where there's six franchise teams and there's no promotion relegation. So if you lose your first couple, you're at the bottom, and then teams start playing a younger side because they can't win it, and it just seems to get a little bit diluted. Where I've never felt this has been diluted. Always feel that in Division 1 particularly, that everyone's going for the same goal. They want to win it, or they don't want to go down, which sometimes motivates teams more than anything else, just to stay up in Div 1. But it's proper cricket. Growing up in that, you just kind of county cricket, you just heard about it, and stats that are going back to, I mean, 1980 this or 1820 and this, and people still talk about that. They still come up, and club historian will say that, and I just feel like the rich tradition of county cricket is still really healthy, and there's such a keen interest in it, and I really hope it doesn't fade away. As we see where cricket's progressing in that, I really hope that the ECB and all the counties pull together and make sure that this is still a breeding pool and a strong breeding pool for Test cricket. I know there has been a lot of questions of where county cricket is at because of maybe the way the Test side's playing. I don't think people need to worry about that. I think it's just a natural phase of bad form and etc. etc. I still really believe that this is the place to be. This is the place to play your 4-day cricket anywhere around the world.
Oh, well, I can definitely 100% wholeheartedly agree with that. And in terms of I love the closeness in county cricket, and as a player, and there's that both mental and physical closeness with the membership. I mean, at Hampshire, they'd be right next to you, and there'll be people that follow you home and away, presumably, that you'd say hello to in the morning, and friendships growing within that. Yeah,
for sure. Even in our hotels, there's loads of supporters that do follow us around the country, and that's great. It's special. I mean, I'm sure they've got better things to do, but they choose to come and watch us do our job, which is great. And the longer you sort of stay at the club and get to know know the members and everyone else around you, it really starts to feel like a family and a place where you want to play your cricket. Having picked up and come here from South Africa, it's certainly something that I've felt in the last sort of 6 or 7 years that I've been here.
Looks like we've just got some of your teammates on screen in the dressing room.
Yeah, there they are. That's the
PlayStation.
The PlayStation box there.
They're not watching Essex in the county championship.
No,
then.
Definitely.
They're not watching this either.
No, and Aaron Donald versus Ben Brown, I think.
Oh, talk to us about an Aaron Donald. How good has it been to see him come out? Such a talented cricketer. Couldn't have been more unlucky with injuries, but he got runs in that Gloucestershire game, didn't he, late down? But magnificent to see him.
Yeah. So I don't want to bring it up again, but his last game was the Somerset game in 2019, and to come back 2 years later. No, is that longer? 22. Yeah, two and a bit years later. I think very emotional for him. He's been through a lot of trouble in that there with his knee and ops and rehab and everything, and to come back and step up in an important phase of the game there for us, where we could have gone both ways, where they might have only chased sort of 200 or so, and then to really push us through past 300 and get them out the game was incredible. So Yeah, the guys in the change room couldn't be happier for him. He's a lovely guy. He's got a huge amount of talent, and hopefully in the next 2 or 3 weeks we'll see what he can do up front with the white ball.
Oh, well, we'll very much look forward to that. It's been absolutely fantastic to have you with us, Kyle Abbott. Thank you so much. We'll forgive you for the wickets you've taken against Somerset in the past. Plenty of them. In an ideal world, next couple of days, how long have you got your feet up for? When do you think you'll be back in? If it all went your way, when would you have ball in hand again?
If all went our way, I would say probably about lunchtime or so tomorrow. That would be ideal if we could get a lead of even 100, 150 would be great. I said to the guys I wouldn't think of 400 and that. Yeah, I think the pitch has still got enough in it. But if we can get 100, 150 past, I think we'll really put ourselves in a good position, especially if you take a couple of early wickets and then put pressure on them there. But ideal world, and we know cricket's a funny game, so we have to wait and see.
It sure is. What's a pass score, do you reckon? Is 200 a bit below? We were trying to work that out yesterday.
Absolutely no idea. Kevin James asked me in my interview yesterday afternoon. I said, James, I have no idea. We'll have to wait and see until we bat on it. Very hard to tell.
It makes Harry and I feel a little bit better. Kyle Abbott doesn't know what a pass score is, and we feel a little bit better. Kyle, thank you so much for that. I'll let you get on with your day. We really appreciate you coming on the live stream.
No problem. Thanks for having me. It's been great.
It's been Kyle Abbott with Sam Dowling and Harry Everett here. We're going to return now to Tom Abel batting in the T20 Blast against Middlesex. Remember, no play before lunch, so the earliest we can start here is 1:40, but the sun is out and we're hopeful. Well, Kyle's hopeful that we have his feet up watching his Hampshire teammates scoring some runs in a couple of hours' time.
It is quarter-final time or bust in the Vitality Blast South Group. With the used in it. Still, there is plenty up.
Happy to use his feet. Nice pace from Roland Jones, less than 80 miles per hour. There were rumours, weren't there? Rumours abound that 2 days before South Africa left for the World Cup, that there were phone calls pinging around suggesting that AB de Villiers might be interested in joining the squad. Given the way that South Africa ended up in that World Cup, whoever said no must be feeling like the guy who didn't sign the Beatles.
Well, whoever it was who said no probably also said to AB de Villiers, no, you can't play in the World Cup, and please don't tell anyone. What a player he is. There is plenty on show tonight, that is for sure. Owen Morgan, Mohammed Hafiz, David Milan. Just coming across that. Roland Jones is really testing. He's the type of bowler who really tests out your technique.
Yep, just quick enough. Like big Gus Fraser before him. Gus was quicker than that, quicker than 80 miles an hour in his pomp before the hip injuries. The sort of guy that would bring you forward, give you absolutely nothing, and if there was a bit of movement, capitalise on it. The technique wasn't up to it.
Just with that little bit of movement, if anything, Roland Jones has come back in. So then it makes it a hard decision if you try and give yourself room. So Banton, with that in mind, looking to bring him onto the leg side, so you cover off your stumps. It's an excellent ball to get rid of Babar Azam. Perfect for someone who doesn't have a lot of footwork. Nice and full, and just that ball decking back. One ball left in this over. Roland Jones's figures will be very good if he gets away with this one. Well, that's gone a long way up. Keeper can't get to it, neither can Stephen Finn. Another excellent over from Roland Jones, just 4 from it, 17 for 1. sides just having a look at each other at the moment. There is a lot on the games in the South Group going on in the country at the moment. It is as tight as it ever has been. Tom Helm, promising young fast bowler, good back of the hand slow ball. He'd be looking for just a little bit of seam movement first up. Seen on Twitter, Mark Butcher, there's a story going around that Joe Denley might be moved up to opening the batting for England and Jason Roy going to 4. I'd imagine that will make you a happy man.
It makes a bit of sense. I don't know about happy. Yeah, interesting. Must admit, it was the logical move from before the series started. Once Joe had decided to bat 3. Have that. That is magnificent from Banton. Minimal effort, maximum timing. It's 21st in the blast this year.
Well, the better players just seem to hit the ball harder with less effort. Quickly, he just picks it up. That bottom hand coming into that shot. Always gets a cheer. You hit a 6 and then get a single, the crowd love it.
Caribbean's the best place for that. I absolutely love it there.
Middle, please.
Lara's singles in that 400 at Antigua were just as deafening as the 6s down the ground. Some serious fielding that was, I tell you.
Did a little bit of a shuffle, good fielding, Sterling. Did the dummy to the leg side, trying to fake the bowler. You talk about all the names, all the stars on show, one who doesn't often get mentioned when you have the likes of De Villiers, Morgan, Banton, Babar Azam, Paul Sterling. He can ruin your day. He is a very, very dangerous opening batsman. I reckon he's one of Middlesex's most consistent performers over the years as well. As much as they've struggled, he hasn't.
Again, Tom Banton, very tall. Big tall man, really imposing in stature. Means that he's able to just stand up and play strokes like this. Right on top of the bounce, a ball that would probably pass 1.5 feet over the top of the stumps with a straight bat.
Nearly picks out fine leg. You see him walk right across his stumps with a premeditation. Good over for Somerset, 9 from it, 26 for 1. The batting lineup as carded. Whether that changes depending on how well these two do. Work out what a decent score is. You'd think around 170. These hybrid pitches can just get a little bit slower. There's just a hint of movement with the new ball. Good shot for 1.
Excellent, Nate, excellent, Nate.
2 overs left, or just under 2 overs left in the power play. James Hildreth, 4 from 6. He's had a look. About now's the time when you start looking for a few big shots.
Yeah, I wonder if Middlesex might just take a punt on getting one of the spinners in. Maybe not Souter, but perhaps Mohammed Hafiz.
Not out of the middle. Doesn't matter. That's the thing here. It is such a good batting surface at times, but the outfield is equally as quick and equally as good.
Yeah, second time that Hildreth has decided Roland Jones' pace and his consistent line and length, he can take a punt on leaving home. Just scratching a little bit at the moment, Hildreth. That'll make him feel a lot better.
He goes again. Yeah, excellent shot this time. He stood still, so he was able to pick up the line and the length.
Yeah, found the middle of the bat. One good shot, and suddenly you're away. Confidence starts to course back through you.
That movement back again, that's where you have to be so careful. That's why that angle is a tough one to play against. So many people think about outswing, but that just creates width. That coming back makes it hard.
A bit, didn't it? It's one thing we didn't see on this hybrid on last Saturday. Just looked to me as though the natural grass underneath was just that little bit more worn, a little bit more tired. And it might just be that the ball is gripping, which is why I'm interested to see what the spinners do.
Oh, that's the best of them from Hildreth. Real control, even though he's using his feet. He's earned the right. You lose a wicket early, you just have to rebuild just for a couple of overs, and then you get to this point. As James Hildreth, you go right into fifth gear. Changes from David Milan. Finn up from third man into the circle. Two men back on the leg side. Fancy a single. Finishes with a Yorker, ruins Roland Jones's figures in that over. Up to that point they were excellent. 5 overs done, 40 for 1.
So a quick change in the commentary box here. Somerset 40 for 1 from 5 overs. Stephen Finn is going to continue his bowling spell. Pushed away, running hard for 2. And he's come. Oh no, it's going to be a run out. Anton's not happy, turning for 2 there. And Hildreth is gone. Not the ideal start after the good start from the 5 overs.
Yeah, complete miscommunication. One was running and the other was just standing. And Tom Banton said there's absolutely no chance. And Hildreth said, yeah, I've got every chance. You can see there that he's thinking 2 straight away. He doesn't look at his partner. His partner doesn't really look at him. And that is that. Simple enough. A real gift, really, for Stephen Finn and Middlesex. Hildreth goes then, dangerous Hildreth. 18 from 12, 41 for 2.
Well, such a shame. Hildreth was starting to find his feet, trying to get used to the pace of the pitch. And it brings in Tom Abel, who's having a fine T20 campaign. Built quite a nice partnership after losing the early wicket at Babazan. What have you made of it, Nick?
Exactly that. It was an excellent partnership between the two of them. That's why they'll be so disappointed with what's just happened. It's a real gift, though, for Middlesex. Just trying to bowl back of a length. There's a little bit of movement there. And that's it there. That's where they're trying to bowl, and that's where they're getting rewarded.
Yeah, just a little bit worrying for me. Obviously seeing the pitch, just doing a little bit. The white balls don't generally do a massive amount. I've already seen the wicket from Babar Azam. The ball sort of seamed back through the gate from Toby Rowland-Jones, and that one definitely sort of the same, sort of gripped in the pitch, hitting Tom Banton just above the knee roll, but definitely angling back towards the stumps. We're kind of used to it nowadays, aren't we, where the ball, the white ball in particular, does absolutely nothing. It just sort of slips onto the bat. And it's pulled around nicely straight to the fielder this time. It's gone like an absolute rocket. The deep square leg fielder.
That's it, really sweet. Seems to pick up length really quickly. He didn't pick up that very quickly. He was absolutely no interest at all in getting down the other end.
Interesting to hear later on, you know, whether there was communication, whether it was just the noise of the crowd, I'm not sure. Pushing hard for a single here, both very, very quick between the wickets and made it comfortably. Even with that, there's a little bit of bounce, a little bit of seam back, trying to tuck up the batsman as much as possible. Stephen Finn in particular, we've seen him throughout this competition, has been having a fantastic season. That's crunched away, what a great shot. The top of the bounce, Tom Banton, really becoming a real forte of his.
He plays eye-catching shots. Again, picks the length up so quickly. Just waits slightly back there, not coming forward. Great balance at the crease.
One thing you are seeing with this pitch is obviously a good pace, good carry. It's sort of coming off the pitch nicely. And it's crunched again in the same place, this time off the front foot from Banton. The same result, 2 boundaries and 2 balls.
And the same thing again, really, just picks up length. This time he realises it's a little bit full. And he just gets that body weight. It's not a massive stride, but the body weight into the ball. So 51 for 2 from 6. Didn't start very well, the power play. Rowland-Jones with a little bit of nip and very unlucky there. I reckon that was out. Since then, Tom Banton has been so quick. Pick up anything short and anything full, he's bashed back through the covers. It's all been really about Tom Banton, 32 to his name. Been that mix-up with Hildreth. Banton's looked in great touch again there, no communication whatsoever. There's that body weight just into the ball, not a huge stride.
So the power play's done, 51. It's a pretty decent start. Somerset a little bit worried of the 2 batsmen they've lost. Tom Helm.
Wait!
There's a misfield. Mohamed Hafiz. It's Tom Abel, another single. Do we think it's a good thing there might be a little bit more in the pitch? There's always a big debate, isn't there? Batsmen, bowlers, you know, white ball cricket, batters just whack through the line. You want to see a bit more in there for the bowlers?
Opening batsman here, Trez. We don't want to see too much in the pitch, do we? I think in this format, Trez, T20 cricket, I'm quite happy for it not to do too much. Certainly not for too long.
It's pulled away into the gap again. I think it's gone all the way. Yes, another 6 for Tom Banton. He's racing along, a 38 from just 23 balls.
Oh, he's a real star. He really is. He's lit up the blast this year. He's doing it again today. You might say as a bowler, an opening bowler looking at that, it's slightly short. and you get punished by this lad. 22 sixes in the tournament so far.
It's well timed again, but Hafiz safe this time. Well, what a lovely picture that is. Doesn't get any better, does it, in county cricket? Maybe a better looking ground than that. The sun's out, the new lights. Pushed away. It's only going to be a single, I think, this time, especially with the miss of communication. All the boys in the background here telling me it's a lovely looking ground, apart from the little one with Marcus Trescothick written on top of it.
Main event viewers are going to leave us relatively shortly, and that's where they're going to some rugby league, St Helens versus Castleford.
Running down, Tom Abel sprinting between the wickets. It's looking lovely here. The sun has now just come back out. The ground looking absolutely spectacular. .60 for 2. Just a quick look through the guys that have been and gone. Babar Azam, first ball, leading run scorer in the competition so far this year. Been absolutely brilliant for Somerset. The partnership they forged together with Banting's been brilliant. James Hildreth, a nice little start. A couple of little scuff ones, but 18 from 12 deliveries. Building a nice platform, Somerset. I think they'll be fairly pleased. Yeah, first introduction of spin into the game. Nathan Souter. Leg break bowler. She gets it quite, skids it quite through.
Come on, Souty, come on, Souty. Good night, good night. Nice, Souty, nice start, nice start.
We didn't see any turn the other evening, did we? It wasn't a massive amount we could worry for spinners.
No, we didn't. I mean, the only Glamorgan game here, what, nearly a week or so ago, a few days ago anyway, it just slowed up, I thought, a little bit in the middle overs. But it skidded through with the new ball.
Pushing hard for 2. Oh no, there's another run out. It's another mix-up, but he's been fumbled it. Well, we've seen that already within the last week. This one not quite as important, of Nathan Lyons missing the opportunity at Headingley. But Nathan Souter has fumbled it, and Somerset have got away.
Get in, Nate. Come on, Souty, come on, boy. Good night, come on.
Trying to push for 2, but not quite thinking about it, Nighty. You can get back there, son.
Just pressure. Surely it's just pressure. Expectation. There's so much on this game, and he just snatches at it.
Good Souty, good Souty.
Just that moment, isn't it, where you realise it's going to be close, and it's going to be, you can see the 2 batsmen shuffling. Oh no, and then he's just that little bit of something, just taking his eye off it at the very last minute when he needs to gather it.
Get on, wait.
Pulled, swept away, didn't really get hold of it, too quick from Souter, almost underneath the bat.
Get it, Souty, come on. Good fellas, very good in, Nate. Very good in, Nate. Get on.
It's clipped away, maybe pushing for 2 this time.
We'll need another run out, Trez.
But it's de Villiers, so it's a definite no. End of the over, Somerset 66 for 2. It's
keep you updated with the games that are going on around the country. The South group here, the Essex Eagles against Ken Spitfires. Ken struggled last night against Gloucester. They need to win that. If they do win that, then they will go straight through to the quarter-finals. Essex batting 68 for 2. Essex can still get through as well. Glamorgan, well, there's nothing in it for Glamorgan. They can't get through. They're right at the foot of the table. Hampshire can. If they win that, they still have a chance, depending on other results. They can still get through to the top 4. So 68, well, good start for Glamorgan.
So another change. Stephen Finn is going to come into the attack. Well, his 3rd over. He's on 2 overs for 23 runs. Change of ends, though, on the river end this time. That's whacked away, straight into the arc, and it's gone for 6. Into the stands. It's a perfect length just to whip away through mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's played a lot of good shots off some pretty good deliveries. This time, though, has just helped. Just a little too full. Picks it up. Miss out.
It's a wonderful shot. Just the timing, the power, everything was perfectly in place.
Looks to me like a lad that enjoys the big stage.
Oh, it's gone right up the chute. It's going to take a bit of catching. A couple of men converging underneath it, and he's dropped him. It could be a massive, costly drop for Middlesex. Well, it brings up the 50 for Tom Banton. But this has gone a hell of a long way up. What do you reckon, Nick?
I reckon at this level you and I'd expect to catch that. So will he out there. It did go up a long, long way. That's rushed onto him a little bit, just couldn't quite get the connection. Tom Helm there, almost, well, it looked like he'd got in position, and in the end he hadn't quite judged it perfectly. So raise of the bat, another stunning 50, but a little bit of luck in the last 10 minutes or so for Tom Banton.
Oh, it's a beautiful scoop. Could go all the way. The bounce is just short. It's very well judged from Tom Abel this time. Played this shot with great execution over the course of the competition. You really did put the commentator's curse on Banton, didn't you? Just saying he's a wonderful player, likes the big time.
He got 50, didn't he?
I think you should be quiet. Pushing hard again. I don't think they'll go for 2, even though there's a misfield. I am reminded to try and be impartial, but I do apologise. I'm not very good at it.
See you out there with that dog thrower. You were smashing it into that pitch again. You love it, don't you?
I clocked up another man on the helmet today, actually. Yeah, Roelof van der Merwe dug one in, a slow ball bumper, and he's just gone through it and just caught him on the back of the head. I'm getting a few. I've got a few in my locker.
Frustrated now. Opening batsman, aren't you? All those years you copped it.
It's nicked away. It's hard. It's going to take a bit of stopping. Fumbled. It's got it. He's coming back for 2. Banton turns and runs. I remember the story of you whinging about facing Shoaib Akhtar. I've heard that a million times.
And the only reason I faced him was because you wouldn't come down that end.
Because I didn't want to talk to you. It's going to be a wide ball. Still decent speed from Stephen Finn, just nearly clocking 85 miles an hour. Like we said before in the build-up, when he first started, he was rapid. I remember facing him at Lord's and he was express pace then. good over for Somerset. 15 runs from it. Somerset 81 for 2.
Well, he's had a couple of moments of luck, but when you play as well as this, and you've played consistently well throughout the blast, you just deserve a little bit of luck. So quick there to pick up the leg. That was a little wide, but there's not a lot wrong with that delivery, and it still goes for 6.
Come on, Nate. Come on, Nate. And again, it's Southie. Well done, Mal. Very good there, Southie. And again, here, Nathan. Come on, here, Southie boy. Come on, lads. 3-4 here, lads. 3-4, lads.
He's crunched away behind square. It's Owen Morgan on the boundary. I think it's gone for 4. The England captain has given it up. 4 more to Tom Abel.
Well, you don't often see him out there. England very much in the inner circle, controlling things, but not captaining this side, obviously, so he's out on the periphery.
Come on, lads. Come on, lads. Couple of hand we squeeze, lads. Couple of hand we squeeze here, lads. Come on.
Swept away and swept hard, and it's gone for 4 more. Another great shot, Tom Banton this time. Second 4 of the over. It's raced across this outfield.
Come on, Southie. Come on, Southie.
Tried to go big.
No!
Only a single this time.
Excellent, bud. Very good, Steve. Real good, eh? And again here, Souths. And again here, Southsy. Come on, boy. Real nice, Souths. Real nice, Southsy.
The productive over. 11 runs from Somerset, 92 for 2.
Somerset going along rather nicely, having won the toss and decided to bat first. Once again, Tom Banton is showing why we keep making such a fuss of him whenever we're down here at Taunton. 57 from 36 from the young opener. And a bowling attack that has international pedigree is being given the runaround.
You watch people like Banton, you start thinking back to all the young players you've seen come through in your time as a cricketer or a retired cricketer, and there's not many who shine like Tom Banton. Remember Kevin Peterson when he came through? There's obviously similarities in the way that he plays to him. Jason Roy, remember his first 100 against Kent? You just see something special.
That's pretty special. Tom Abel is not going to play second fiddle for long with strokes like that.
Such control in this shot. Type of shot actually that as the opposition, when you're on the receiving end, the batsmen start thinking must be a good pitch. If you can play shots like that, just a check drive and get it for 4 over extra cover. You've got to think this is a good pitch for batting.
Caught that. That's a magnificent stroke from Tom Abel. Stephen Finn can just shrug his shoulders and wander back to his mark. Shelled. Oh, well, each one better than the last from Tom Abel.
Well, not a great delivery. He's been going short at times, so then that mid-off has come up. He then serves one up outside the off stump. Field not set accordingly. Sort of field that's set really where you've got to be very straight. Fielders are back on the leg side, so you can't give any sort of width outside the off stump. The fine leg back. Square leg in play, and then there's a very square mid-wicket. Not quite square leg, not quite mid-wicket. Out on the boundary.
He's found the gap there. That's going to go away for 4 as well. Dot 4, 6, 4, 4. 18 from the over from Stephen Finn, and he's still got 1 to go.
It's a bizarre field. It's exactly what you're talking about. That man at deep mid-wicket is so square. I'm going to check the front foot as well. This could be even more costly. That's absolutely fine. Trying to go for the Yorker. Now we're checking whether it's over waist height. Really, that should have just been picked up by deep mid-wicket. It's a field that's set for short pitch bowling, and yet he's tried to go full. And now they change that field. Still, that's touch and go. I think that's just all right.
Yeah, too close to call, I think, with any certainty. So the bowler gets the benefit of the doubt. A lot of Middlesex fielders waving their arms around out there at the moment. Bowler's not happy, captain's not happy. Somerset fans are delighted. 1-1-1 for 2.
Runs are coming easy at the moment.
Rate
10.09. That over from Stephen Finn was a costly one. Got to get their plans right, David Milan and the Middlesex bowlers. Look, you should always tell what's coming by looking at the field and the way that it's set. Stephen Finn's last over, you had no idea whether he's going to bowl short, whether he's going to bowl full. Mohamed Hafiz certainly has a lot of experience.
Yeah, 38 years of age for Mohamed Hafiz. It's the 3 games so far for Middlesex in the Blast.
Yes, Mo, yes, Mo!
Perhaps time to get a bit of control. I think we're probably beyond that point now. It's wickets they need. Try and slow this run torrent down.
Good Mo, good Mo!
Well, problem against Bantam when you try and set a field for someone who can play that reverse sweep shot as hard as he can. How do you set the field for it? You put deep cover, a lot squarer, almost behind.
He almost yorked himself there, Tom Banton. Good from Hafiz. The plan is that he's going to go full. First ball was a full toss, got away with it. Speared that Yorker in the second one.
Good Mo, very good, Haf, very good, Haf. Very good, this Mo, good in, Mo. on, lads, come on, lads!
Well, whether Owen Morgan continues in international cricket, whatever he does, he's probably seen someone. That is extraordinary batting. The degree of difficulty in that shot. Hafiz almost knew what he was going to do and tried to bowl a dart at leg stump, but his hands are so fast.
Well, you put the deep point behind square. I'll just hit it through extra cover. Left-handed. Goes again. Oh, he's picked him out, would you believe it? Shorter from Hafiz. Banton was committed. He couldn't slow the hands down, and he's picked out Nathan Souter all the way out there at deep point. And Hafiz, with all that experience, has broken the partnership. And boy, did Middlesex need that.
Well, as he timed that shot, picked him out perfectly. Hafiz did not change the field, just bowled it a little bit shorter. Tom Banton again impresses. 62 from just 39, 118 for 3.
Eddie Byram to the middle to join his skipper, Tom Abel. Strike rate is eye-catching. It's the 150. Time to make another one. 8.1 overs of batting left. A lot more time than you think.
Good Mo, good Mo! Good night, good night.
Well, the end of a successful over from Mohammed Hafiz. 119 for 3.
Well, that whip he gets in that shot. Already a couple of balls before, had played one in front of square. That time, because it was a little bit short, you ended up having to go the aerial route. Yard or two either side, and that was going for a boundary. Boy can play.
Yeah. What do you want? Come on, Southsea, come on, Southsea!
Nathan Souter from the River End in for his third over.
Yes, Southsea, yes, Southsea!
Left-handed Byram.
Get on!
Went for the full ball, perhaps expecting the sweep. Byram was just good enough and quick enough to get the bat on it.
You see against Glamorgan, Byram actually just cleared the front leg and hoyed it into the leg side. Got a bit more time though now, a bit early for that type of batting. Abel on the undercard to Banton, but 37 from 19.
Yes, out, yes, out!
He's actually got the best strike rate of all of the Somerset top 4.
4-5 here, 4-5 boys!
Better than Banton even. He's actually flying along tonight, 190. You feel with Middlesex's batting lineup. Oh, what a shot that is. It's just regulation, really. The reverse sweep, whether hit square, whether hit hard along the ground, whether hit out of the ground, a la Ben Stokes for 6. They all do it so well.
Really important to keep it on your lip, otherwise you just walk away, they can't hear you.
I can't say with any certainty how many is enough. Pitch still looks a good one. You've got some batting beasts in the opposition side. You've just got to keep going, keep searching for boundaries. One of the beauties of being down here in the pod, so we get to be visited by the odd special guests, and when it comes to Somerset players and favourites here at Taunton, we've been joined by one of the very favourite ones. We'll hear from the tattooed Tonka of Taunton, born in Weston-super-Mare, after this break. 1:30 for 3.
Dressed like a magician, Trees.
Abracadabra.
Pull something out of those sleeves.
Am I getting fashion criticism from you turning up in your H&M bloody polo shirt, Keezy? Come on, lad, give us a break.
Look at my eyes, look at my eyes. Don't look at my hands, look at my eyes.
Tough school here, isn't it?
Good move, good move.
No, you've announced your pending retirement, mate. It's some moment for you.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Butch, it was the club that announced my pending retirement. I'm still not quite sure, actually, to be honest. I still think I should be out there with my pads on right now.
Awkward.
Very good again, Half.
I thought we topped out of the magician bit, to be honest.
Fine stroke from Tom Abel. He continues to find the boundary at will.
Oh, I did see Tom Banton tweeted how disappointed he was to see you going. He said you had a massive influence on his career. How good a player? We obviously know how good a player is. How good a player do you think he can be?
Tom, I mean, obviously growing up in a dressing room where I saw the likes of Josh Butler come through, I can only say that there are parallels with Bance. What he can do actually brought forward my retirement, really, because he plays a different game to us normal blokes, to be honest.
And again here, lads, come on!
Yeah, he's a cracking lad, cracking talent, and I suppose that little tweet, I suppose, shows that he's a pretty good dude as well.
Good!
So tinged with well, some sadness, some regret, and one or two things that you might want to discuss with a few people, but some highlights from what's been a terrific career for you down here.
Yeah, it's obviously been a long, exciting career. I think actually some of the main highlights have come really late on in my career. I used to have an absolute panic on whenever the Sky Bus turned up. I was probably more interested in doing my hair than focusing on my batting.
You see, none of us would ever have guessed that.
You know what? But once that, you know, a couple of Sky Hundreds, which was absolutely fantastic, and obviously the win in the Royal London this year was the real highlight for me. You know, lifting that trophy after so many second places.
139 for 3. That must have been a big moment, actually, because you got close on so many opportunities to finally lift that trophy.
Yeah, I think you hear about it from golfers a lot. That you know, there's guys that have played 300, 400 European Tour events and never got the win, and it starts to hamper them. You know, myself and Marcus have got, you know, and James Hildreth that was out there earlier. We had, like, I think 10 second places at the club, and you start to panic that that's what you're going to get remembered for. So to finally get a trophy under the belt was a monkey off the back, really, and you know, the shape the club's in now, you know, we could potentially, if we win this game, win all 3 this year, which would be unbelievable.
See, all that happened was that Trez wasn't playing anymore, and suddenly all those seconds became firsts.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to make any comment on Marcus's captaincy, but I think, to be fair, I was probably quite a hamstring for him, really, because I was always pestering him to bowl all the time. So, you know, he's only got a small little brain, and I probably filled it up too many times.
What's next for you, Triggs? Still got some life in you on the cricket field?
I feel like I have. I mean, I think when you get into your 30s, I mean, I've had those conversations with family, friends, other cricketers, and I always felt that I wanted to stop playing when I can stop winning matches. And kind of unfortunately, I've had quite a good year, obviously winning the trophy and playing quite well personally. So in a bit of a strange place with that, really. So we'll see what happens over the next few months.
I heard a good ovation. Come back for a couple, should get in, does. There's a good ovation at the start of play, and the club presented you with this special moment.
Yeah, it was amazing. Obviously, family, friends, my best mate Maz there, my brother Sam. You know, that was fantastic to be on the field and have that little honour. I did mention to Andy Hurry, who sorted out that picture, that I didn't have enough room on the back of my toilet door for that, but I suppose I'll have to move to a bigger house. Like yours, Rob.
Very good, Andy. Very good, Andy. Far out.
Well, Pete, it's been a pleasure to have you join us in the pod. Who knows, it might not be for the last time, whilst you figure out what you're going to do.
Well, I hope I haven't overstayed my welcome, Butch. I obviously enjoy my times in the pod. And what a magnificent shot there from Eddie Byron, the bloke that nicked my spot in the team. Awesome,
Brilliant
Eddie.
stuff. Drinks, thank you very much. Awesome to see you. We'll
Thanks,
catch up
guys.
later, no doubt. 1-5-1 for 3.
Good mate, good mate.
Fees to continue, 1 for 17. I think you're quite enjoying what you're seeing, Trez.
Yeah, it's been very nice. This is a lovely 6 from Eddie Byram. He's had a nice little impact into the T20 campaign since he's been breaking in. And it's going okay, so keep this partnership together for a bit. Touch wood.
Dragged down, punished.
That is whacked away. It is short, agreed, but to get back, get the leverage on it like Eddie has. Has he caught it? I think he might have done.
He's getting mobbed. I reckon he has caught it. I think he's claiming it somehow.
I'm not so sure. Well, mind you, wearing that sort of attire, you don't really want to be standing up, do you?
Be a little bit of beer on
Get
there
in,
at
Nate.
the moment.
Get it, bud.
Goes again, big shot again. Another 6.
Back-to-back 6s for Eddie Byram. This one was even dropped by the Middlesex 12th man. Stevie Eskenazi on the boundary.
Oh, he missed out. He missed out on the 6. Missed out on the boundary too.
Dangerous ball, that four-banger, isn't it? Try and absolutely hoy it out of Taunton.
Get it, bud. Work it in, mate. Keep going in, mate. Come on, mate. Come on, mate.
The gem of an innings so far. Big hit leg side, and we'll go all the way. What an over this has been for Somerset, and what a half-century that is for Tom Abel.
You're right, Nick, absolutely brilliant. Really propelled the game and the innings up to a great level. 171 from just like nearly 16 overs. Tom Abel, 54 from 28. Been absolutely superb. 192 strike rate. It's been a fantastic partnership between the two of these.
Finds the gap again. That will go for another boundary. 24 runs off the over. 175 for 3.
Well, blow me down. It's been absolutely brilliant over. Sixes, the fours. Really been massive impetus in this little partnership from the two of them.
Well, it was Tom Banton initially 62 of 39, but these two have picked it up beautifully. Partnership of 57. They still have some batting to come. Lewis Gregory is back in the side today. So still 4 overs to go. Marcus Trescothick is pretty happy here. I suspect they're pretty happy in the dugout as well. So much on this game. If Somerset win this, then they're almost certain to qualify for the quarterfinals. There are 1 or 2 scenarios that might affect that, but the likelihood is if they win this game, they will go through and finish in the top 4. Adventurous.
Really a massive amount of appealing going on there. It looks like Tom Abel's managed to get back. It looked like he was gone for all money. Incredible shot, thrown right on the chalk end. It's only the second dot ball of the partnership, we're being told, which is incredible to see.
Just checking. Looks fine.
We're pretty happy with that. Looks fairly safe. What's a good total here, Nick?
What you got and what you're going to get.
If we compare it to the game the other evening when we were here, this feels pretty good so far.
Just a bit more pace in the attack, isn't there, for Middlesex? Maybe that's just made batting a little bit easier. We talked about the pitch slowing up a little bit in the middle overs. And they kept bowling decent pace. You can see Roland Jones, Finn, Helm. It's not been Stephen Finn's day. It's been very much his tournament. He's been one of the leading bowlers, but he struggled on this surface. Unbelievable shot from Tom Abel.
Well, we see this sort of shot a lot more nowadays, but the skill that he's showed in this innings and the rest of the season we've seen. Just the ability to get in position, keep it very simple, watch the ball straight onto the middle of the bat. Looks so easy, doesn't it?
He's just guessing there that it's going to be full.
Well, I think he looked at the field. There was a big field change where they brought up the fielders from deep mid-wicket and deep square leg and sent out an extra man at extra cover on the offside boundary. So I think he's predicting that he's going to try and bowl wide Yorkers or wide line.
Yeah.
What batting that is as well. Excellent use of the feed. He just manoeuvred himself leg side. Yeah, you can see they're pumped up. So much on the game. And what an innings this has been from the skipper.
Well, this moves on to Tom Banton. Sorry, Tom Abel. I'm getting all confused here.
Tom, anyway.
Yeah. This is her highest score in T20 cricket. So you wouldn't have guessed, really. Somebody in the last couple of years, you wouldn't think that would be able to adapt in the fashion that he has. The skill of the man, the talent that he's got has really been helping him to drive forward, to learn new skills, get better, work with the coaches behind the scenes.
Well, he looks like he's trying to bowl wide and full outside off stump, so now he's got a better feel for that. He's got a deep point and a third man. Man up at fine leg, and square leg is up as well. That's why he plays that shot. just playing the field really here. It's making it very difficult for the bowler and captain to set a field.
Yeah, the field that he's got now does give him the option that he can mix it up a little bit, so he can go wide because he has a little bit of protection on the deep extra cover boundary, but also he has a man at deep mid-wicket, so try and making it quite hard to predict where he's going to go. What it is happening at the moment, they're taking a long time to bowl their overs. I think the cut-off time is 7:49, so they have a little bit of reserve.
Slow ball this time, but kicking him off. 10 runs from the over. 3 to go now, 185 for 3. Let's keep in touch with what's going on in terms of the other scores. It's so important because there are other games that can affect the outcome of the quarter-final lineup. Essex 148 for 6. They can still qualify. Kent, if they win that game, they automatically qualify. They will go straight through regardless of other results. Glamorgan, Hampshire, crikey, what a result, or what an innings so far for Glamorgan. They've really struggled in the Blast this year. They're going nicely there. Lancashire Lightning against Leicester Foxes, 123 for 5. This is in the North Group, and the Steelbacks versus Worcester. Worcester need to win that game. If they do, they'll have a chance of finishing in second place. Lancashire are finishing in top of the North Group, and Notts, if they win that game, Notts will finish second. So really the North Group is about Notts and Worcestershire Rapids. And there you can see Sussex Sharks against Gloucestershire. Well, they have both qualified. Sussex in first place. Gloucestershire qualified yesterday in that game against Kent, and they will want to win that, because if they win that game, they get the second home quarter-final. Not got all of that, and just enough though.
A lovely little wedge shot over the top. Toby Rowland-Jones. Valiant effort.
Come on in, Georgie. Come on, boy.
First time I think we've seen, obviously, a little bit more pace off from the Middlesex bowlers.
Come on, boy. Good, Scotty. Very good, lad, George. Very good, lad, Georgie.
And what makes this game so exciting is, A, this is going to be a brilliant score, you'd think, and B, you look at Middlesex batting lineup. Sterling, Milan, Mohammed Hafiz, Morgan, De Villiers is carded to come in number 5. Whether he goes up the order a bit more, Simpson, Scott, Rowland-Jones, they've got plenty of batting. They're going to need it too. What a shot, what a lovely shot. We've seen some improvisation, but this time it's full face, down the ground.
They're sort of plugged in the ground a little bit here, not really getting enough of it for it to kick on. The Anfield's been fairly quick all evening. This one's just sort of punched away, trying to go open over extra cover. Mid off, both in the circle.
Take that. Take that. We've seen some amazing shots. There's another.
Oh, that is brilliant. Really starting to improvise, Tom Abel. All the shots are coming out. Pace on this time. He's really hacked this reverse sweep. Gone all the way straight into the Sir Ian Botham stand.
Batting coach has done a good job here, hasn't he? Make that another.
Oh, another nice shot, lovely shape to the shot. I'd love to say I've been doing some work with Tom Abel, but it's pretty clear that I haven't, Nick.
Setting you up. That was the sort of, you know,
I can't
old
take
opening
any credit for
batsman.
this,
I was
I'm
just setting you up, playing
No.
nicely, like Trescothick, straight
Way too
down the
good.
ground.
Go in, Georgie. Come on, boy.
A massive over, 15 have come from it. 200 is up, still 2 overs to go. 200 for 3.
Yeah, it's the 27th time score of 200 on this ground. Just shows you, we all know the boundaries are potentially a little bit smaller at times, especially with the TV cameras here, but what you always do get is a good pitch, makes for good cricket. Almost since the first couple of overs, we've seen no seam movement, no nothing really. Not sure Middlesex have bowled well enough according to what the pitch has played like.
Go back to what I said earlier about the extra pace. I just wonder if that's just helped. Didn't look like it got anywhere near enough of that, but it still goes for 4. I think this is where he's been so intelligent. Abel is just playing the field, just making it so difficult. He knows that mid-off is up, and so he's there positioning himself to hit in that area before the ball is bowled. The problem now for the captain is, does he reset his field? He's going to stick with his mid-off up.
It's a fine shot, really. Back of the hand, slower ball into the pitch.
Extraordinary season you guys are having, isn't it? Still a chance of winning the county championship. Second there, only by a couple of points to Essex. Winners of the Royal London Cup. And, pretty happy.
Were you at Warwickshire last time they did the treble?
No, I joined in '95 when we won the double.
Must have been a fairly special feeling itself. What competitions did you win?
Definitely the championship. What, in '95?
Yeah, when you won the double.
Championship, and I think it was the old B&H, the old 50 over final at Lord's. Long time ago, Trez. Well, they got a field set for the shot. England captain down there, Owen Morgan.
It's well played again. You can see Tom Helm is like, oh no, but Owen Morgan almost predicting what Tom Abel is trying to do.
Heaved away leg side and all the way for 6.
Well, another good 6 from Eddie Byram. Really been productive area for him. Another back of the hand slower ball, just a little bit too full. And Tom Helm has enough on it for it to carry all the way.
Taken this time.
With tremendous ease as well, isn't it? Just a walk in the park for the Villiers. But it's a wonderful knock. Eddie Byram just dragged it a little bit too far from outside off stump. 44 from just 20 deliveries. In a wonderful partnership with Tom Abel. So he's gone, and Somerset 213 for 4.
Yeah, you're right. Terrific job. 44 from 20. Just what the team needs. Skipper is still there, though. 88 from 42. One of the very finest innings you could wish to see. Lewis Gregory back in the side today. Not captaining the side, but it's good to see him back playing. He's had, what, 3 or 4 weeks out of the game. My understanding is that he hasn't been playing much cricket, if any at all.
No, he's not played any games as such. obviously just doing practice and hard work in the nets and the training that you do behind the scenes. So I guess that was the thinking when they lost the previous wicket before Eddie Byram came in. With 6 balls to go, Toby Rowland-Jones is finishing it off.
Yeah, with all the wreckage around him, they are outstanding figures. Should be taken, is taken. Very simple catch in the deep.
It's almost like a leg cutter into the pitch. Lewis Gregory finding the middle of the bat and only finds deep mid-wicket or deep square leg on the boundary. He's gone first ball. Not enough practice. Somerset 2-13 for 4.
You have to feel for Lewis Gregory. Never easy when you haven't been playing any cricket at all to come into a game like this. He had no choice but to swing the bat from the moment he got out there. Tom Lammonby. So 2 for 19 then for Rowland-Jones. If he can get back, he wants to strike desperately. He's going to come back. Good throw, and he's been in trouble, but it's excellent running, putting the fielder under pressure. He's frustrated because he wants to bowl at the new batsman.
Very animated, Toby Rowland-Jones. Just trying to get the right fielders in the right positions, the hot zones. There's been a change of the position. Tom Helm, I think, has now been ushered up into square leg.
Always hate that, though.
Yeah, it's terrible. What a horrible feeling. Just send me off.
Yeah. Anyway, they're in the right place now. Tom Abel still with a chance of picking up 100 here. He's 90. Clip leg side, no one at deep square, and goes for 4. Outstanding batting.
Well, I think you mentioned it already today. Just sort of playing the field, playing the situation. They change the field, you hit it to where they're not. Pretty simple philosophy. Just a pick up off the hip. Rolls away for another boundary.
Yeah, he's made it so difficult for David Malan, the captain. Helped on its way again. Another boundary, 98.
Oh, a great shot. Pace on this time from Rowland-Jones. Trying to gamble which way Tom Abel's going to go. He's just clipped it away through square leg. Proving to be a big total, 223. 2 balls to go.
Oh, now he's changing the field. Yeah, deep square. Long chats with the captain. 2 balls to go, 98 not out. He'll want to come back for 2. He should go back for 2. You beauty! What an innings from Tom Abel.
Wow, that's outstanding. I've got goosebumps for him. Absolutely brilliant. 100 from just 46 deliveries. Most wonderful innings. We've come here talking about Babar Azam and Tom Banton all evening, forgetting about this man Tom Abel on TV in front of a packed house. The skipper for the night has played a blinder.
I'll finish with a boundary, but he'll just take 1. What an innings. A from the skipper and B from the team. 225 for 5. becomes 226 for 5. What a score, with so much at stake tonight. What a performance from that man.
There's 133 coming from the last 10 overs this evening. Could prove absolutely crucial. It's a wonderful knock. Absolutely, he's a jet of a man. And that is a fantastic innings to watch. This home crowd have been lapping it up all evening.
With play about to resume very shortly, let us remind you of our two team lineups for this game, starting with Somerset. Matt Renshaw, number 77, Tom Nammerby, 15, number 28 is Tom Abel, Tom Banton, 18, James Hildreth, 28, 11 is Steve Davies, Lewis Gregory, 24, Craig Overton, number 7, Josh Davey, 38, Jack Leach, 17, and number 64 is Peter Siddle. For Hampshire, number 3, Felix Organ, 22, Ian Holland, Nick Cubbins, 31, James Vince, 14, Liam Dawson, number 8, number 10 is Ben Brown, 12, Naren Donald, 13, Keith Barker, 26, James Fuller, 87, Kyle Abbott, and finally, Mohammed Abbas, who is number 38. Our umpires, Ian Blackwell and Alex Wharf. Our match referee is Mike Smith, and our scorers for this game, representing Somerset, Polly Rhodes, and for Hampshire, Alan Mills.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Sky Sports Somerset at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We got the umpires walking back out, and after a frustrating morning with puddles on the white sheets and no play yet, Harry Trump is photographing and Steve Davies and James Hildreth leading the Somerset fielders out. And yes, Felix Organ and Ian Holland will continue their opening partnership unbeaten last night. We've had Carl Abbott in the box this morning. He reckons he's got no idea what a pass score is, so they always say wait till both teams have batted on it. He said there's a bit of FIFA been going on, and Aaron Donald and Ben Brown have been playing FIFA in the Hampshire changing room. There's been a few guys in the indoor school. There's been some people watching the Essex and the Yorkshire games on the YouTube live stream. There are two games that have managed to go ahead this morning, but there's been a lot of rain around the country today. So we should just remind you, if you weren't here with us yesterday, Somerset were all out for 211. Carl Abbott himself taking 3 for Abbas, Holland and Fuller all taking 2 wickets each. So Somerset all out for 211, just a 1 batting bonus point on a fairly green surface. But umpires Ian Blackwell and Alex Wharf will now see, I would probably guess, lead of the attack Craig Overton and Peter Siddle, being fresh-legged, having not played at all so far this morning. Would expect them to come into the attack and start things off. They bowled pretty well last night. What were your thoughts, Sam?
Yeah, can't see anything but Siddle and Craig Overton taking well. It's still a relatively new ball, isn't it? 15 overs old. Brilliant to have Kyle Abbott, wasn't he? A lovely human being and very insightful. I love hearing from players of his ilk talking about their days playing club cricket.
Yeah,
he did in
that's
the
my
West
highlight.
Country.
I love it when you hear about an international guy who used to play club cricket. It's brilliant.
Played a game with Andy Caddick for Clevedon, which is not too far away from here. But yeah, big. Somerset need early wickets, don't they? That was a difficult 15 overs that Felix Organ and Ian Holland had to navigate last night. And there were plenty of players missing. It was interesting. Kyle Abbott said it almost did too much at times yesterday, and actually Somerset weren't able to find that edge. I think there were 15 plays and misses, half of which, or 8 of which, came off Peter Siddle, who is going to start. He's going to get us underway belatedly on day 2 here. He's going to open up from the River End, which is where he bowled last night. Steve Davies behind the stumps looks like James Hildreth. Matthew Renshaw, brand new cap. You can see the difference between James Hildreth has got a very grey looking cap to match his beard. He's had that almost 20 seasons now. Matthew Renshaw alongside Peter Siddle receiving their Somerset caps yesterday. Craig Overton at 3rd and Lewis Gregory in at 4th slip, I believe. It's going to be Felix Organ. He's got 15 unbeaten.
What a start from Peter Siddle. First ball's pretty decent on the money there. Felix Organ struggling to... Well, he did play it, missed it basically.
He also he was almost off balance, wasn't he? Danced down the track afterwards.
I'm just pausing, just delaying to try and work out how to describe that shot. It was just a poke, a prod, and nothing really, wasn't it?
He pushed and fell forward with it, didn't he?
Yeah, off balance, I say. It's not a convincing start to the day.
Picks up the first run of the day. What do you reckon's more difficult, H? So you turn up this morning, it was pouring down. I actually wasn't that optimistic. I figured we'd do well to get any cricket. I mean, typically it brightened right up, and then as soon as we come out playing again, the grey clouds return. But it is fairly windy. But who is feeling it more? Because as the bowlers, you've got to get yourself ready, in terms both mentally, but also it's more difficult to get yourself physically ready to bowl than it is bat. Whereas the batters are sat around waiting, not knowing when to get their pads on.
100%. If it's rain delay, you'd rather be a fielder than a batter. The faff of having your pads on, do you keep them on, do you take them off? You don't want your bat getting wet. And a bowler can go and bowl on a green surface with rain around it. It suits the bowlers as well. I think for me, I think Somerset almost did well to get all out before the close last night. So then today was always going to be stop-start with the rain. So obviously they'd like to score more runs and bat it for longer, but it's not ideal for Organ or Holland this morning. Well, it says this morning. It's actually 1:42 in the afternoon. We've been here quite a few hours, but yeah, just getting underway.
And interestingly, so still 72 overs remaining in the day. So even though
that's very ambitious, isn't
it? It is. I do think that's ambitious. Even though we've lost 2 full sessions, which would be so the day scheduled to be 96 over the start, and it never quite works out this way. But in theory, you should bowl 32 in each session. So you would imagine Somerset would have lost. Or the game we lost 32 overs, but in fact it's just 24 that's been taken off. So in theory we'll play through till about 7 PM tonight. Nice looking shot from me in Holland, but there is a man, Tom Banton I think it is.
Good diving stop from Banton.
Yeah, he made ground quickly there, Tom Banton. Batted responsibly last night, Carl Abbott, we were asking him.
Yeah, 2 hours, 77 balls I noted down, Tom Banton yesterday. But yeah, it does seem a bit daft that we're starting at the normal time we start the second session and we're up to 72 overs.
There's many things in cricket that you just can't quite, it doesn't feel logical. They've been playing up at some cricket elsewhere. They've been playing up at Old Trafford, up at Trent Bridge. So a nice start there from Hampshire. First over of this day 2 County Championship Division 1 clash. Both batters have felt bat on ball, picked up a run each, playing at New Road, playing up at Headingley. Due to start at 2 at Northampton, that Kent versus Northampton match, where you probably no prizes for guessing who will be resuming the batting for Kent, Harry Everett.
Wow. A favourite of ours.
Yeah, Ben Compton, 125, not out. Yesterday, Sussex were due to be playing the New Zealanders. That hasn't got underway yet due to rain. Somerset second games up at Taunton Vale were called off quite early this morning.
So Craig Overton's going to have 3 slips as the lights come on at the Cooper Associates County Ground. They are enhancing the natural light. They're not taking over the natural light. I'm going to quote that every time the lights come on.
It's always the way, isn't it? But it was beautiful for a couple of hours. It was beautiful and bright.
Cricket shooting itself in the foot again, you could say. I didn't see many puddles on the outfield.
It was quite wet though. I mean, it was properly raining. Like this morning when you turned up, you're thinking, right, well, they're not playing before lunch. You do have to give it some time to dry.
I just feel like they were warming up, playing football, doing loads of catches. They didn't need 45 minutes warming up when they could be warming up in the indoor school anyway. I feel like they could have potentially started at 1, but yeah, I think much before 1 would have been ambitious. But yeah, the sunniest part of the day was between 12 and 1:40.
It's a difficult one, isn't it? You want to get the game on, but then it's not like we're under the pressure of T20s.
Sorry, talking about getting the game on, after all this delay, we're now waiting for Tom Banton to work out how much short leg protective gear he's going to wear for this first over. So now got another delay as he decides whether he wants the pads or just the helmet.
I assume he's got light enhancing sunglasses on. We just put a pair of sunglasses on under there.
I think he's going for box and helmet.
I don't know if we can see Tom Banton getting himself ready. We've got Craig Overton.
The only man on the field not in a cable knit jumper, and Tom Banton's nearly in the game first ball there. Just behind square, inside edge from Holland, and Craig Overton will get to bowl at Felix Organ, second ball.
Feel Craig Goverton's key here for Somerset, don't you?
Yeah.
He'll be looking to finish on a high off with the England Test squad. So I haven't looked at the exact dates, but I think he's unlikely to feature in much of the T20 campaign, which will be a big blow because he was huge last year for Somerset.
Yeah, we had a big chat about the T20. If you fancy rewinding, that's the great thing about our YouTube live stream, is you can rewind and listen to anything from any time that the Somerset YouTube channel's been live, and rewind to our T20 podcast type chat with us two and Pete Trigo, of course. And equally exciting was Carl Abbott joining us. So we should probably give you a time frame to work on the YouTube channel. It was probably about 11 till half 11 was the T20 chat, wasn't it?
That would be first up. As soon as if you go back to the start.
Yeah. And Carl Abbott was sort of 12:30ish. Really good chat with him about Loudoun and Clevedon and South Africa, and of course that 17 for 86 that he took at the Ageas Bowl.
He was very good on that, wasn't he? He was very hesitant to talk about it. Yeah, fine bowler, Carl Abbott. The Hampshire, part of an amazing Hampshire attack. They had a good day out. As he said, you know, they can back themselves. Always one of them's going to have a good day.
That's a crunching shot there from Felix Organ. Felix Organ, he's a funny one. He's an off-spinner who bats, but he sometimes bats number 8. He sometimes opens. He's a bits and pieces cricket sounds like an insult, but they never quite know where he fits into the side. I guess when everyone's available, he doesn't always get in the 11. But he's a useful player. He's scored some good runs, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's probably only in this side really because Joe Weatherly was out injured, but he scored 100 against Gloucestershire. He's in that no man's land sometimes.
Oh, and there he's gone. Third slip. Great catch, Lewis Gregory. Straight in, chest high. And that's, I was about to say how good Felix Organ is at being stoic, blocking the ball, batting time, and not having a rush of blood to the head. And before those words came out my mouth, rush of blood came to the head, and that's a poor shot. It's got to be said. It's not amazing bowling from Craig Open, to be honest. It's almost a half volley outside off stump, and he's just outside edge that to Lewis Gregory, and he'll be fuming because he played a glorious shot the ball before. He's been stoic in defence, and then yeah, a bit of a brain fade from Felix Organ. He's gone, and we'll probably see another opening bat really. Nick Gubbins, who bats at 3 now for Hampshire, having joined from Middlesex, and a left-hander, another good quality player for Hampshire.
Yeah, joined them midway through last year, didn't he? Just sometimes as a player you do need a change of scenery. He was so close to that England side in 2016 when Middlesex won the title. I think he scored something like 1,400 runs in that season, including 125 in the title decider with Yorkshire, where Toby Rowland-Jones finished it off with that hat-trick. He was in on Lions tours. He was close. It was when Keaton Jennings and Hasib Hamid both made their debuts. So he was close and then faded. Just didn't really score too many runs for a couple of seasons. Bounced back a little bit in the COVID season. Made the move to Hampshire, and well, it seems to be going well for him. What was 200s in the game? 101 not out and 130 against Lancashire not so long ago. Very good cricketer. Bowls a few leggies, but I wouldn't necessarily call him an all-rounder.
You can call him a part-time bowler.
You can indeed. You're safe there.
But
Felix Organ will be disappointed. He did a lot of hard work last night.
Totally agree.
And loads of hard work.
I was even going to mention that I might be playing against Felix Organ in a couple of weeks' time in the National Cup. For Sanford, we'll either play against Bridgewater or I can't even say it, Simonians from Southampton, which is Felix Organ's club.
There's a few of the Hampshire boys play in that. So I'd say what you're saying is basically you either have to face Will Smead
and George Bartlett,
or
Felix Organ and the Hampshire boys.
Now let me have a look because there's a few Hampshire boys in that.
And because it's the T20, they quite feasibly could be playing because Felix Organ's going to get nowhere near the T20 side, so he will be more than likely to be playing in 2 Sundays' time in I think it's a 50-over cup game on Sunday.
You're going to remind him about nicking Craig Overton off?
Lewis Gregory.
Fair ball.
Well, if I'm bowling at my pace compared to Craig Overton's pace, it might be worth a speed gun comparison.
Perfect start for Somerset then. Peter Siddle was going to continue from the river end. the other Hampshire opener. Saw him with the ball picking up a couple of wickets. What did I think Kyle Abbott described him as naughty as a bowler, wasn't it?
That's a very South African. I can't do a South African accent. We'll have to try
he's a little. I'm not going to do an accent.
No.
A little bit naughty, he said. Of Ian Holland.
I was slightly disappointed with Kyle Abbott. I thought he might have a little West Country twang that comes back when he's down in these parts from his Clevedon and Loudown days, but no, very South African sounding. Poor chap's been busy. BBC interview last night, speaking to us too for 40 minutes earlier today, and then had a chat with Richard Walsh. He's
did he?
Much in demand, he is.
Oh, he was a lovely human being.
Yeah.
You never know. I mean, most cricketers he still is. As far as we know, we have
20 minutes ago.
Let's not go down that road. He is a lovely human being. Not partaking in the team games of FIFA.
No.
We got all excited. We could see the guys on the dressing room and the camera all gathered around them. We're thinking, oh, maybe they're watching Kyle Abbott's interview. He said, no, they're playing FIFA.
I even dared suggest they were watching Essex or Yorkshire that were playing the Championship, but no. And then we kind of links nicely to Rousseau, another South African who's going to be joining Somerset in a T20, who Pete Trigo tells us is an incredibly good gamer. The esports scene of gaming. Interesting how cricketers have plenty of downtime and they can exercise their thumbs on a console when they're not playing cricket, I guess. Tom Banton likes his Call of Duty. And
going to pick up at least a couple here. I think in the rain, it's just not. The grass is maybe still a little bit wet, so it didn't race away. A couple of runs for.
Not the only one. There's plenty of them. I know a former teammate of mine, club cricket, has a WhatsApp group with Craig and Jamie Overton. They're always playing Call of Duty, and I think it's quite a sociable thing when you've had a long day in the field playing cricket. I guess they don't want to go and watch Canada Championship highlights. Yeah. They're not probably all as badgery as us two are, so they probably want to enjoy a bit of downtime playing some computer games. And the way they are these days, they bring the PlayStation to the Andy Caddick Pavilion.
Oh, lovely stuff from Peter Siddle. Well, yeah, you can get. Have you seen people? You can get these big like gaming booths you basically buy. I mean, I wonder if the club coaches will have to get one of those installed.
We might need a like Man City, Liverpool, a lot of the Premier League sides. They have an esports sort of player that represents the club. We're going to have to sign someone up. Riley Rousseau can be our Somerset esports game.
Like it. That's maybe that's why they brought him in.
Yeah.
They knew that league is coming. St Cross Simondians, I think it might well be. I was just having a quick look. But any Hampshire fans out there,
yes,
please feel free to correct us. Felix Organ played 10 games for them last season. Harry came as well. He was at Lancs and Derbyshire, I think. End of the over. Let's have a quick look at that. Craig Overton wicket. We were talking about Felix Organ.
Poor shot, having looked good with a glorious cover drive the ball before, and then easy catch to Lewis Gregory.
Craig Overton enjoyed that. Felix Organ will have enjoyed it less. So here we go. It's just a bit wide. It did shape away from Felix Organ, but perhaps feeling good. He hit a good shot, as Harry said, the ball before. So there you go. There you know his weakness now, Harry. Got no excuse for not getting him out.
Can't bowl as quick as Craig, sadly. Oh, that's accurate. That's a lovely ball there. Making Gubbins think about playing and withdraw his bat at the last minute.
I'm pretty sure they've had a few others play. I mean, it's a very good cricket club down there. I've seen plenty of names. Organ looks to have been there throughout most of his career. Zach Organ plays there as well, who I'm assuming is a relative.
Felix topping the run scoring charts of last season, I see. And averages. That's another beauty from Craig Overton. That's a play and a miss from Nick Gubbins. He's happy to survive that one. Ellis, not related to Nathan Ellis of the Hobart Hurricanes we were talking about earlier.
Seemed to be of Hampshire. Brilliant to have you all with us. About 1,500, if not a few more of you on the live stream here on day 2. Love your engagements there in the chat. You can tweet us too at Sam J Dowling and at Harry Everett 14
_14.
Harry Everett _14.
Got to get an underscore in these names when you these days.
My apologies.
Don't know how many Harry Everetts there are. Actually, I lie. Don't know how many Harry Everetts there are. I've not told this story on comms before, but I was added to a Facebook group chat with all the Harry Everetts on Facebook, which is bizarre. And everyone just tuning in saying, hi chaps, and that was kind of it. One of the weirdest.
There's no way you can take that from there, though, really, isn't it?
It's just like 20 Harry Everetts all added together, and I'm in Australia, I'm in Canada, I'm in England. So I'm not quite sure how many Harry Everetts are of the 1,700 listening to the YouTube stream right now. But Nathan Phillimore says, as a Hamps fan, it could be a long day. Overton making the ball talk, and Gregory still to come, who can swing it around corners.
Yeah, well, it's impossible to know, isn't it? I mean, we weren't really sure it was a pass score, and if Kyle Abbott doesn't know either. This is good stuff, though, from Craig Overton.
Much better line and length this over. I know he did get Felix Organ out in the previous over, but I think he's bowling even better. He's almost, you could argue he's bowling too well in this over. Sometimes Kyle Abbott was saying the same, and Pete Trigo was saying the same earlier today. You can bowl balls that are so good. I think Abbott was talking about Caddick playing for Clevedon in club cricket. You can bowl balls that are too good to get players out in some ways. They're not good enough to edge it. It's coming through too quick and moving too much. I feel like the last couple of balls have been a bit in that category for Craig Owen. Hoping in a couple of weeks he'll be third seamer to Broad and Anderson for England with all the seam bowling injuries for the Test side.
Yeah, he's right. Gregory still to come. Does swing it around corners. When he gets it going, Lewis Gregory, you know, he can come from nowhere. There might be a couple of loose overs, but once he finds his line and length, it can be beautiful. And he's got 34 wickets against Hampshire at just under 30s in his career so far. He actually just needs 5 more wickets, Lewis Gregory, for 300 first-class wickets in a Somerset shirt. Got a few, 5 for the England Lions and 9 for the MCC as well. Or I should call them poles where Lewis Gregory is concerned. 3 slips in for Holland, who drives through the covers. It was up-ish, but there was no one there in that gap, so there's no risk really, is it?
Didn't really need to run. That was always 4s as soon as it hit the bat in Holland. Wondering, BQ, can't tell them between Pete Siddle and Sam Curran. I'm not quite sure how that works with the left-hand, right-hand combo. I guess it's the blonde hair on top.
Yeah.
But Josh Davey only bowled 2 overs last night. There's Gregory only 3, so plenty of options for Tom Abel, of course.
Do you think we'll see much Jack Leach today?
No. In a word.
I'm inclined to agree with you.
As much as I'd love to see him bowl, but actually if he does bowl, that's a sign that the seamers haven't bowled very well.
Good bit of work from Tom Banton there, tipping it round the post. He's good under that helmet in short leg. I know it used to be the position no one wanted to be, but it's very much a specialist position, isn't it? Haseeb Hameed goes in there quite a lot. Ollie Pope, not for Somerset, obviously. But Banton's very good under there too.
Interesting to see Renshaw and Overton just swap slips. I guess Overton's more athletic, so to have him on the end of the slip corner makes sense. He can dive to the wide gully options, I guess. So Renshaw is now the 2nd slip and Overton's the 3rd. Chris Jordan's probably one of the best slippers I've ever seen to a spin bowler, particularly when he's on his own and just covers ridiculous amounts of ground. Yeah. But Craig Overton, long frame, big hands, great slipper.
He'll be playing his blast cricket for Surrey this year, as will a former Somerset man. They announced a signing that's been in the pipeline for a while now. Cut away, lovely shot. Lovely that from Ian Holland.
Quite aggressive from Holland this over. I wouldn't say it's necessarily awful bowling from Pete Siddle. That one's slightly short, a bit wide, but 2 boundaries.
Let's have a look at that. Holland, the previous one was up-ish, but that one, just enough width. He was still playing quite tight to his body, wasn't he?
Yeah, so it's both steered, wasn't it? Sort of a back foot punch steer behind backward point.
But yeah, Kyron Pollard, formerly of Somerset, will be playing for Surrey this year, so that could be a big game. Last game of the group stages, Sunday the 3rd of July here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Yeah, if we mention that Surrey T20 team, I think Roy, Jacks, Evans, Pollard, Chris Jordan, the 2 Currans, Sunil Narayan's comes overseas as well, Jamie Smith, Jamie Overton, of course we know in these parts. And then you got bowling, Jordan Clark, Reece Topley. It's scary, the depth of options they've got. We didn't mention them much in the T20 Blast pod we chatted about earlier, but boy have they got some talent. They'll be a pretty hard team to beat in all 3 competitions this year, I dare say, sorry. Even with their call-ups to the England side.
Soft hands there from Holland, so pick up a couple. So actually, productive over for both Hampshire and Ian Holland. 10 off it. Hampshire move on to 50. 50 up for them, which it represents a steady start. Felix Organ may well be sitting there a little bit frustrated, having done all that hard work last night and then got out so quickly.
So we have still got a bit of floodlights on. Seems a bit of a waste of the old energy bills, but I guess it's grey and a bit gloomy, but not terribly so.
They said the umpire dictated that, though. Surely, there was a thing. I'm not 100% sure, but I did hear someone say something like once they've gone on, it's difficult to turn them off. Is it not difficult, but you're not meant to turn them off?
Well, I think they take a long time to turn on and off, and I guess it's accustoming the eyes to the different light. Anyway, Craig Overton's still got 3 slips. So he's round the wicket. To tell you what, Nick Gubbins faced some pretty good deliveries early doors. He's yet to go off the mark, and don't blame him. He's faced some absolute jaffers from Craig Overton.
Yeah, been around a long time now. Nick Gubbins, very organised player.
Nick Gubbins.
What's that?
Luke.
So Nick.
You're doing your first name thing again.
No, I definitely said Nick Gubbins, mate. I might have mumbled it, in which case it could have sounded like Luke. But no, Nick.
Maybe thinking Luke Skywalker with the lightsaber leave. I'm getting excited about Matt Renshaw keeps doing. That's another cracking delivery from Craig Overton. And Gubbins can he can defend his stumps and let the ball go through, because these are beauties. We were saying earlier how much the ball was doing with the Bass, and Carl Abbott particularly. Even Bark and Fuller were swinging the ball massively, and poor old Ben Brown was struggling with the gloves. Steve Davies not got his whites too dirty yet, diving around, but the ball's doing enough. Just repeat, I could say the same line again and again.
Deja vu. We'll just replay it on the stream.
I don't know if Craig Overton needs to just pitch one up a bit fuller, but just beating the bat again and again.
It's the same ball, isn't it? You could just replay the commentary. Oh, that's a beauty, isn't it? Stephen Davies, big grin on his face.
Meanwhile, Joe Root's come to the wicket. Up further north, Yorkshire playing Warwickshire. Yorkshire 82 for 2. Will Frayne got 31, but Adam Live now will be joined by Joe Root. Yeah, England's give. I do love the little battles we talked earlier about, or yesterday, about James Anderson getting Joe Root with that beauty last week. Anderson's playing his old mate, Alistair Cook, in this round. Essex 354 for 8. Just missed out on another batting point there with the 110 overs passing by.
You can see Nathan McAndrew, not in the wickets yet, but much more economical. Hopefully he's settled in to life with English conditions. With
still got 0 on his back. Still not got a proper number. That's a good shot by Nick Gubbins, and a great bit of fielding by Tom Lammonby diving forward to his right. It was good to see Tom Lammonby having a bowl in the, I suppose you can call it the lunch break, even though it was just a pre-match warm-up really. 3 days play, as Lammonby was steaming in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion.
Yeah, it's been interesting, and there are a few people who have noted that he hasn't. I mean, Somerset's bowling attack is so strong, and even Tom Abel, who was effectively a frontline bowler for much of last season, hasn't bowled much.
That's full from Overton, appeal for leg for wicket, but always done leg side, wouldn't it?
I think he got an inside edge as well.
Stifled, wasn't it?
Let's have another look, shall we? Yeah, I think there's bat on that. Otherwise, I think the appeal would have been much more vociferous from Craig Overton. Heard 2 noises certainly from up here. Still a decent number of people in here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Amazing crowd yesterday, wasn't it? In the sunshine, day one, beautiful. Can't blame people for not being as keen today, given the early morning weather. I mean, we're doing well to play any cricket. It was really awful this morning, first thing, but it does look set fair for most of the afternoon. I know it changes almost on a 10-minute basis, but yeah, could be all right. 66 overs remaining potentially.
should mention another news bulletin with the New Zealand Test side in the country preparing for the much awaited, exciting England-New Zealand Test series. They've sadly had 3 members of their camp test positive for COVID on the opening morning of their tour match against Sussex at Hove. So Blair Tickner, Henry Nichols, and the bowling coach Shane Jurgensen. So that's slightly worrying. We thought the COVID scares in cricket were a bit behind us, but they're going to have 5 days in isolation before the Test match starts on the 2nd of June.
Well, they've still got a bit of time, haven't they?
Yeah. Hopefully they'll all be well and good. I'm quite excited to see Blair Tickner in a New Zealand shirt. Hopefully he'll get a go. Useful bowler from the New Zealand side and come through the setup and has got a lot of domestic wickets.
Peter Siddle's got a lot of domestic wickets too, and how Somerset would love him to pick up a couple more this morning. But Ian Holland is there. Good bit of running there. Drop and run to Lammonby's better hand to his left side, but the gap was there. Just a man at point and a man at wide-ish mid-off. And they come through for a single. And no, don't end the over. So I think Nick Gubbins is going to face Peter Siddle for the first time.
Yeah, been quite grateful, I think. Not that Peter Siddle's easy to face, but the way Craig Overton's been bowling.
Yeah, 13 balls of Overton. He's had yet to score a run. And now Peter Siddle coming around the wicket. 3 slips in for him. Hildreth, Renshaw and that man Craig Overton. Quite nice being a fast bowler that can field at slip as well. Gets off the mark straight away, just turning one into the leg side. Because you do get a genuine rest if you're in there at 3rd slip. If you're down at 3rd man or fine leg, not so peaceful. Instead it's Josh Davey who's having to do with a left-right hand combo in. Josh Davy's going to have is the man doing the running from side to side.
So similar field here. The 2 back on the leg side. Deep square, sort of a long, deep backwards fine leg, and Tom Banton's beaten there, almost through his legs. But easy for Lewis Gregory out there to keep it to 1, and then they'll have to all switch around a bit for the left-hander. And the over change. Well, we've got the fielding change here. Jack Leach is going off. Is that Lewis Goldsworthy, I think, coming on?
Leach has turned himself into a bit of a backward point specialist, hasn't he? He's been there. He took a good catch up at Surrey. Who was it? Might have been Sam Curran. Absolutely creamed one at him at backward point. Took the catch.
Yeah, he's not the person you'd expect to have a backward point, but you're right, he has done well. Organ, that's another beauty from Craig Overton. I can't keep saying the same thing every ball, but there's not much else to say. I chatted to Pete Trigo earlier. His son was playing a Somerset under-15 versus Devon under-15 scorecard that Mike Unwin was particularly interested in. There's a James Rouge's younger brother, Pete Trigo Jr. There's a Willoughby as well. Some serious Somerset names in that under-15
really?
scorecard.
Lovely
That's
shot.
Fuller from, not James Fuller, but Fuller delivery from Craig Overton, and that is driven away for probably 3. Josh Davies, no, just going to stick to 2. Josh Davey does well to charge after that and haul that in.
I hope young Willoughby has the same action as his dad.
Yeah, I wonder how much that's genetic or trained.
Just gazelle-like, wasn't it, his approach?
That's a nice shot from Holland, and Craig's fuming at himself, kicking his leg out. That's tickled down to Pete Siddle at fine leg. And for the left-hander, Siddle's going to have to go across to fine leg. The subfielder, I think, is Ned Leonard, who's come on at mid-wicket. He's now going to be at point. Talk about Jack Leach at point. Well, Jack Leach off the field, so it makes sense that subfielder Leonard does the job at point.
He and Casey Aldridge both played in the first game of the season, didn't they, against this very opposition.
More play there again by Gubbins. He's fighting through a really tricky period here from Craig Overton.
What do you reckon? Time for a change at the other end?
Yes, I think Siddle's not quite been at his best in this start to day two's proceedings. Gregory and Davey waiting in the wings, and that's the great thing about this Somerset attack. When there are 4 genuine guys who could open the bowling, you only need to bowl one bad over, and being hauled off I don't think it's massively upsetting. It's good to keep changing it and keep the batters guessing, really. You know, Gregory and Davey have opened the bowling many a time in recent seasons, so great options for Tom Abel to have, and I'd like to see Tom have a bowl within the next hour or so, depending how the game goes. But
I'm not sure I'm with you there.
He didn't bowl yesterday, did he?
I'm not sure that's neat. Not from the first hour of this game.
I just feel like he's improved so much with the ball, and because it's just like different pace to the other 4. Sometimes it might hold up in the pitch and do something slightly different, just to pose a different threat or challenge to the batters. But obviously you want your main frontline 4 seamers to do the job, as Craig Overton does a lovely bit of skittles, rolling it through to Steve Davies, and Nick Gubbins is going to take his sweater off.
What was that on the screen? I don't know if you saw it, but we just had it here. It's back up there now, over in the Lord Ian Botham stand. And there's a chap there with what looks like a ram's head. I'm sure it's not. It might be the Moose Cup, sponsored by Darras.
No, that's the camera.
Oh, is it?
That's our camera down the other end. Our CCTV style wicket end camera.
Oh, there you go. It's not a cup, it's not a moose's head, a ram's head. It looks like it from here. It looks like it's some kind of massive goblet. I see.
He's gone now, you've upset him.
Have I?
The chap who's stood next to us now.
Oh, no,
retreats inside.
It's not going to be a change, it's going to be Peter Siddle continue.
Talking of Peters.
Oh, I can hear him, the footsteps. I daren't turn around. Single there from...
Probably should have been 2, really, shouldn't it, Tom?
I can hear this voice behind me just singing. I would love to say it's beautiful, but I'd be lying.
I'm just scared he's going to bring a meteorologist with him.
Well, there were rumours. Have you brought someone with you? An expert? No.
No. Stuck with Michael Fish instead. You have to rewind to yesterday's bizarre chats if you can be bothered, though I don't necessarily recommend it.
Around the wicket, Siddle to Nick Gubbins. That one just shoots through. Stephen Davies does well to pick that up. One bounce in front of him. Just, you don't really notice him wicket keeping, and that's to his credit, I think, Stephen Davies. He's just very efficient and very good at what he does.
Yeah. They always say if a keeper's not mentioned, then he's done a good job. Same with a referee in a football or rugby game, isn't it?
Exactly what I was thinking, yeah.
Nathan Fillimore agrees. Time for Gregory to replace Siddle. We'll keep thriving off him. Hasn't got it right yet. Don't know if he's coming from a Hampshire or a Somerset perspective, but
I think Nathan's Hampshire. We've got a few Hampshire fans with us.
Yeah,
Brilliant to have you with us. I hope you enjoyed Kyle Abbott a bit earlier on as much as we did.
Owen Spottiswood also says, afternoon everyone, great to see some play, even if it's a watch from behind the sofa kind of day. He's definitely a Hunts fan.
Tom Banton in at backward point, moving quickly to his left, a quick sidestep with those pads on because he's been in at short leg. If you're just joining us, a belated start to day 2 we had here, Somerset versus Hampshire. Plenty of rain around this morning, but we've been playing about half an hour now. Somerset have picked up a wicket. Craig Overton enticed Felix Organ into a bit of a wild shot, really. Oh, exaggerated leave there from Nick Gubbins. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, different to the lights here we've been banging on about far too much in recent times.
It was a very definitive motion, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I enjoyed that from Nick Gubbins.
Old-fashioned, get the bat out of the way, and it's just nowhere near. And this is, I think we've got to credit the Hampshire batting more here. It's been very good bowling from Craig Overton particularly, but Hampshire have, well, Gubbins and Holland have batted very well to avoid the nicks, and they've still scored. And to hang in there on a tricky pitch and bowling conditions, he's done well to get to 57 for 1.
Yeah, Holland's batting nicely and just starting to get going, isn't he? Gubbins, we all know. Here's quality. End of the over then.
We'll have a little switch around. I'll make way for Pete Trigo to come in to my seat.
57 for 1 then here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Sam Dalling here. Harry Everett's been with me. He'll be back in 25 minutes, half an hour. Peter Trigo is gonna jump back in. Afternoon, Peter.
Sam. How are you?
Oh, I'm very well, thanks. Yourself?
Yeah, good.
What do you think?
It's been good. Yeah, I've been watching from behind the bowler's arm, and it's just one of those mornings, isn't it? From a Somerset perspective, Hampshire, as Harry was mentioning there, playing very well. You've got to credit the opposition. Bowling and batting, I think Hampshire have been exceptional on days 1.5. But then you have those overs like the previous one, Overton to Gubbins, could have got him out 4 times in the over. It's just one of those mornings.
We were. Craig doing a fair bit with it because we're not quite behind the arm, but you were down on the deck. Was that doing a fair bit, Craig Overton? Almost too much?
Just enough, really. Almost a little bit like a Bass, but with a bit more pace. It was just angling in around the wicket to Gubbins. It was just pinching off the seam towards the slips. Really unlucky not to have nicked him off. I mean, one of them was just like you think, how did that not either bowl him or catch the edge? But again, credit to the Hampshire batsmen. They're holding a nice tight line. They're not following the ball. So when there is movement, they're playing and missing and not nicking it. So again, I don't think Somerset over the first day and a half so far have done a great deal wrong. They're just up against a very high quality team playing well.
Yeah, it's been brilliant stuff. I mean, that's the beauty. We talked about it already, but this game, it's just been. If you just looked at the scorecard, you wouldn't necessarily think it was anything special, but it's been really intense all the way through. The Hampshire attacks relentless, the Somerset attacks relentless. There are runs out there, but players have had to work hard for them.
Yeah, JL mentioned it. Justin Langer said it when he was at Somerset captaining. He said there are passages of play in the First Division that he feels like he's playing in a Test match, and I think this has been one. I mean, you've got Test quality bowlers bowling at good batters. Somerset have obviously been under the cosh for the majority of the game, but it's just been really intense quality cricket, and I think the Somerset faithful have been, seeing these performances from Craig Overton. Yes, he's got a wicket, he's bowling beautifully. His opportunities that he's going to get this summer against New Zealand, he's going to be bowling in his own country on wickets that might just give him a little bit more assistance, and that is something that we are really keen to see, because let's be fair, the opportunities that Craig has had so far in an England shirt have been on pretty docile pitches, so really excited if he can replicate this sort of form against New Zealand early this summer. He could have a really exciting year ahead.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We don't know how he's going to get on, but he's been the standout bowler in county cricket for a few years now, and he's at least got to get a chance. I know he had the new ball in the West Indies, but that's not a pitch necessarily suited to his style of bowling. So to get the Duke's ball and to do it at home is what I'm really looking forward to seeing. Yeah,
exactly right. He looks fit, looks strong. Every time I've seen him off the field as well, he's got a smile on his face. He's enjoying his cricket. He's a great competitor, Craig. Bowls his overs, keeps running in. And I think whereas before, 5 years ago, he used to get quite sort of hot-headed and frustrated very quickly, whereas now he just knows that, he's learnt just to hammer away, and he's just around the corner from quite an incredible achievement. I think I'm right in saying he's on 499 first-class wickets at the moment, and to be there at such a young age is testament to how good he is.
Yeah, certainly is. We've talked about a change of bowling. They've had 5 overs each so far this morning, and Lewis Gregory, who just bowled those 3 overs last night. I mean, talking about high caliber players, a bit like Hampshire. Here's another one for you to bring on. Lewis Gregory comes on at first change, has opened the bowling with good success in previous years. Sometimes does open the bowling as well. I think pretty sure he opened up in the Bob Willis Trophy final a couple of years back.
Yeah, Lewis has opened the bowling many times, hasn't he? For Somerset, he takes a lot of wickets with a new ball. It's one of those. We've got 4 opening bowlers on the field really that could take the new ball, and Hampshire had that same problem as well. Kyle Abbott and having Keith Barker take the new ball instead of him, that must have been a tough call. you know, as we talked about this morning with the 2020 selections, it's, you know, Somerset, you know, with how strong they are on paper, brings with it a lot of headaches.
You'd rather have those problems when you got your 4 bowlers, because Josh Davies the other one in the conversation that he and Craig Overton opened the bowling with such success last season in the Bob Wellis Trophy final. And then even if your next team are in, Jack Brooks is another man who's brilliant with the new ball too.
Exactly right. Like I said, it's a long season. It's a long 6 months. Everyone will get their opportunity.
He had that opportunity here in the last game. Brooks, nice looking shot that from Nick Govins, straight down the ground. Going to get cut off that outfield. Just not quite as quick, maybe a little bit of moisture still in it, but it was a good looking shot from Nick Govins there.
Yeah, I was expecting, you know, 4 runs and don't bother running for that one. But yeah, this outfield has certainly changed over the last decade. Very green now here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Lewis Gregory just feeling his way into his spell, I think. Nick Govins, a high quality performer, signed from Middlesex. Good acquisition, very, very good player. As Lewis bowls a away swinging nipper through to Steve Davis. Really liked what he said about Steve Davis about not noticing him. I think those with a really keen eye for various elements of the game will totally agree with that sentiment. I used to call him Silky. He just had the silky hands, you know what I mean? The ball just melted in, and you know, I always really appreciate those things. You know, good slip fielders. You know, I think you take it for granted because keepers have gloves on that it's going to be an easy job. It certainly isn't that, and Davos just makes it look so easy. As Lewis bowls again to Nick Govins, plays a pretty quality shot to Josh Davey there at mid-off. It's going to be tough work. I think it's starting to get a little bit flatter, but yeah, it's interesting. We've just had the report from the office. 25 playing misses. I mean, well, it could be game over by now if they nick them all. Do you know what I mean?
They would be at home enjoying ourselves. We're enjoying ourselves here. Shot.
25. That's a play and a miss, and over, and only 1 wicket down. And that is the way it goes sometimes in high quality first class cricket. You've just got to stay patient. Lewis going a little bit straight there to Nick Govins, and he whips that off of his thigh for 4. A little bit of ill discipline there. Just getting a bit greedy on the line. Stay in that channel, Lewis.
He's a man, Lewis, that sometimes it can take him an over or 2 to get into a spell, and then suddenly it clicks, and then every ball is on the money.
Yeah, I think that's not a rarity in cricket. Lewis definitely needs a little bit of bowler's WD-40 for that back, just to get going. But when he does, and when he gets a good feel on his skills, I mean, he's an incredible bowler. Has a really good stock delivery with a really sharp sort of wobble seam in swinger to the right hander. Certainly has all the tools, and I think Lewis's record wouldn't be far behind Craig Overton's, I can't imagine. Both very, very high quality bowlers. Somerset lucky to have the 2 of them.
I was having funny he say that. I was just having a quick look. So Craig's now needs 1 for 400 first class wickets. Lewis, I was just adding them up. He's got 485 wickets for Somerset across all formats.
Has he?
Lewis Gregory.
Craig Overton. Oh, it's nearly 400,
nearly
is 400,
it? 400, okay. Yeah, for him.
Guy played for 20 years to get that many.
What's going on here? Is this a ball going through the ring? I thought we'd replace those Duke's balls. Kyle Abbott was saying they're looking a bit better, but umpire Blackwell does have the ring out, and I think that ball is just sat, not passing through it. So they are going to change that ball for the first time in this game. So we got through. Well, we had a new ball in the first innings. I think just about. Yeah, we did, didn't we?
Well, there's obviously something not quite right with it for them to change it of first request. Blackie does get the old the hoop out, and I believe if you try and pass it through on a couple of different axes, if that's the right word, and it doesn't pass through, then it's gone out of shape. So Blackie, my old roommate, writing down on his notepad that at 26 overs the ball has been changed. Blackie looking very fit and svelte at the moment. He looks like he's been in the gym this winter. Had a chat with him on the phone this morning when we were off for rain, saying, "Come on, mate, the sun's out, get out there." But knowing Blackie, he was probably pretty keen for an early lunch. with his mate out there, Alex Wolf.
Didn't quite get through 80 overs in the first innings. It's been a theme all season that I don't know if you've seen the Duke's ball. The number of times they've changed it. Players have been, Scott Borthwick was very critical, and not just him. I think they had to change the ball 5 or 6 times in the game up at Durham last week. Not even after 80 overs, but just because the balls were so bad.
Yeah, it's worrying because it kind of fuels the narrative, doesn't it, for the Kookaburra ball to be used all over the world. But I think part of me being a little bit of a traditionalist, it's one of the idiosyncrasies of English cricket that we use the Duke ball and not the standard ball from other parts of the world. So part of me thinks it's a shame, but like I said, if Dukes aren't producing the quality, it fuels the narrative for that change to happen, which I personally think would be a shame.
Yeah, and it's part of the challenge, isn't it, for players coming over here. We've seen some of the Australians struggle with the Duke's ball, so actually it's another part of that amazing county cricket, the rich tapestry of stories. So they've got a new ball, it'll be 15-ish overs old, or 26-ish even. They won't have one for every over. Craig Overton may be just having a chat with Ian Blackwell just to check that one is up to scratch. He is going to continue a bit, but yeah, it's part of that challenge, seeing players come over and how can they get used to, or how quickly can they get used to bowling on that Duke's ball, because it is very different. We've got a newish Duke's ball out there at the moment. Craig Overton just had the first change of the game, in fairness. It hasn't been like some of the other games where almost every innings you've had to change the ball. What do you reckon Hampshire are thinking from here? Because Carl Abbott was on. I did mention, by the way, I asked him if he was losing sleep and not being the pro to have the best figures at Cleveland. He said he wasn't, but he will be now.
He will be. I bet he's probably got a better. He probably scored a higher score with the bat though, so he kind of did a switcheroo there. No, he was really well thought of at Cleveland Cricket Club when he played here for a while, before he broke through into first-class cricket and then a rapid ascension up to Test cricket. And he did so well, didn't he, for South Africa when he did play? Really quality player. Probably, well, without doubt, a player that Somerset missed out on.
Yeah, didn't he have 7 for 29 on his debut? I think he took 9 for in the game. Jack Callis. I mean, it was a tough side to get into there, wasn't it? Stain, Morkel, Callis, Philander, who was here at Somerset for a little bit as well.
Yeah, they had an amazing bowling attack for a period of time, South Africa.
Soft
Number 1 in the world for a while during that sort of period. Yeah, but Kyle Abbott, I think his Test record still would read very favourably.
Yeah, 39 wickets at 22. Just 11 games. I mean, it was he made a decision ultimately, didn't he, to give that up and come over and play for Hampshire. He's been here. He was there as an overseas for a few years previously, but then has been over here full time for 3 or 4 years now. What a performer in county cricket. He was talking about how much he loves the county game. He was saying, we asked him about the gamers as well because of the Riley Rousseau. He said they're FIFA, all the boys were over there playing FIFA, but he's not interested in the slightest.
Good lad, good lad. Yeah, it's passed me by the gaming thing. I had a short period where I played online with Charles Willoughby, his cousin in Cape Town, and we had a few mates, from different parts of the world, and we all used to play one of the war games. But yeah, you can lose a lot of time. Sometimes good to also stay present and get off your computers, isn't it?
Absolutely. Isn't there's a chance? Well, Harry was saying to me that there's a Somerset side currently with a Trigo and a Willoughby in it together. Is that right?
Yeah, there is. Somerset under 15s at the moment. Cole Willoughby, Dexter Trigo playing together at the moment. Cole is not a left-arm swinger. He's a batter. And my lad is a bit of a chip off the old block. He's a right-handed, quite an aggressive batsman and a seam bowler. So yeah, we'll watch this space. Yeah, they love their cricket. My son Dexter at the moment and my other son Davis both playing in Western-super-Mare's first team with me tomorrow. The glamour tie, if you're around the Midsummer Norton region and want to see a bit of high-quality cricket and an old man shuffling up and down the crease, stop by and have a little watch or a laugh.
Your brother Sam was on the staff for a bit, wasn't he, in the early 90s?
Yeah, 1997 Sam was on the staff. He did really well actually. He was unlucky not to go on and have a more of an opportunity. But like back in the day, the hirings and firings were, you know, a little bit more regular than they are now, I guess. And yeah, he played club cricket for many years, and he's now the groundsman at Weston-super-Mare. So Sam does a great job getting the old grass green and the wicket flat, so I can get some runs on the weekend. Yeah, but it's certainly nice turning up to watch my son play, and Charles there with his wife Nikki watching his son. It's like old times. I also watched I watched my other son Davis at Northampton the other day, and had a chat with Andrew Davies from Glamorgan and David Sales.
Yeah.
From David Sales' son actually got my son out, so that was awkward for a few minutes until I got over it. But yeah, it's nice. There seems to be a nice trend of sons following in their father's footsteps in cricket. As Lewis comes into bowl again with that little wobble seamer, trying to hunt that front pad out. But Holland's equal to it, and he dabs that into the leg side. He moves on to 33. Hampshire 65 for 1. Getting to that stage where Somerset really do need to make a breakthrough soon.
Yeah, Holland, I mean, that wasn't the most convincing shot, but he's looked pretty assured out there. He's been a good signing for them. Hampshire has opened the batting and the bowling at various different times. Kyle Abbott described him as a naughty bowler, which I quite liked. Came on and picked up that couple of wickets. Yesterday got Matt Renshaw out as well, so big wicket, but an amazing tail USA international. But he's a fantastic player. 3 centuries to his name previously. 10 50s, and he's got 33 here, batting nicely.
Yeah, it certainly is nice when you're, you know, immersed into county cricket. I just had a message from a great friend of mine, Ed Welch, down in Dorset. He just messaged me saying he was at the ground yesterday. Hi Ed and family, hope you're well. Make sure you let me know next time you're here, and we'll have a pasty together.
What a crowd there was in yesterday as well, wasn't it? Great to see.
Brilliant.
I'd love to know the numbers. I don't know if we've got the numbers, chaps. I know it was the highest county championship crowd here of the season.
Run him out! Oh! What a great bit of fielding there at mid-on. Who's that? Tom Lammonby. Using the outside of his left hand to try and flick the stumps down. It would have been an amazing run out. Here's the replay. Lewis running into bowl, dab to mid-on. They take the one, and well,
they ran on the basis that they know he's left-handed and he was going to his right, but it was superb work from Tom Lammonby there. The standard of fielding these days is unreal.
This is the other great thing about the Somerset live stream, supported by WPA Health Insurance. I'm getting Tim Gronewold through a Watt bike session. He's just sent me a photo of him on his bike. All I can say to him is I hope it's painful.
What a player he was for Somerset. Always one of those, I know obviously they didn't, but it felt like it's the kind of player you need to sign just to stop him doing well against you, because he always seemed to get wickets and late order runs against Somerset.
He used to sniff out my inner thigh in the nets for fun. He's just to have the knack of just bowling those little nip backers. It never hit the thigh pad, always used to get you on the flesh, and Tim used to have this wry smile on his face. He knew he'd give you a nice little purple bruise for a week or so. Yeah, he's
got him. Ian Holland hasn't moved. Somerset are convinced they had him.
Oh, the body language says that the Somerset players were pretty confident there was an inside edge there.
Stephen Davis, as we've said, just made it look so easy because he had to move. He was going the wrong way.
Oh, if there's a noise that could only be bat, you'd think.
Somerset, it was more celebration than appeal, wasn't it?
Yeah, the old Selly appeal a la Stuart Broad was in force there. Maybe they're all tough to give, I suppose, but it did look from the replay that if there was a noise, which we can't hear up there, it looked like it could have only been the inside edge of Ian Holland's bat.
It jagged back a lot late. We saw it. We saw it a lot yesterday. So change of bowling. Josh Davies going to come into the attack. Perhaps someone will just come on as sub-fielder. So maybe it's Craig Overton. Yeah, it is Craig Overton.
Craig Overton's just left the field, probably for a shirt change. He's bowled a decent spell there. A shirt change and a And a sock change, much to the dismay of the dressing room that would have to smell those things when he takes them off, as Josh Davey runs into bowl. Clips the front pad, or did he trap it? A really strong appeal first ball. Josh Davey straight on the money.
He was convinced.
Yeah, I think that's probably outside the line. Unfortunately, JD, whether it was pad or not first. JD's a brilliant character. I saw him the other day. Whether even if that was given out, he'd still regard himself as unlucky. Turned himself into a high quality bowler for Somerset as he stomps in again. Just has a, very much like Tim Grunewald actually, has a knack of just nipping the ball, even when on a docile service. Josh Davey has a knack of just getting the ball to move a little bit. Real tough customer, tough bowler to line up. You know, like a swing bowler, you'd sort of get a sense of the movement, whereas Josh Davey, Tim Grunewald, those sort of bowlers, they kind of just have a knack of doing something that hasn't happened before for 10, 15 balls and always catch you off guard.
He's been on the staff for a long time now at Somerset, and it took him a few years, didn't it? There was a few years where he was playing more games for Scotland than he was Somerset, but the improvement, the coaching staff must have seen something in him, and the improvement over that couple of years between, I don't know, it was about 2013, 14, he had a summer contract one year, didn't he, and they kept him and brought him back. And about 2018 or 19 he broke through. Yeah,
I mean, every time he did get an opportunity, he always did well, so you know, that would have been the reason behind keeping him. He always had the ability, but you know, he was playing 5, 6, 7 years ago. It was an era where there weren't many spots. Again, go back to us talking about the 2020 team. It's hard, 15, 16 doesn't go into 11, and JD now is one of the forefront of that selection conversation now because of his performances, and that's just the nature of being in a squad. You've got to put in a bank of performances that make you undroppable. But it's not. I think in modern sport, it's not about being dropped anymore. It's, there's so many things to consider. Fitness, keeping people fit and fresh, and the amount of cricket that gets played. So a lot of the times you just lose your spot just because.
You have to find a balance, right? Because we've got England quick bowlers dropping like flies, whereas someone like Craig actually doesn't, in the last couple of years, hasn't picked up as many injuries. And I saw Steve Harmison talking about it, saying actually you do need to bowl. People don't bowl enough, and it sounds silly, and people criticise him for saying that. But there's only one way to get fit for bowling.
Yeah, well, from my knowledge and the knowledge that I've been given by the medical specialists is, it's kind of like weightlifting as well. Not that weightlifting and bowling are the same, but you've got to, the more impact you put on rugby is very, the collisions in rugby. If you don't have training where there's full contact, you're actually at more of a risk of sustaining a serious injury because you've got to keep your body hardened to the skill that you're trying to do day in, day out. So you've got to bowl at different intensity levels for different lengths of time to make sure that you don't go into a situation where your body gets soft, because what you don't want is no bowling nice and fresh and then all of a sudden a day where you'll bowl 25 overs. That's where you get a massive injury risk. So all the top bowling coaches, and I'm sure everyone here at Somerset will have a spreadsheet of how many overs people are bowling, and there might be a case where on a random day off, one of the lads might have to come in and just get 4 overs out just to make sure you keep the oil in the engine and the bones actually harden to the impact that they're going to take.
It's like with any sport. I mean, it's completely different, but pro cycling, actually they'll be cycling almost every day. Was it the Brownies that they did a thing where most of their training is done at about 20-30% max. Like, it's really light, but they just have to keep doing it. They can't have, rather than have 3 or 4 rest days, actually they just keep going and keep cycling.
Yeah, I mean, for the people who do follow other sports, and in particular those endurance sports, when the Grand Tour cyclists, the Tour de France, they will cycle for 130 miles in a tour stage up and down mountains, and 4 or 5 hours in the saddle. They don't just climb off the bike. They will do a very short bit of media, and then they'll be back onto a turbo trainer for probably an hour to cycle down because of the strain their body's under. If you just stop, that's really quite dangerous. So they actually sit on the bike for an extra hour.
Do they?
At the end of at the end of a 5-6 hour cycling day, they'll sit on their turbo trainer while they're eating and refueling, just to get their muscles slowly warmed down. And like I said, there is a bit of science to it. Part of me really does agree with some of the stuff that's out at the moment. A lot of the old bowlers are jumping on the bandwagon as they, we used to, in our day we used to bowl X, Y, and Z, and now they're picking on, not picking on, but Mark Wood's only bowled 1,800 overs in 10 years or whatever it is, and Fred Truman used to bowl 18,000. Whatever the argument point is at the moment, but I think within the two of them, I think there's a ground that needs to be met.
Yeah.
Yes, the science says one thing, but actually the experience and the reality is, if you spoke to an Andy Caddick, what kept him fit for 700 overs a year was to keep the body hardened to the skill. And because bowling is so unique, I spoke to a surgeon about sports injuries, and he said the two most common and most high risk things that you can do is a scrum for your neck and bowling fast for your lower back. They're the two things that are basically like no-nos. And basically, is you get twist and compression.
Yeah.
And the spine and the neck is not designed to twist and compress at the same time. So again, how do you train for that? There's nothing. Show me a machine that replicates bowling. It just isn't there. So yes, continuous bowling is the key. As the rain looks to have settled in here at Taunton. Back in the day, we used to sit in the Colin Atkinson ground, look across to the Mendips, and on the church spire, I think the saying used to be, if the cock's arse is facing the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, you wouldn't play out here for the rest of the day. I can't see the cockerel's backside, but I think it might be facing the Colin Atkinson, so we could be in for a bit of a delay.
Yeah, we're definitely in for some delay. It's fascinating that this bowling stuff. It's interesting, isn't it? Because spreadsheets are great, but it's a bit like academia and real life. Like the theory's wonderful, but I don't know if they almost pull. All right, we're straight. As soon as we stray into this red zone that we talk about, then we have to stop completely. And I don't know if it's in practice. It's maybe. Actually, you can push into the red zone a little bit. That's how, when you train, when you're doing your weight training and your stuff, you push into the red zone because that's what brings you the improvement.
Do you know where the honey is in this argument is getting players up to a place where they know their games and they know their bodies. I guarantee you that a Peter Siddle will go to the bowling coach and he will say from time to time, "Coach, I need to bowl a few overs." He will know that he needs to top up. But he'll also, on the other hand, go, "I need to have a little break here. I'm feeling it in a certain part of my body." And through experience, you get to understand what your body needs to operate at the top level. And I think the job of a club and a coach and a player is to get yourself to that level as quickly as you can.
I'll tell you who I'd love to get on at some point to chat is another old teammate of yours who is big in the science of bowling, but also has the practice as well. Stefan Jones would be a good man to chat to.
Stefan Jones. Yeah, I used to sit next to him in the pavilion. Lovely Welsh accent. Hell of a singing voice.
Has he?
Oh, brilliant.
Land of my fathers.
No, he was an absolute I used to love changing. I can remember when because he was one of the first in our game in the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s, that really started to look into supplements and fueling a day's play through not meat and 2 veg. It was literally like protein shakes and all these various things. I can remember him getting quite grumpy about what we were fed at lunch, and he came in and threw this item of food against the wall and just shouted out, "Can someone tell me the nutritional value of a vegetable samosa?" And everyone just rolled around laughing. But yes, that would be a great conversation. He's far more knowledgeable than I am about bowling and mechanics and all this stuff. I think he's probably out with the IPL at the moment.
Yeah, does he do Rajasthan Royal stuff, I think, doesn't he?
Yeah, testament to where he's got in the game. He's out in the IPL. So, brilliant man to speak to. He's got some theories that some people perceive as a bit crazy, but again, within there's a massive knowledge base. And not only that, he's been through it himself and he's learned through actually doing it. I think I always slightly worry when you get academics that haven't actually put themselves through a county season thinking or articulating like they know the best way to do it when they haven't actually done it themselves. I always think that, again, because bowling is such a unique action and a unique thing to do to your body, until you've actually bowled 500 overs in 6 months, I'm not convinced that any dissertation can give you the knowledge that you need.
That's exactly it's the point about spreadsheets and actually having done it. And also having, he had some big injuries in his career. I remember he came back from one and you could see he'd noticeably bulked up. But he's also got, as well as having bowled and put those overs through the legs, he knows how to recover as well from big injuries. Yeah, he's out as their high-performance fast bowling coach for the Rajasthan Royals this year. So Stephen Jones.
Stephen Jones is one of those that he's left Wellington School now, I believe, and he's doing all that work with Varun Aaron, and I know he's really good with his pace lab stuff. And I remember I went to have some coaching with him in an Easter holiday camp about 10 years ago, and of course he brought Mark Trescothick along, and Trescothick was teaching us to sweep pace bowlers, and Stephen Jones was working with the young pace lads. And he's played for Heathcote and Tiverton, he's played local cricket all across the Wetpool leagues as well. He's a very talented man, great coach, and so we'll get him on at some point when he's back in these parts, I'm sure.
Yeah, he tells a good story. Part of that Somerset 2001 C&G Trophy winning side. Here's that Ian Holland. Well, the one that Somerset thought they had their man. Lewis Gregory thought he had it. You can see from his reaction. It's hard to say. Is it a bit of bottom edge? Is that what they're
it's either flap of the back pad. I
pocket, wasn't it?
It could be flap of the back pad,
I thought it was pocket.
Slow it down. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's that top of his pocket.
LBW, desperation call. Yeah,
high,
it's not great.
Right pocket.
Well, I tell you what, fair play. We've had the benefit of a 5 slow motions, and Alex Wharf has made a tremendous decision there. And I'm saying that with my Somerset cap on. Umpires get a bit of grief from sometimes, but Alex Wharf has made a quite staggeringly excellent decision there. Even though it hasn't gone our way, definitely the back pocket of Ian Holland. What nearly sold me there is Hildy. I haven't seen him move that fast for a while, and I was like, if Hildy's convinced, maybe he did nick it, but no. Alex Wharf, well done.
It's looking a bit brighter. The rain stopped. That you can see over the hills. It's pouring down, but the ground staff are back out there. We've just got a couple of sheets. They haven't brought the full set of sheets on. Talking of Stephen Jones, I mean, he could have played. He could have been a dual pro, couldn't he? Him and rugby.
Yeah, I think he was. He played for Llanelli or something, whatever. You have to. There's an accent in the Welsh language, isn't there? There's that we can't do. But Llanelli, or however we say it. Yeah, he played for them as a semi-professional rugby player. So. Yeah, very talented bloke.
Very talented man. Speaking of talented individuals, we had a debate about this man earlier on as well. Max Waller, one of the leading wicket takers in the Blast of all time. We're going to see a masterclass, a leg spin bowling masterclass from Max Waller on the screen very shortly.
He was walking around in the lunch break. I saw him. He's in the ground today.
We'll be back after the rain with an update. Here's Max Waller taking you through the art of leg spin.
Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for the next in our series of Somerset Masterclasses. Today I've got Somerset spin bowler Max Waller with us, not only a spin bowling artist but portrait artist as well. If any of you have seen Max on social media, numerous works of very attractive pets that he's got on there too. But today we're here to talk about spin. Max has played over 130 matches for Somerset and got a similar amount of wickets in T20 cricket. In fact, he's the leading leg spinning wicket taker in the history of the T20 Blast. So today we're going to go through some leg spin bowling, but also all of the variations that you would have seen Max during his Somerset appearances. Looking forward to this one.
Somerset, Max Waller, off he goes to... Just when he was firing...
Max, thanks for joining us today. T20 cricket is so prevalent in the world of cricket, and particularly spin bowling. It's gone from almost step and fetch it in terms of the early stages of T20 cricket with the likes of Jeremy Snape with the moon balls, to T20 bowlers and particularly spin bowlers being so important in every franchise league all the way around the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, spin bowling's massive in T20 cricket at the moment, especially people with variation. And variation is the most important thing, I think, in T20 cricket because it's unpredictable and also a lot of deception through the air and through delivery itself can create problems for batters who are looking to hit one area of the field.
A spin bowler these days, you're used in a variety of roles, so you have to adjust and adapt depending on what's in front of you. But if we come back to your initial mindset as a spinner, you're brought on to bowl at any stage of the game, what's generally in your mind? What are you looking to do?
I think I want to take wickets. That's the first and foremost. Any spin bowler, I think they're looking to take wickets. I don't think you can go into a game looking to contain. I think taking wickets naturally slows the run rate down anyway. So you ask any captain around the world these days in franchise cricket, they'll all look for leg spinners or spin bowlers in general as an attacking option rather than a defensive one. So yeah, looking to attack and yeah, bowling wicket to wicket, stick to my strengths, know what I'm good at, yeah, and basically go from there.
Let's talk about your strengths a minute. So when the caption comes on in the summer, Max Waller, you've got your matches and wickets, and generally says leg spinner there, but you know, spin the ball both ways, got all sorts of deliveries, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I actually bowl very few leg spinners, which is actually a bit of already tricking the batsman. When if they're watching at home the highlights, they'll see the leg spin bowl actually, yeah, lots of googlies, lots of back spinners and trying to see the batsman both ways. Yeah, I generally run the ball into the right-handed batsman, so I'm looking to attack the stumps as much as possible. I think keeping the stumps in play is important. Yeah, and so yeah, calling me a leg spinner is actually quite handy.
Well, today we're going to have a bit of a look at some of the variations and indeed the leg spinner that Max bowls. But yeah, if it's all right with you, let's go and have a bit of a look at it.
Yeah. First up, I'm going to bowl the leg break. The leg break I'm looking to take away from the right-handed batsman. It should come out with the palm facing the batter, so the seam rotations like that. Let's give it a go. So next up I'm going to bowl the googly. The googly is going into the right-handed batsman, trying to cramp him from room and looking to hit the stumps as much as possible. It's going to come out with the palm facing away from the batsman and hopefully come out like that. Spin back in, like an off spinner. Here we go. So next up is the slider or the back spinner. They're actually two different deliveries. I like to think the back spinner is more like throwing a dart, so the ball comes out, the seam coming down, straight down the wicket, or maybe a little bit wobbly, but it's looking to skid onto the batter. Or the slider, which actually is pushed out the front, rather than start backwards, it's pushed out the front. So it has the same effect, but probably a little bit quicker. I'll go through those two deliveries now. I'll start with the back spinner. It like runs into the batter, skiddy off the surface. Now this one's the slider, which is pushed up the front. But for the slider, you'll see more of the back of my hand. It's pushed up the front rather than the side of the hand for the back spinner. So this is the knuckleball. The knuckles can be held lots of different ways from the hand actually, there's lots of variations to it, but I like to make sure that my nails are caught in the seam, and then I'm literally looking to release the ball with a little bit of topspin so that it comes out with not much revolutions on it, which actually oscillates in the air, and that's causing the batsman problems through the air. It generally comes out a little bit slower as well with not much on it, so it's quite hard to hit in T20 cricket. I'll show you, give it a go.
Max, you can be practicing in the nets and against your mates, definitely, but there's other ways you can develop spin bowling too. You can be sat on your couch watching neighbours home and away, or perhaps even Hollyoaks 10 years ago and practicing your skills, can't you?
Definitely. You grab a ball around the house, so I've got a cricket ball here, and just sit on the sofa and spin balls hand to hand. You can actually learn all the deliveries from sitting down. So yeah, the leg spinner, you're looking to spin the ball across to your left shoulder, from your right arm to your left shoulder. That's the leg break. Looks like that. Again, try and spin as hard as you can when you're doing all these balls, because that's when you get the feel of it. So when you go to bowl with a full action, you're actually giving it a full rip. So yeah, that's the leg break. The googly, again, you can do that same thing. Again, it comes at the back of the hand. And what you're looking to do there is get the seam going away from your left shoulder. So it should look like that. You can get it in like that. So that's the back of the hand. Back spinner, again, you're just flicking it to yourself. It's like throwing a dart. That's what you're doing there. You can catch it yourself. Top spinner, again, it's the same thing, but just coming over the top. Again, you're looking for more bounce and spin. Again, same sort of thing, spin it across your body. And then the knockable, you can just play around with that. You can grip it different ways. You can get your fingers in the seam. Tennis ball, whether it's a tennis ball, you can squish the tennis ball a little bit. You can get it in the air. There's just different ways to play with each delivery. Have some fun, try different things, make up a new ball, why not?
And there's no limit really to how much you can be using that, isn't it? Say for example, if we'll go to 10 years into the future, the end of your career, you're on I'm a Celebrity, get me out of here, that could be your luxury item. You're so attuned to that, aren't you?
Absolutely, yeah. It's like the end of my arm now, so I keep the ball in my hand as much as I can.
Okay, Max, you've utilised it in various different roles for Somerset and T20 cricket, bowling the first over on numerous occasions in the middle, but I haven't seen you at the death too many times. You've been dodging that role, haven't you?
Yeah, when 17th over comes, I'm usually trying to hide somewhere on the boundary so Lewis doesn't spot me, but yeah, no, can happen, but very rarely, yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about those prominent roles you have been playing. How do your tactics and also what balls you're bowling differ from the different stages of the game? So, for example, if you're bowling in the power play, what's the difference in terms of your objectives and plans as if you're bowling in the middle?
Yeah, so usually bowling the first over in T20 for Somerset I've done for the last few years, and actually I really enjoy it. I like getting into the game early, and being in the game early is important for me to just get a feel of the game, how it's going, and getting to first look at the batters and the surface. Generally the batters are a bit more cautious early on, the first over of the game. They're looking to see what the ball's doing, and because I bowl so many variations, actually an advantage to me. They don't really get set, so the second over then becomes a bit of a first over as well for the opposition. So yeah, I'm looking to bowl my best ball as often as possible, whether that's a backspinner or a googly, and looking to hit the stumps as much as I can. And yeah, take it from there really.
And then when you do go into those middle overs, transitioning into them, how does your plan differ? So you bowl that first over, trying to sneak out of that, maybe burgle a wicket, but get out as fewer runs as possible and make it a 19 over game. When we get past the power play, what's your plans and tactics then?
That depends on the situation and obviously the size of the boundaries. Sometimes it's bigger one side, so I'm looking to be smart in the fact of what side I'm trying to get hit on the ground. Generally be a bit more attacking with the way I bowl. A few more variations in past the power play because I've got more fielders out, a bit more protection, so I can attack with the ball because I've got a defensive field. So I'm looking to vary it a little bit more. If the new batter's in again, look to take pace off because, well, again, depending on the size of the ground and stuff, but can be a bit more aggressive by taking pace off the ball. And if the batsman's set, obviously looking to try and get him off strike and try and bowl at the new batter.
Yeah, certainly the 10 minutes we've set aside for this masterclass isn't nearly enough time to talk about all the aspects of spin bowling, but you mentioned that the field there on a couple of occasions. How important is it for spinners? First of all, get the right men in the right places. So, for example, you want Tom Abel in your prominent positions because we know that he's the best fielder in the club. We might have a little bit of banter about that at a later stage. But also ensuring that the right fielders are in the proper dimensions of the ground, having a deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg, for example.
Absolutely, yeah. Straight away I'm getting the tallest guy, Craig Overton, out on the long on boundary, trying to cover that boundary, especially if it's a short side. And yeah, Tom Lambie or Abel out there is quick on the boundary to looking to stay the two at deep mid-wicket. So yeah, that's really important. And saying, yeah, it's every game look to do.
It just shows, doesn't it? You have all the variations, but you still need to be tactically astute enough to get the right people in the right places.
Absolutely, gives us the best chance.
Speaking of variations, we've seen kind of numerous different deliveries from you in the past. So we seem to remember as well a bouncer that Craig Overton would have been happy to get rid of Phil Salt at some stage. Do I recall that?
It's Adam Salter.
Andrew Salter,
yeah. Glamorgan, I told Steve Davis I'm going to bowl a short one because it was a big leg side boundary. I already had a couple of Craig Overton catches down at deep mid-wicket, so I knew it was big leg side, and I bowled a sort of like chest high, waist high, or chest high, it was more waist high, but bouncer and clocked it out to deep mid-wicket. So that was, yeah, just a variation again, pace on the ball, bit of a surprise delivery, and that's always useful in T20 cricket when a batter's trying to set themselves for something or that's predictable when actually it's not.
Yeah, and ensuring for you that you're not predictable, I guess that's another weapon in your armour. You can have all the balls under the sun, the kind of the backspinner, the zooter, the knuckleball, the googly, etc. But making sure that the batter can't line you up, that's crucial, isn't it?
Absolutely. You've seen in T20 cricket as it's gone on, the fast bowlers generally bowling slower balls to get it, and the spinners generally bowling quicker. So there's a bit of mixing going on, but yeah, definitely being or having many variations as possible and being as awkward as possible to face, because batters like something they can get used to and they can get set on. So changing the pace is important, as well as changing the type of delivery.
Very informative little session there from Max Waller. But now the burning question from yesterday: not can Somerset get 400, but can Tom Abel catch a cricket ball in a wheelbarrow? Sponsored by Bradford's Building Supplies. Did you go on the Facebook page at Bradford's? Did you guess yes or no? The answer is just about to come up.
Hi, I'm Tom Abel, and these are the skills that pay the bills. We know catching's a big part of your game, but can you catch a cricket ball from high in our wheelbarrow? Seriously?
Are we saying he's got this then or not? I don't know.
I think it's bouncing out.
Right, Tom! Go on! Go on!
He's bouncing out! He's bouncing out!
Oh!
That might be a good tactic.
Yeah.
That one was the first one.
That was the first one?
Yeah, that dropped. Yeah.
Paul's going to have an invoice coming.
Need to make him stronger.
The rain is hovering around here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. If I look into the dark tiles of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, there is still precipitation in the air, and I think the restart time is going to have to be pushed back. The groundsmen are out there waiting, poised to take the covers off. They're all staring over to the Blackdown Hills, as our scorer Polly rightly corrected me. They're not the Mendips, they're the Blackdown Hills.
You spent too long in Western-super-Mare.
But yeah, unfortunately, it does look a little bit of a filled-in sort of sky. So we'll see how that goes.
Forecast does look a
Hopefully
bit better. 6
it'll
o'clock.
blow through.
Yeah. We've been optimistic still. Got a few fans staying in with umbrellas up. But yeah, forecast I've just checked says 5, 6, 7 is going to be sunny. So if they can hold on, we might get a bit of play later on. But yeah, this start in 4 minutes perhaps is a bit ambitious with the white sheets and the roll-on cover still in place.
Yeah, I think we can draw the conclusion that will not be happening.
5 ground staff ready to put them on. 7 ground staff actually.
At least the main man has removed the Wellington boots that he had on earlier,
Yeah,
so that's
that
a good sign. Unless he'd been wading in the Tone.
Maybe he's looking for some balls they've been hitting in the river in batting practice, ready for the T20s. But the Super Sopper's off the outfield. He's having a bit of a break. He's had a good shift today.
plenty of laps around the Cooper Associates County Ground outfield. No builders across to our left. You'd thought it'd been a Friday that the Gimlets Hill work would be all systems go, but they're having a bit of a break.
On a Friday afternoon, you've clearly never done a day's work on a building site, have you?
Well, there's 3 of them just stood there.
Yeah, exactly. They're stood there thinking,
waiting for the play to start.
When's it 4 o'clock when I can go to the pub?
The ringing bells might be in business.
Fridays on a building site is the day where you start packing up your tools, ready to go to the pub at 4. Monday you turn up, 2 or 3 hours, just go through the motions, setting up your tools for the week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you earn your cash. Friday, you prepare for the pub.
When were you last on a building site?
Well, I do my own little projects
at
the moment, which is great. Anyone in the southwest that needs anything done in their garden in terms of fencing, decking, garden furniture, gates, please get in touch. You can have a professional golfing, ex-cricketing carpenter around your house in a shot. But no, I'm just back in the day when we didn't have these rookie contracts and all that sort of stuff, and we were paid absolute pittance for our services on the cricket field. I used to work as a general builder back in probably I reckon for the first 5 or 6 years of my career.
What was your hourly
plenty
pay?
Of experience.
What was your hourly pay back then as a builder?
As more than cricket.
Was it?
Yeah, most definitely. I played non-league football for Western-super-Mare. Also paid more than the cricket.
Yeah,
I think my first contract was considerably below minimum wage, but it was okay back then.
Yeah. And Western-super-Mare, was that Conference South back then?
Conference South, yeah. Or the Southern League, the Beezer Homes Southern League, I think it was. We played at Woodspring Park, which is now a KFC.
That's a sign of the times, isn't it?
So it makes me feel doubly guilty when I slide in for a little chicken burger. Everything's changed in the world of sport now. The youngsters are well looked after. There are the boys. You know, back in the day we'd have been very deep into a game of 3-card poker by now. The meal allowance would have gone to Piran Holloway because he was a bit of a shark back then.
I was going to ask you, even in the Notts dressing room 2 years ago, what would you have done in a rain delay and a lunch break when you got a few hours off?
Well, I think it's just changed so dramatically. There'd be a bit of music on in the background. Obviously, phones and devices are so sort of immersive now, aren't they? So that takes the attention of a lot of people. There was a card school where they played, was it Prediction Whist? Not the sort of big money sort of changing hands games that we used to play that are now probably frowned upon in professional sports. Yeah, a bit of poker, but just playing for chips and bragging rights rather than big money or anything like that.
You wouldn't have been gaming then; you'd have been playing the card game.
No, I'd be definitely in with the gaming. As I believe we have some footage with Somerset legend. I mentioned this man many times. Had a big influence on my life. Justin Langer. I'd be really interested to see what he has to say.
The next episode of our Somerset Stories series, with catching up with a few players from yesteryear with a few memories of their time with us in Taunton. Today I'm delighted to welcome from all the way from Perth, Australia, another former captain of Somerset, now coach of Australia, Justin Langer. Lovely to see you, Justin.
Hello, Paso. It's nice to see you too, mate. It's very nice to see you.
So how's life down in Perth, mate? All good?
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, I say this with great compassion and respect, but this isolation period has been incredible. We've had amazing weather. It's autumn here. We're just coming into our winter. Weather in Perth is incredible. I see my kids every day have home-cooked meals instead of Uber Eats.
Yeah, no, I think lockdown's been nice for those of us that have been able to enjoy it, but obviously it's tough times for some around the world. How are things over there at the moment? Are they sort of releasing the lockdown pressures?
Oh, it has been. We've been incredibly lucky, Paso, in Australia. I know New Zealand, our closest neighbours, they're almost back to completely normal. They've got 0 cases in their country at the moment. We've had very few. In Western Australia, we've had very few cases. So we're very, very lucky. At field, we still have some of the similar rules, but certainly it's been relaxed enormously. Rugby league's back up and running. Rugby and AFL starts this week. At the moment, it's still played in front of no crowds, and we still have restrictions on interstate travel. But overall, we've been incredibly lucky. When I see what's happening, and even in England, I've obviously got so many close friends in your beautiful country. To see how it's affected you guys, it's been heart-wrenching, really. But here we've been very lucky.
Yeah, I think we've been quite lucky down in the southwest as well. I think Ben was saying earlier on that there's a few cricketers out on the field again at the moment training. So hopefully we're coming through the worst, and we're fingers crossed we might get some cricket by the end of the year. But yeah, it's been tough. Anyway, I think the Somerset members will be pretty patient with us if we start a little bit on your Aussie career, mate. I mean, you had a massive career for Australia, spanning a number of years. Obviously, great times that you look back with fond memories.
Oh yeah, it was incredible, and I think one of the things that helped me as a coach was I had a long playing career, and therefore it helps me have empathy for the players because I know how hard the game is. My gosh, it's a hard game, Paso. And I started it as a young guy when I was 22 playing for Australia. I played 5 test matches. It was like the dream. I got the baggy green cap, and then all of a sudden, a few months later, I got dropped for the 93 Ashes tour. And at the time, it was the end of the world. I could not see past the end of my nose. I was completely shattered. I had the dream, and the dream was gone. But I had to work really hard to get it back. And I learned great lessons then. I learned great lessons from being dropped. I learned great lessons from some of the players I played with, Alan Border and David Boone and Steve Waugh. The list goes on. So from playing, getting dropped, to fighting my way back in, then getting dropped again in 2001 during the 2001 Ashes series, to then coming back as an opening batsman at the end of that series. It was an extraordinary time. It was certainly a roller coaster journey, but I wouldn't change it for the world. I had great friends. I met great friends. They're like my brothers, the guys I played cricket in Australia with. They literally like my brothers. I had great memories from winning. I played in two teams that won 16 straight test matches. I mean, one thing I've learned, it's much more fun winning than losing. Doesn't matter who you play for, winning's more fun than losing. So, and I was lucky to do a lot of winning with some of the teams I played with Australia.
I mean, it was a phenomenal side that you were involved in around the sort of late 90s, early 2000s. As you say, went through some extraordinary runs of victories in Test cricket, numerous Ashes victories. Was there any special ones in particular that stand out for you, or is any Ashes victory a special one?
Yeah, I think all Ashes. I would say there was 2 big highlights for me in my main highlights. One was beating India in 2004. I think we've only beaten India once in our history. So we got so close in 2001. We'd won 16 straight test matches. We had Sachin Tendulkar out on the end of day 3, having made India follow on. And then BVS Laxman and Dravid batted all day on day 4. Then we ended up getting bowled out in about 4 hours on that last day. So we got so close in 2001. And then to finally win there in 2004, that was the Mount Everest moment of my career. But then, of course, we got beaten by England in 2005. What a series that was. And then we ended up, my last test match was at the SCG. I retired with Shane Warne and Glenn McGrath. And I was batting with Matty Hayden at the time. We hit the winning runs and we ended up winning 5-0. So that was certainly a great memory. As much because we'd been beaten by a very good team in 2005 by England. So the way we fought back on both those occasions was probably the 2 great memories of my career.
I mean, 2005 is a good series for us to talk about because it's probably the only one we've won when you were playing against us. But they've just been showing it on the replays on Sky over here at the moment, and it was an extraordinary series. With it almost stopped the nation some of the last days of the matches.
Yeah, and Australia as well. I mean, it was amazing. And what was most incredible about it is when we got home, everyone go, "Oh, that was so good. It was amazing cricket." I said, "Yeah, we got beaten. Yeah, but you finally got some competition. We're watching a competition." And I think that's what crowds actually like. We're very tribal, aren't we? But we like to see our team win, but you like a competition. And England certainly gave it to us in 2005. And I've got no doubt, knowing all my English friends over there, you're watching in this isolation period, you're watching the 2005 Ashes, and you'll be watching Ben Stokes' innings over and over and over again, so you can gloat about beating the Aussies. So You know, I love my English friends, but I also know how you operate, and we're no different in Australia, to be fair. But I reckon you'd be having reruns of 2005 Ashes and Ben Stokes 100 if I was a betting man.
You've got it spot on, mate. Any time of the day, it's on somewhere.
And 81 Ashes when both of them went mad. I reckon it's just it's on repeat on all the Sky channels over there. I would have thought.
You've got it, mate. You've got it. You mentioned Matty Hayden. Obviously, you struck up a huge, not only friendship but professional sort of friendship with him as well, in terms of what you achieved as an opening partnership when you got to open with him later on in your career.
Yeah, it was so. I mean, when I got Steve Waugh rang me the night before that 5th test at the Oval in 2001, and he said, we've decided you're going to open the batting tomorrow. I said, I haven't opened the batting in my life. And I said, and I'm batting worse than anyone. I'm batting worse than Andy Caddick. It's impossible for me to be opening the bat. He goes, no, I think you'd be a good opener. And I was honestly in the worst form of my life. But the very fact I could walk out with Haydos, I got great strength from that. And it's like batting with Russell Crowe in The Gladiator. You know, Haydos walks out, he thinks he's Russell Crowe in The Gladiator, I swear to God. And I took some confidence from that, and I got really lucky. I mean, I still remember I got caught by Mark Grant Prakash off Caddy's bowling for 7, but Caddy bowled a no ball. And from there, I ended up getting 100 in that first test. And then Caddy knocked me out. Had to retire hurt. But I'll never forget, Paso, because I went up there at the Oval, I got 100, and then Caddy hit me in the helmet and probably sledged me like no one. Caddy was without doubt my top 3 most hated opponents, because you and I both know no one talked more rubbish than Andy Caddick to the opposition, and I was on the end of that a lot. But he also became one of my favourite teammates when I played at Somerset. I mean, he became vice captain my first year as captain. I love Caddy. I hated him as an opponent. What a night. He was the first class knight of the highest order. Anyway, I get knocked out. Caddy's hit me in the head. I got 100, and we went up into the change room, and we're up there, and I'm lying there. I'm about to go and have a brain scan. And the team manager rings my mum and dad in Australia, and you know, because they're watching it on telly, they're panicking. And my mum goes, "Oh, you all right, darling?" I go, "Am I all right?" I had blood pouring out of my ear. I thought I broke my jaw. I had a bleed on my brain, and I'm going, "Are you joking, Mum? Am I all right? I've just got 100 on back." "Back, Mum. Don't worry about the hit in the head. I'll be fine. I've been hit in the head plenty of times." I said, "Don't worry, mate." And my mum, it was so cool. And yeah, and I knew I've been retired hurt thanks to Caddy, but I got 100, and that's when I started my partnership with Haydos, who, as you say, is one of my brothers and one of my great friends.
You still keep in touch with him now? You're still good friends?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I'm doing a podcast with him tomorrow morning. He's finding stuff. And we had some terrible bushfires here in Australia in the summertime, and we put on a bushfire appeal game, and it was like one of the best days of my life. All my brothers all back together. I walked out to bat with Haydos again. Had Wazza Makram and Courtney Walsh and Brian Lara and Satcham were all there. I mean, Wazza Makram and Courtney Walsh and probably Andy Flintoff, to be fair, were the 3 hardest bowlers I ever faced in my life. And I was actually there having a beer with them. And they looked much better at their age with a beer in their hand than it was facing them in a game. Mate, that was a night. Having him in that environment, having all those guys, Ricky Ponting and Andrew Simons and all those old mates of mine, it was just brilliant. And as I said, yeah, we catch up regularly, we speak regularly, and I'm so close to them, and it's one of the highlights of my career, having such great friendships with them, as I've got with some of my mates from Somerset.
Yeah, so moving on to your time with us, you'd obviously had 3 or 4 years with Middlesex a few years earlier. You probably played against us a number of times. Sometimes we'd have played okay, and you played against some pretty ordinary Somerset sides, I guess, around that time. What was it made you come to us in 2006?
Well, it's so funny, because talking about Caddy, you would have been playing, Paso. My first game at Lords for Middlesex, right? He got me out in the first innings. The ball came back down the hill and I got bowled. I can't remember. Anyway, the second innings, I'm batting up. I faced Middlesex for Somerset. It was bloody gold. I ended up getting 200. And in my first game for Somerset, I got 200 and something, and Caddy's going, "You are the worst overseas player that's ever played for Middlesex. It is embarrassing. I can't believe that they would select you. You are no good. I can't believe they've even thought about you as the overseas." And I just kept bowling short. I kept smacking him further and further in the stands. I go, "Shove that up, get stuffed. I don't care what you say." And that's where my love-hate relationship started with Caddy back in '97. I mean, like I say, first-class idiot when you play as an opposition. That's what I remembered. And then come into Somerset. It's a good story because in my 100th Test match, I got knocked out. First ball of the game, I got knocked out by Natini.
That's right,
and
yeah.
I was tossing up whether to retire.
Hello and welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, where we are resuming play after a slight rain delay. Hampshire are 69 for 1, Nick Gubbins is 8 not out and Ian Holland's 36 not out. Tom Abel's been rotating his seam bowlers. Lewis Gregory and Josh Davey were the bowlers just before the break. Davey just into his first over from today. He's 3 overs, 1 maiden for 4 runs, and Lewis Gregory was one at the other end. He was rudely interrupted with 1 ball remaining in his 6th over. We just had a couple of visitors in the press box who are enjoying having a bit of a chat. Myself and Pete Tree are on air as the rain clouds hopefully disappear for a little bit. Whether they go to the Blackdown Hills, the Memdip Hills, we don't mind where they go, as long as they leave the Cooper Associates County Ground fairly free from rain.
Yeah, I should really know my hills, having spent more than half of my life at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Yeah, it was nice to have some visitors in, having a look at the commentary room. Our other partners for the T20, Trade Nation.
Get your orange hats at the ready.
Yeah, I've got a pair of orange chinos ready to go. As I said, that'd be quite something. It'll look nice with the Vizzy jacket of one of our stewards, actually. As Lewis Gregory turns to run into bowl to Nick Gubbins. Nick Gubbins. It was interesting. There was a graphic that came out earlier. Nick Gubbins' strike rate at the moment is incredibly low, and I was going to say, as he smacks 4 off his first ball through the covers, I was actually going to say that it was almost an element of the game that I think the Somerset lineup are desperate for. Someone who's going to bat 60, 70 balls, not worry about how many runs they've got, take the shine off the ball, get the bowlers through a spell. You know, it's actually quite a valuable thing in 4-day cricket. Not many games go 4 days these days. And to have someone that's just gonna put the old anchor down, camp in, tire the bowlers out. I think he's doing a great job. He's 12 runs off 37 balls. You know, the amount of runs is irrelevant. He's just getting himself in and batting some time. And Tom Banton, as we said earlier, started to play that role, and we certainly hope that he keeps developing that mental capacity to bat long periods of time, which Nick Gubbins certainly does. We must get him out soon.
Banton batted 77 balls in 2 hours of play out. Yes, that's a good point. He's trying to really work hard in his red ball game, slightly different, reining back his instincts to want to whack him over the top. But yeah, I think Hampshire's strength is that they've got an opener at number 3. I think that's quite a useful attribute. Orchard didn't go particularly early, but if an opener does go early, you've still got that opening bat at number 3, rather than poor old Tom Abel, who's had to bat almost opening the bat in last year when there was an early collapse. But then you could argue that Tom Abel was an opener. He opened with Triscothic, of course, when he first came on the scene for so many years. So.
Yeah, he did a good job as well, Abe's. But
yeah,
again, he's he's found his place. Number 3. That's where you want your top players, isn't it? Batting in their top 3, top 4. Josh Davey running into bowl, just getting that ball to nip back on Ian Holland's thigh. Ian Holland 36, Nick Gubbins 12. Hampshire 73 for 1 off of 30.2 overs. I'll say it again, Somerset really do need a breakthrough as soon as possible.
So Jack Leach is back on the field. We saw Ned Leonard fielding in his place as a sub a little bit before the last rain delay. He's there at mid-on. 3 slips, point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and that sort of long leg, deep fine leg that's been in place most of the game, really. Fairly standard fielding position now, isn't it? A deep fine leg, they've got to be there as a bit of a run saver.
I think where are we talking?
Deep fine leg,
yeah. Fine leg's pretty
common, isn't it? Pretty standard.
That is a standard field. I mean, just for For those who don't know, cricket inside out, having a fine leg gives the bowler the ability to bowl a little bit straighter. You know, you find that sometimes if bowlers go to a 7-2 without a fine leg, they end up bowling a bit too wide of off stump because they're worried about being clipped down there. So 6-3 seems to be a pretty standard orthodox field for most guys that are trying to get the outside edge of a batsman. That's the way that Josh Davey will be going, but I've always thought that Josh Davies' dangerous ball was the one that nips back.
Yeah, Josh Davies bowls quite full and straight, doesn't he? He likes to really attack the stumps. You say he gets that nip backer. Talk about nip backer, that's sort of gone away. That one maybe edge brought into play there of Ian Holland, but he's just missed that, and Steve Davies taken that quite comfortably. Cable knit sweaters, the order of the day for the 10 non-bowling fielders.
Yeah, it's a little bit fresh, isn't it? The old school woolen jumper. Looks class, doesn't it? That nice little off-white cream look with the maroon and black banner going round it. An iconic look. In the world of all the tech fabrics and fleeces and all that sort of stuff, it was always one of my favourite things to pull on the old woolen sweater, especially the way that Hildy wears it. He wears the long sleeve version.
Yeah, he does.
Every time he throws the ball, he's got to re-turn up the cuffs.
He's looking up at you as you speak about him. You're not waving back though. I'm sure he's looking at you.
He spotted something just underneath us, I reckon.
He knows you're up. Will you give him a text after the day's play? Or?
Yeah, we have a fair few chats. Normally, if he's done something spectacular or got a few runs, I always send him a little well done.
You could pop into the handicap pavilion and have a chat. Surely you're still welcome in there. If you wanted to, would you go into the changing room very much?
Not necessarily into the changing room, but I do feel like I would be welcome. But also, you know, I respect that that's the players' area very much so, and you know, it's about the guys performing at the end of the day, not about me going to nick a couple of protein bars or whatever it is. So
put a few pairs in the fruit bowl, I suppose. That'd be your main reason to go, wouldn't it?
I don't think that'd go down well. I think that's very much an inner team thing. I don't think I'll get away with that anymore, as Lewis Gregory just drags down to Nick Gubbins there. Nick Gubbins a bit disappointed he didn't put that away. So
yeah, he could have pulled
good to see Lewis hit his straps in. Needs to find that length, get that bit of shape away from Nick Gubbins. Somerset certainly in need of that wicket. 75 for 1 in reply to Somerset's 211 in the first innings. Not quite enough, opting to bat first, probably 80-90 runs shy of where they'd like to be, so a lot of scratching back to do for the Somerset bowling attack. And in fairness, throughout the majority of the season, even with the batting woes, the Somerset bowling attack have performed incredibly well, so we hope that continues.
Craig Overton with his sunglasses on the back of his hat, optimistically. He's ready. Is that bit certain players just like to have the sunglasses on the head? Is that a bit of a habit, do you think?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, the thing is, you're out there a long time. You know, I know some players who wear a very light lens just to keep the pollen out of their eyes and the wind out of their eyes, because it can get quite irritating, especially when you're out there for 6 hours potentially. It's a long time. Sweat dripping in and out your eyes and all those kind of things. So sometimes it's just for a comfort thing. I'm not sure why you'd wear them on the back of your head, but maybe that's. I don't know, knowing Craig, probably trying to keep the UFOs away or something like that. His own version, a little bit of tin foil, maybe.
It's interesting. After I played a little T20 friendly last night, and some of the boys afterwards were talking about the hay fever and the pollen and how irritating it can be, and it's going to affect county pros just as much as it's going to affect club cricketers. Do you often find lads popping a hay fever tablet for the game? There's nothing else you can do. You can't stop hay fever winding you up in the field, can you?
It can get you. I mean, county cricketers are not immune to the dreaded pollen or sunburn or anything like that. So yeah, a lot of preparation. The old antihistamines are taken. I can remember I had a particular bad spell of it a few years ago, and your eyes swell up, and if you then you start rubbing your eyes, and that makes the problem worse, and it can be an absolute nightmare, especially if you're either batting or fielding in the catching areas. As Lewis Gregory completes his over, He hasn't quite got it right. I don't think it is 7 overs so far. He hasn't gone for too many runs, so no damage done. But he hasn't quite looked as threatening as he normally does, Lewis. And now we are back to the pavilion end with Josh Davey starting his 5th over, looking for this breakthrough. Hampshire 75 for 1.
Very optimistically, the scorecard says we're going to get another 45 overs in, but even if it doesn't rain, that's a blooming good over rate at 3:30 on a Friday.
Josh Davey over pitching there, confidently driven down the ground by Ian Holland. Jack Leach in hot pursuit, turning and throwing with his non-bowling arm, his right one. Bats left-handed, bowls left-handed, throws right-handed, writes right-handed, gives thumbs up left-handed.
Wipes his glasses with his cloth.
The cloth, I think that might be left-handed. He's definitely got 2 sides of the brain working in equal measure. Josh Davey turns to run in again to Ian Holland on 40. Straying down the leg side through to Steve Davis. Not quite getting it right, I don't think, the Somerset bowlers. There's just, you know, I think we were very complimentary, and rightly so, of the Hampshire bowling attack. They bowled that, you know, meticulous, monotonous area around off stump, moving the ball subtly in and out, and they just stayed in there all day. I think the Hampshire bowler that didn't get it right was maybe Keith Barker, but he still just didn't give any runs away. Somerset haven't quite hit their straps, hit those disciplined areas that they're known for just yet. That there, just a fraction short and a fraction straight. Again, it's only sort of minor adjustments need to be made here for Somerset to be really in the game, but at the moment not quite there. Do you agree?
Yeah, I was just going to say, you want your 4 front lines to do the front line bowlers to do the bowling, but would you be tempted to try a Tom Abel in this patch? Just, I know the ball's fairly new and you've got 4 fit seams, don't bowl many overs, but just to do something different.
Absolutely. I mean, Tom's, you know, we talk about it all the time when Tom is not in the attack. You know, I wouldn't say he's a reluctant to put himself on, but I think he always backs his bowlers first and foremost, and he comes on as an afterthought, and he is a better bowler than that. So certainly would consider, you know, bringing himself on. Like I said, I just don't feel like the bowlers that have had their opportunities so far have got it quite right. Bar probably Craig Overton. I think Pete Siddle didn't quite look, you know, the threat that he has done previously through the season, and the same for Lewis and Josh so far.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. The only other option is the left arm spin. Both sides have left arm spinners with England pedigree. That's a proper edge from Holland, just short of James Hildreth at first slip. But Dawson bowled 2 overs for 18. Craig Overton whacked him for 2 big sixes, ruined his figures. Jack Leach, you wouldn't really want to bowl after 34 overs in overcast conditions when you've got 4 frontline seamers. But if the 4 seamers aren't quite doing the job and Holland and Gummins look fairly comfortable, could he have an option sometime soon as well?
Yeah, I think it would probably be perceived for Hampshire as a win if Leach is bowling soon. That there, unfortunate. Looks like he caught the outside edge, didn't quite carry through to James Hildreth. More evidence that Josh Davey maybe is the unluckiest bowler on the planet, as he self-proclaims, as he runs in to bowl again to Ian Holland, just a fraction short again. I think Josh Davey's figures are really good. You know, 5 overs for 8. You know, it's certainly commendable, but I think he's bowled that safe length where it's hard to score off, but it's not really going to get you a wicket. The ball that was nicked was just that little foot and a half fuller. Yes, you might go for a few more runs on that length, but that's the knee roll length. That's the nicking length that Somerset bowlers need to find more consistently.
It's that sort of standard club fielder's shout, isn't it? Or we don't mind that shot. You know, when a bowler goes for 4, but it's a streaky 4 or good cover drive, a good cricket shot, but you're bowling that attacking line and length, isn't it? Whereas, yeah,
definitely that old like the other club cricket saying, "Picky out the stingers."
Stingers, yeah. Said that a few times.
Very sort of local to this neck of the woods, that particular saying.
Yeah, I wonder if they say that in the east of England.
Well, I said that while commentating on an IPL game, and my co-commentator from London had absolutely no idea what I was on about.
Oh,
so
that's
I think
sad,
it very much is a southwest Wurzalised cricket phrase.
So there could be some poor souls in London who've played cricket all their life and have never picked a cricket ball out of stinging nettles.
Well, they probably have, but they probably got their butler to do it for them. And I don't mean Joss. As Lewis turns to run into Nick Gubbins, who is on 12 at the moment. Played a watchful innings so far as he back foot punches Lewis down the ground. Fantastic shot.
I think that's my shot of the day.
That shot of the match so far. Race to the Lord Ian Botham stand boundary for 4 runs. Gubbins moves on to 16. Hampshire 81 for 1.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous cricket shot. Just the timing to wait on that and punch that straight. It's got to be immaculate to beat mid-off, mid-on the bowler and the arguable 12th man of the stumps at the bowler's end. Beautiful shot from Nick Gubbins, and that'll be clipped up on the Hampshire Cricket Twitter stream, I'm sure. Followed up by a great bit of fielding there from Tom Abel. That could have been back-to-back fours. That cover drive from Gubbins, well held, well stopped by diving Tom Abel with his weaker left arm. Still overcast, but a little bit of bright sparks over the Quantox further to the right. There are floodlights on currently, but not doing much, to be honest, just running down the electricity bill unnecessarily again.
Make sure you get your heels right.
They are playing around the country a bit. Lancashire 8 for 3, 2 wickets and 2 balls for Jamie Porter, another of those men who's bowled really well in the county championship for the last few years, but probably not quite quick enough to get an England test call up.
I do feel like that phrase there just confuses me.
Yeah.
Vernon Philander bowled 75 to 78 miles an hour and had a test record looking like Malcolm Marshall's at one stage. In fact, maybe even finished at a similar average and strike rate as Malcolm Marshall's. Skill is a premium in this game. If you've got the skill, you can get wickets on any surface.
Yeah, I was just about to finish that sentence with this ECB obsession, isn't it?
Such an English selector's mentality. This theory that you need to be rapid or tall to get wickets it baffles me.
Well, Mohammed Abbas has been one of the best bowlers across the world in recent years in Test cricket, and of course for Hampshire. And we know the sort of pace he bowls. That's where I think England have gone wrong. Everyone goes on about, oh, is it the counties, is it the franchises, this, that and the other. I think it's our obsession to have quick bowlers to bowl in Australia. It really, really irritates me. I love what Jamie Porter's done. Sam Cook and Aaron Beard, the Essex lads together, they're all of a similar sort of right arm pace. But if you bowl the right areas, you get the wickets, you get the dividends. Craig Overton and Jamie Overton are probably a good prime example. Craig Overton is slower than Jamie, but he's going to get more test opportunities because Craig bowls a better line of length generally.
Yeah, I mean he has one of the attributes, which is height, definitely. But no, I do think that England have missed the boat on a number of bowlers actually over the past 15
Rushworth?
years. Chris Rushworth, Tim Murtagh, and actually
he's Irish.
It was one of my favourite moments of the decade, really, when Murtagh bowled England out for nothing and got 5 for at Lords. I just thought, you know what, that was real sort of validation for everything that he's done. You know, could have been picked for England for a number 800 odd wickets at in the low mid-20s. Tim Murtagh. I mean, what a fantastic performance! No doubt. Well, he proved it. He could do it at Test level. He bowled England out. They were the #1 team in the world at the time, and he made them all look foolish on that particular day at Lords. But there we go. That is.
I think that's where it comes back to today. That's why I've always been a big advocate for taking pace off the ball and trying something different, which is why I think everyone will go, oh, we're 35 overs in, we've barely played today, as that's a great shot by Nick Gubbins, forcing off the back foot.
That is from Nick Gubbins.
Second time he's punched. Is that going to go for 4? Just going to trickle. Jack Leach's going to get irritated. But we've got this obsession that we're only 35 overs in and the bowlers are fresh. We need to bowl our 4-seamers. But if they're not bowling the right lines and lengths, I'd rather see a Tom Abel bowl. I'd rather see someone different.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's definitely being considered at the moment. That's for sure. Yeah, I think there's also with many cricket pitches, there's an optimum speed for each wicket. I think where you'll get a bit of nip. Sometimes, look at Darren Stevens. Sometimes a slower pace won't embed in the pitch as much and maybe just kiss the surface slightly. some pitches, the faster you bowl it, the more you get out of it. No doubt about that. But I think there's also the other way. You can sometimes be too quick for a wicket where it sort of digs into the pitch and comes off a bit slow. This, you know, like I say, your Darren Stevens can just get that little bit of kiss. Josh Davey, Timmy Grunewald. There's a whole host of really quality bowlers that certainly underrated at the next level, the potential next level. Jamie Porter, definitely one of those.
I've still got my Timmy Grunewald Somerset shirt. Still wear it. Govins, well, he's on the accelerated charge here, isn't he? He's flashed at that one over the slips. Craig Overton chases in vain to the Con Atkinson Pavilion. We've seen 2 sumptuous back foot punches for 4, 1 straight, 1 through extra cover, and now a bit of fortune for Gubbins, who gets Davey over the slips for 4. But I guess when it is short and wide, you can have not quite a free swing, but it's a safe enough shot.
Well, he's done the groundwork, he's got himself in, he's got the pace of the wicket, and when there is a loose ball around, he can capitalise on it. Like I said, he's earned the right to play those shots because he's done a bit of work. So, yeah, looking ominous here at the moment. Certainly hope that a mistake or a breakthrough will come. Got a little bit gloomy here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. That black cloud has rolled in from the Blackdowns again. Nick Gubbins on 24, Ian Holland 41, Hampshire 90 for 1.
The other one you can bring into, we haven't talked about too much, is Sam Cook. He's also getting wickets. He's at that sort of, I guess, similar Jamie Porter pace and height of that right arm skiddy and just bowls lovely areas, doesn't it? Gets it to nibble around. You must have faced him a few times and struggled facing him.
Yeah, to be able to struggle to face him, I'm not sure that's how. I wouldn't say struggle to face him, but does he get you out, or can he get you out? Yeah, of course. I mean, I suppose when you talk about struggling to face, you know, you've got those incredible high-speed bowlers that are around. Yes, you struggle to face them at times if you're not quite on. Those exceptional spinners that come and play, like your Syed Ajmals, your Shane Warnes, your Matthias Murali-Durans, when they come over, you struggle to face those. I don't think you ever struggle to face a Murtaugh or a Rushworth or any of those types of bowlers, but they still get you out.
And sometimes you'd rather face the sheer pace that's maybe not on the spot than a nagging seamer who's just bowling every ball on the money that you can't score off.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I have to be honest, my experience is Lewis bowls a beauty to Ian Holland. It hits the shoulder and the bat as the senior figure of James Hildreth slides and
he didn't need to, did
the ball in.
The ball already stopped.
Already stopped before James slid, but he certainly made it look dynamic.
He got a cheer from the stand down below.
As committed as ever, James. Yeah, I think, you know, there are times where, you know, you used to go up to places like Durham, and believe it or not, Steve Harmison was the one you wanted to face because, you know, he wasn't quite on. He was bowling quick, but he was bowling short and wide, and you'd be able to get 4s away. Whereas Rushy and there's another guy, Callum Thorpe, and Graham Onions would bowl, and they were unplayable on certain wickets. It just, you know, if you put the ball in the good area, even if you bowl the right length, you can feel faster than you actually are, just because you're hitting the splice of the bat. So there's so many different aspects to look at than purely just how fast is someone bowling. There's a lot of people that have bowled quick in the past that haven't made it at any level of cricket, let alone the top level. Callum Thorpe, he was incredibly difficult to face at the Riverside in April.
I just love watching Rushworth bowl. I think just a great county servant who's done so well for his side and dragged them through, and got a lot of Royal London Cup wickets last year as well. You think of him as a red ball bowler, but even the white ball, he opened the bowl and couldn't do a lot with it.
Gregory unlucky to not unlock this lineup then. That ball to Ian Holland was an absolute brute, rising off of back of a length. I think that bit of moisture in the air is just starting to spice the wicket up. Good time to bowl, I've got to be honest, but the Somerset bowlers aren't quite hitting their areas consistently enough.
Time for Craigo again. handballed in this little spell, has he? As he throws it left-handed.
I mean, that is the one danger, I think, is, you know, is to default back to Craigo. You've got to manage, you know, how many overs he's going to bowl. You can't flog him to death. Certainly, would you want Craigo bowling? Definitely, but he bowled a pretty long spell this morning and last night. So
I guess the argument is with the delay today, he's not been on the field for very long. He has had his feet up in a sort of mixed up, interspersed day with plenty of breaks. You can flog him a bit more, would you say?
Yeah, there's definitely another spell in him today. It's just when you use it, as the rain pours down now in Taunton, don't think we're going to be on the field for much longer. It's really started to fill in on the left-hand side as I look at the ground from the Marcus Trescothic stand as Alex Worth strides towards his colleague Ian Blackwell. It's almost inevitable that the players will be leaving the field, and the covers
unfortunately play is suspended once again with Hampshire 95.
Frustrating because there are blue sky patches around. And blue sky for Australia's pair of trousers, you could argue, but the umbrellas are going up in the Somerset stand. We've got grey over the top. So we'll see the covers come back on, and Somerset players will leave the field. Organ is gone, but Gubbins and Holland are doing particularly well for Hampshire. Gubbins is 26 not out. Ian Holland is 44 not out. A good chat with Pete Trigo about seam bowlers and how many useful county championship seamers have been over the years. They don't need pace in their armoury to take wickets, but on a nice line and length and nibble it around and cause all sorts of problems for batters. We will keep you updated as soon as possible when we know anything about any resumption, but we can let you know a few things coming up. The T20s, we're going to encourage you to get your tickets online. Try and buy as many tickets as you possibly can before they get sold out. Very popular evenings here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. And there's county room hospitality packages that are worth having a look at. Go on the Somerset website, have a look. For £60 you can get a matchday ticket, 2-course meal. There's also Jamie Cox on Sunday the 29th of May. He's coming, but yeah, allocated seating in the Trade Nation stand. Q&A session with a Somerset legend. There's so many different marketing options at the Cooper Associates County Ground these days that you can have a great day out with family, friends or whoever. Come and join the fun. Well, I can just update you with a couple of county scores around the grounds too. We've got a bit of play elsewhere. The pairs are cracking on. Azhar Ali, a favourite son of Somerset. That partnership with Pete Chigo, of course, he's on 129. Him and Jack Haynes have put on 253. So they're playing against Leicestershire. Tea at Headingley, but we're going to have a break here. Not entirely sure when it's going to recommence, but we'll keep you updated on the Somerset Twitter page and we'll be back on here as soon as possible. I've been Harry Everett. Thanks very much for listening.
Against Middlesex.
side project in terms of trying to exploit the Scottish hockey, which is very different to the English hockey market. And a friend of his that he used to work with lives in Glasgow, was looking for something to do, so they got together and thought, okay, I've got this idea, you've got the money, we're looking for a team, let's give it a shot. But they gave it a shot because there's significant partners for whatever reason it didn't take off, so they decided actually it probably wasn't worth sticking with. But yeah, that's interesting. Well, again, it was one of those situations of if I hire a couple of friends to go and back, it's going to cost X. If I hire a band, I try to it's going to cost X. Given that I'm not spending
One, two. So we have latest news from our umpires, which is that there'll be a further inspection at 5 o'clock. We'll have a further inspection at 5 o'clock. So surface water, particularly on the covers, which will need to be cleared as well, but the inspection will take place at 5 o'clock, and hopefully we'll have positive news to share with you shortly after. already seen our umpires have made their planned 5 o'clock inspection, and the news from our 2 umpires is a reduction or rain, and play will hopefully resume at 5:30. Play resuming at 5:30. duration. If play gets underway as we hope, that's 5:30. Then there'll be 19 overs left to be bowled in the day. Please welcome back our umpires Ian Blackwell and Alex Wolf. And the Somerset team led out by Captain Tom Abel. So Hampshire resuming after that break on 95-1. Please welcome back Nick Gubbins on 26 and Ian Holland on 44.
Here,
you're talking to us?
At the Hampshire batsmen have played.
You can't hear us. Should we start again?
Are we starting again?
And we'll start again, right? Yeah.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Hampshire resuming their innings on 95-1. Nick Gubbins 26, Ian Holland 44. Craig Overton has just handed his cap to former Somerset player and now umpire Ian Blackwell. In seek of some much needed wickets, I'm joined here by Sam. Good afternoon, Sam. Welcome back. What a long afternoon we've had waiting for the resumption of play.
Long and frustrating, hasn't it been? As you just told everyone, although we weren't quite on air at that point. It was a wonderful, wonderful speech you delivered, though.
It was brilliant. It was almost like I rehearsed. I think I got it better the first time round. But the lucky thing is, in the modern world, I've been able to keep up with the golf on the app. Everything's okay. A few people, a spattering of fans here have stayed at the ground, persevering through the weather to witness what is hopefully a Somerset-dominated hour's play. As Craig Overton runs into bowl to Ian Holland.
It's almost
back to Craig Overton.
Exactly the same as last night, wasn't it? The final hour, bit of cloud around, floodlights are on. Somerset weren't able to make the breakthrough then. But what they'll be looking for is a couple of wickets here tonight because we've not had much of a day. Not had much of a day so far. Been frustrating. Fair play to the people who are still here, the heart and soul of county cricket, if you're still here at 5:30 in the evening for this last 19 overs. Craig,
yeah, as we mentioned earlier, Sam, 25 player misses at once. 25 overs gone, 25 player misses, only one wicket. I think there is an element of bad luck, but also, again, I'm being the positive chap that I am. I think Hampshire have played pretty well. Somerset have toiled away. I don't think they've been as consistent as we've seen them across the start of this season from a bowling perspective. Certainly need to right that over the next 19 or so overs that we have left today, even though it's probably unlikely we're going to get 19 in, but it's certainly paramount that Somerset strike this evening and get into that middle order of the Hampshire team just to try and shake things up a bit.
Yeah, batted really well. Ian Holland's batted well. I was down on the terrace just when you and Harry were doing that brief period in between the last two rain breaks, and there was a couple of chaps, Somerset members, talking to each other, and Gubbins smashed Josh Davey off the back foot, and then there was two boundaries in the over, and the guy went, "Oh, Nick Gubbins is starting to get going, isn't he?" And his mate went, "Yeah, but should have had him 4 or 5 times a bit earlier on." And I think that was a pretty fair summary. Craig Overton gave him a bit of a working over in that opening few overs at him, but since then he's settled in and started batting really nicely, Nick Gubbins.
Yeah, he's a good player. Certainly when he gets in, he did his time, I think, in this innings as Craig Overton runs back in. He's got getting the ball just to jump off of a length. The covers have been on, so there's a bit of sweating on the pitch, a little bit of moisture kicking around, so hopefully that will encourage a bit of movement from that recently changed Duke ball. But yeah, you're right. I think Nick Gubbins earned the right to play a few shots, got away a few times, but there was that over just proceeded that way. He played and missed maybe 4 times in the over. Craigo was really unlucky not to dismiss him, but that is the nature of the beast. Nick Gubbins has moved on to 26. He's been there a while. He's faced 59 balls, and Ian Holland 102 balls for his 44. Both guys playing well, but I think it's fair to say that only Craigo's really stood out and really hit his straps today. And we expect Peter Siddle to go back to his default mode, which is bashing line and length, and he gets that first ball wrong as he bowls short and wide to Nick Gubbins, and there's only one place that's ending up, and it crashes into the point boundary. Not the start that we wanted to see. No, Peter Siddle. He just looked a little bit off colour, I would say, with his, he's so meticulous with his line and his length, from what we've seen in the first number of games, which has brought him so much success. I think today and last night, I just think he just looked a little bit off of his stride as he bashes the wicket just slightly too short again, and Nick Gubbins rocks back and punches that straight of Tom Abel at cover, and they sneak through for a single. I mean, I don't never want to be harsh on anyone because it's a tough game, but I just sense that the Somerset bowling attack aren't quite on the money.
Yeah, and in a game which is looking like it might be quite low scoring, where you're only defending 211, you do need at least 3 of the 4 to be spot on, which they have been on many occasions. But as you say, whereas Hampshire had Barker, Abbas, Holland and Abbott all right there, Craigo's figures exceptional. What's he got at 1.42 and over? And not massively expensive, but Siddle 3.2 and over, Lewis Gregory 3.1 and over, and with the relatively new ball in hand and needing to apply pressure and early wickets, there's just been a few too many loose balls, haven't they? Which is, as you say, you don't want to criticise too much because Siddle's been exceptional since signing for Somerset.
That last ball, and that one was right on the money as he inside edges that past Steve Davis and crashes into the boundary. That certainly was a false shot. The last 2 balls, Peter Siddle was right back to where you expect him to bowl. As we see the replay of that delivery that nips back sharply to Ian Holland. He's lucky to survive. He moves on to 48. Hampshire on to 100 for 1.
You played much against Ian Holland?
No, I don't. I think I may have played against him, but not an amount that I'd known much about him. He looks he's a bustling sort of bowler. He's sort of got good skills. He shapes the ball away to the left, has that ability to move the ball both ways. And to be fair, for such a frontline bowler, he's doing a really good job as an opening batter. I don't know enough about him to know what his tagline would be. Is he as a batting bowler or
he's opened the bowling, but so in the Bob Willis Trophy season and the year before, he opened the bowling, was the key bowler. But last year he opened the batting. I think he had nearly 900 runs, 300s.
Maybe he's just a selfish type. Opens the batting, opens the bowling. My bat, my ball. Fields at slip. What a man! It certainly looks like he's got all the skills to be a very good opening batsman. His bowling looked more than useful. As we see the bowling figures there, 12 overs for 17, 1 wicket for Craig Overton, very miserly, but unusually Peter Siddle leaking 37 runs from his 11. Lewis Gregory 28 runs off his 9, slightly on the expensive side of life, and Josh Davey not going for too many runs, but again not quite bowling that wicket taking area that we're so used to seeing from these 4 bowlers.
Yeah, this man very much the leader of the attack, and they do need something special from him really. 3 slips in as Nick Gubbins waits. Still plenty of cricket left. What's we got? 17 overs left in the day. They're going to be slightly longer days tomorrow as well. 104 overs in each day.
Like the good old days of second team cricket and first class cricket, 104 overs in the day. You can see it's going to be pretty tricky out there. You look at the whites of the slip fielders. There's looks like there's a strong wind blowing towards the Colin Atkinson Pavilion from this end, helping Craig Overton. As Nick Gubbins leans forward and plays a very elegant looking shot through extra cover, chased down by Josh Davey, who fields well, and they complete 2. Looking a little bit ominous at the moment, the way the Hampshire players have started. Even in the short spell, you can really kind of sense that the batters are on top of the bowlers at the moment.
Might sound a ridiculous thing to say, could be a ridiculous thing to say. Does the pitch look a little bit less green than it did yesterday?
Well, it had a pretty reasonable day's weather on it yesterday. It probably would bring dry out a fraction.
It certainly looked easier to bat today than yesterday. It's not that Somerset have bowled really poorly, just been a little bit off.
Oh, I think a wicket will naturally sort of change shape. It would be unlikely to get greener. It's trimmed every morning. I think the footholes will give it a browner illusion, I guess. But you can still see that green strip down the middle. But yeah, it's certainly. I think it's more the length of Somerset bowlers have bowled. They haven't quite hit that knee roll, slightly fuller challenge in length. It's always been a little bit too full or a little bit too short. I think the length that Crago's just bowled there is absolutely spot on.
We saw with Barker a few of those fuller balls, a few of them popped up, didn't they? From that length, just got a bit of extra lift.
Yeah, I think in the trade it's called a bit of kiss. There's every wicket has a kiss length where it will just brush the surface and have a bit of extra zip on the way through to the keeper. You lose that when you bang it in too short, and obviously a half volley on any pitch is going to disappear to the boundaries. Crago runs in again. It's a really nice length, and Nick Gubbins watches that through to Steve Davis.
Yeah, he got 3 slips in, a couple men out as well. There's a man out on the hook and a fine leg, long leg. I never really know what the difference is between the two of them. So if it's a short boundary out there, it's a boundary I once saw you pepper against Yorkshire. The pitch would have been maybe, what, a couple further over to the left for that Yorkshire game?
Well, you know how things change over the years. I like to say it was over there and it was a 100-metre boundary, obviously, but that's no, it wouldn't have been far off the same pitch. I would have thought. Maybe the next strip over to the left, but yeah, those Somerset stand seats were pretty inviting, to be fair, on that particular day. It's quite a reasonably strong area, cow corner for me. But yeah, long leg. I think you've got to be over 6'3" to be a long leg. Otherwise, you're just a fine leg.
To do with the fielder. So Nick Gubbins does fancy it. There's a couple of men out, shortish boundary, but Overton is bowling a little bit fuller, and he's got Gubbins driving. End of the 39th over. 106 for 1 here. Sam Dalling and Peter Trigo. We've been here all day waiting patiently. I think we've still had quite a good day. We had an interesting debate about the T20 side coming up a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, we did. It was. It could have been an endless debate, couldn't it? Because you can put such a case for so many players in the Somerset squad, but as I always say, it's a head scratcher when 19 doesn't divide into 11 as Peter Siddle runs into bowl. Gets one to whiz through to Steve Davis. Still a bit too short for a wicket-taking delivery. I'm sure he'll try and get a bit fuller from there. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those real interesting debates, isn't it? Everyone's opinions differently. You know what they say about opinions. Everyone has one and they differ. I think that's the phrase.
If it's not, it sounds about right, doesn't it? It's a fair assessment. I think it's factually correct, if nothing else.
Yeah, you've got a core, maybe 15 players that I think are the ones that coach and captain will want to use for the majority of that particular competition. You have to factor in you're going to lose your talisman in Craig Overton. There's going to be fatigue in the legs of a Josh Davey and a Peter Siddle potentially. So who knows? There's lots of options for the club to select from. I'm sure they'll want to go down to Canterbury with a big squad as well. I think it's really important in those sort of in the context of a series is. Maybe even the 14, 15 that are potentially going to play is you get them on the bus, get them netting, get them into that first team environment. So if they do slip into the team, it doesn't feel like a big move from club cricket or the second team into the first team. Get them in that environment as much as possible. Maybe a bit more difficult to do on away days, but certainly the home match. Make sure you've got a real full squad around. Everyone feeling like they're buying into what the competition is about. And you see that a lot in 4-day cricket. You look down on the bench now to our right and you've got 3 guys sat down there, 4 or 5 on the balcony. You know, that's really important on throughout county season, that everyone on the staff feels like they're very much involved in the success of the first team in particular.
Yeah, and they do that well. We've seen those behind the Wyvern videos. You know, even with Ollie Sale out injured, he was a key part of the Somerset Blast squad last year in a non-playing capacity. We're hopeful. I think he's got a small injury, out for a couple of weeks, but should be back relatively quickly. He's not one. Sorry, Ollie, we completely forgot to bring you into the conversation, because he was exceptional at the Def a couple of years ago. Had that really good breakout season. We can hear that wind off the effects well. So yeah, we had that a little bit earlier on. We had joined by, we've had 2 Clevedon pros in the com box, Peter Trigo himself, and we were joined by Kyle Abbott a little bit earlier on. It was lovely to chat to him about his time playing club cricket down here in the West Country, his time at Hampshire, and a little bit about the game situation as well. If you haven't heard that, worth going back to have a listen, because Kyle spoke beautifully. And here we are, 15 overs remaining. There's still a few grey clouds in the sky, and you get the sense that any more rain, because that last shower was so heavy, we had to wait for the outfield to dry. Any more rain might be terminal for the day. It's gone.
Craig Overton finally gets the outside edge of Ian Holland. Ian Holland is on his way back to Pavilion A wicket. The Somerset desperately need Ian Holland out for 49, 1 short of that half century. 107 for 2. As Craig Overton's wicket is replayed, a beautiful ball and a pretty standard nick through to Steve Davis. Is that the catalyst for a little bang bang, multiple wickets, little cluster of wickets?
It was that length you were talking about. Sorry, it was that length you were talking about, wasn't it? And just like slightly fuller, kissed the surface.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, when you talk about a flat pitch, I think you talk about the margin for error. Sometimes on a wicket that's doing pitch, your length will feel like you've got quite a vast sort of miss, if you like. In an area you can land the ball in and not go for runs and be threatening. On a flat pitch, that gets very small. Length is absolutely crucial, and you want to be somewhere in between the top of the knee roll and the top of the stumps. That's what generally brings the edges in, and Craigo certainly hit that one, and he got his reward. 2 for 19 off 13 overs.
Yeah, and what is his,
proving why he's been selected in that test squad. He's a fantastic performer for Somerset, and that is Craig Overton's 400th first class wicket. So congratulations.
400 first class wickets for Craig Overton. Not a bad milestone. This is his 100th first class game for Somerset. Played a little bit more than that as well. He's played for England and England Lions, but 400 wickets in total is some going, and still plenty yet to come. We would hope in a Somerset shirt and also an England shirt. Now the next man out is an exciting cricketer to watch. James Vince, Hampshire skipper, is out in the middle. You can be sure that there's 2 things. If I ever see a scorecard and James Vince has got runs, I know for a fact A, they would have been attractive, and B, they would have been scored quite quickly.
Yeah, he gets on with it, but I have to say, the hunt that shin early on, full and straight ball early to James Vince. I always felt like he had a chance early against him, but if he gets in, you're exactly right. He gets on with it as he starts his innings with a very James Vince-esque classic looking cover drive. Yeah, your margin for error against a quality player is even smaller again. Really important that Craigo continues his quality spell so far. He will have the bragging rights in the Overton house. First of the boys to reach that milestone, 400 wickets. What a great achievement. Well done, Craig.
And this is just one of those battles we've talked about all the way through the season, really. People who not county cricket, here we're going to have Craig Overton, incumbent England Test seamer, against James Vince, who many thought there was definitely noise around him being brought back into the England setup. He's had a couple of goes before. He's now 31, knows his game inside out, 10,000 first class runs to his name, so he'll want to keep scoring heavily and keep pushing his name forward. So this is going to be one brilliant battle.
Right on cue, that wobble seam in delivery into the stumps. James Vince just about gets the bat down in time and squirts it down to Peter Siddle at long leg, fine leg, any leg, peg leg, down to Peter Siddle.
Peter Siddle's done the fielding. That's all you need to know. It's a single for Vince. Would that be so you'd have that conversation, right? If someone like Vince has come out, you're thinking, get him on the shins early. Would you be mentioning that? Would the slips be kind of in his ear, letting him know that's a weakness?
Well, I think it's I think you want to know, or certainly understand that the bowlers know that's a weakness of his early, or a perceived weakness of his early. I don't think you want to. I would say that it would be a tactic to maybe talk about bowling short to him, because you're kind of getting his attention to something that's not his weakness, and you know, that double bluff sort of scenario. You know, I suppose if you changed it to something in normal life, you know, if someone was walking down a corridor and you were telling them that someone was going to jump out on you, it would be less scary when it happens. You know what I mean? You kind of, it's mind games really. I think James Vince will be fully aware that that's, you know, a mode of dismissal for him as well. So it's in the back of his head. That's why I think maybe an early bouncer is not the worst thing to get, even though he's very good at pulling. A nice high bouncer early on, just to push him back a little bit. Make that fuller ball just that little bit more dangerous if his feet aren't quite moving, as they don't generally early on in innings.
In full flow, though, he is one of the better players aesthetically, particularly to watch that cover drive. And I know it's an easy trope, isn't it? James Vince makes a lovely 25 and then gets out, which at test level maybe he did too many times.
Yeah, I don't fully buy into that. Aesthetics are one thing, but I also don't buy into someone that averages what he does in first class cricket, scores 10,000 runs, just gets 25 all the time. That's far from the case. He's a quality performer, and I think it's more to do with the fact that, you know, you've got the perception or the levels of county cricket, and then you've got test cricket. It's an incremental upshift in the quality of bowler you're going to face, and he hasn't quite worked it out. Simple as that. Will he? Who knows? Will he get another opportunity? Also, who knows? But all you can do as a first class player is just keep smashing the runs, and that's generally what he does.
Yeah, he's been around a long time now. About 2009 he debuted. I remember very early hearing about him getting 180 odd, I think it was, up against Yorkshire at Scarborough, and they had Rashid and Bresnan and Shazad, and I'm sure Patterson was playing as well.
Well, as we know, getting 100 against Yorkshire doesn't get you a test start every time, does it? No. So
did you do it? Because didn't they come down? So you knocked them off one year. Didn't the following year they come down again and still didn't learn from their own mistakes and declare again? And Somerset chased.
But then we got into a situation where nobody would declare against us, because they knew that whatever they posted, we were going to get. It was very. It was nice to be in that bullish dressing room at the time, but right now the focus is on trying to get these Hampshire wickets, or at least making a sizable dent into those 10 wickets tonight, to make the task of, you know, I suppose you've got to look at a first inning. Do you defend a first inning score? I think that's a good mentality, isn't it? You've got 211. Yeah. The goal is to defend that 211 in the first innings and set the game up. At the moment it looks likely that's going to be a tough task, but you just don't know in this crazy game that we love watching, playing, supporting.
And I've eulogised about James Vince a little bit, but Nick Govins is looking in really good touch out there. He's leaving well. He's obviously got his eye in, because he's leaving well outside off stump. He's not fiddling at anything he really needs to. I mean, watch him now play a miss at one outside off stump. But having said that, but he's played some attractive shots, and he's hit some good shots, yes, straight at fielders, but the ball is travelling nicely off his bat.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't so long back that I think he played England Lions, if I'm right in saying. I think he would have been talked about in terms of test match cricket at some stage, not so long ago. I don't know the circumstances of why he left Middlesex and, you know, ended up playing here at Hampshire, but what a great signing. I mean, it was one of those ones where you read about it and you're like, yeah, that's a good signing.
I think it was quite amicable. I think it was just one of those, everyone recognised that perhaps it was time for a fresh challenge, and he went down there on loan for a bit of last year, but it was 2016, he scored all those runs, big 100 in the final game against Yorkshire when they won that title. And and he scored 1,400 runs. He went on the Lions tour that winter, and I think it was him. It was when Jennings played as well, so it must have been it was the Bangladesh and India series. Did Jennings and Hamid play? I think he was rooming. I think the story was that he was rooming with Keaton Jennings when Jennings got the call just to go in ahead of him, and then just fell out of form a little bit at the wrong time. If he'd have backed that up with another 1,000-run season straight away, he may well have got a go.
Beautiful bowling there, Craigo. Well played by James Vince. A great little battle we've got on our hands. One of the premier batsmen in James Vince in county cricket at the crease. Without doubt, the standout bowler over the last 2-3 years in Craig Overton. A fascinating little contest we've got here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, Hampshire. 109 for 2. Nick Gubbins on 34 and James Vince new to the crease on 1. There's a bit of cat and mouse going on here. Just sending out a little wide away swing at James Vince. Just saying to him, go on, have a go at that. Go on, you can have 4 runs if you want it. Knowing that the edge is lurking if he gets it slightly wrong. Really fascinating bit of cricket.
Yeah, this is going to be wonderful. 400 first-class wickets for Craigo. 360 of them for Somerset. I mean, before this game, they cost him just over 22 runs apiece, which is pretty miserly. He's
kicked out of the turf there. He's disgusted with himself. That's how good he is. He's disgusted with a dot ball. But I think he's tried to set Vince up there a couple away, and he's probably gone for the one in, and he's not got his wrist quite right, and he's sent one a bit wide of off stump. Frustrated with himself there. I'm sure he'll correct it. This ball, just one of the guys, you know, you play with and you see growing up as a youngster, and you know, I think as a player that, you know, been and gone and retired, and you know, Leachy and Craig Overton in particular, you know, you just feel really proud that you've been some little small cog in their careers. It's really great to come back to the county ground and watch Craig flourish as he has. You know, every time I've watched him since leaving the club and retiring, he just gets better and better and better. Fair play to him. Really, really good to watch him bowl these days. I wasn't, you know, I spent a lot of time here at Somerset wearing that number 7 shirt. Can't think of a better lad to take it on, to be honest. Watching that run in from the opposite end to what I used to bowl. He's a cracking lad and a great bowler. He's finished another fine over there. Craig Overton, 15 overs, 2 for 21 so far. Just needs a bit of backup from the other end. Looks like Peter Siddle's bowling into a relatively strong wind, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but we know he's a strong lad, great competitor. Hopefully he can have a breakthrough from the other end. As he runs into Bolton, Nick Gubbins on 34.
Siddle had his hands. That was close. That's another stump, probably 4th stump that's hitting, but Nick Gubbins, as we were saying, just seems that he knows exactly where his stumps are. He was quite confident in leaving that, and rightly so. Overton's 400 wickets. Peter Siddle's got 700 first-class wickets. What a performer he's been over the years. Another lover of county cricket. He gets spells at Nottinghamshire and at Essex. Here at Somerset, you know, I had the fortune of having a chat to him a few weeks ago, and he's saying he's really enjoying it. As he beats the outside edge there. Feels like he's settled in nicely, really enjoys the being in the dressing room. Keen to keep going, he said. People were asking him, you know, there's a lot of cricketers, once they finish playing Test cricket, when you played a decent amount of Test cricket, there are more probably that retire relatively quickly than stay on, and there are exceptions and notable ones to that as well. And Siddle said, well, I'm a long time retired. Until I'm not performing and not contributing to my side, I'm playing.
Rightly so. I think it's more, Siddle catches the outside edge of Nick Gubbins. It just drops short of Craig Overton. Bounces in front of him. He gets enough of a hand on it to stop it going for 4. As James Hildreth chases down. We'll see a replay of that delivery. It looks like Peter Siddle has found his line of length, nips away. Unfortunately, with the ball being slightly older now at 43 overs old, didn't quite carry to Craig Overton at 2nd slip, 3rd slip. Yeah, it's unusual for bowlers, I suppose, to go past. But yeah, like I said, he's still a good athlete and runs in as he drops short. James Vince is not going to look too many times at a ball like that to slash it through the gully region for 4 runs. He's backed up a really good piece of bowling with a very poor piece of bowling. He'll be really disappointed with that. Peter Siddle.
Bread and butter for a man like James Vince, that, isn't it? He didn't even run. I knew the second it had left the bat. He's super fit, Peter Siddle. He's got an Ironman on the cards. He's been training for that. I think he was ready to do one and it got cancelled due to COVID. And he's doing this. Hobart's having its first ever Ironman, and that's where he's playing his domestic cricket now, having gone to Tasmania to play red ball, and so he's going to be doing that I think in the new year.
Yeah, fair play to him. I mean, he's, like I said, he is a fit, and I think it's great for a bowler to have those sort of hobbies. I was very much keen on my road biking and various different things that just kept me going, and I did notice actually Peter Siddle was brought with him from Australia a very, very fancy looking road bike. So if you're out driving around the back lanes of Somerset and you see a bleach blonde man on a very shiny S-Works bike, make sure you give him at least 1.5 metres and take care when you go round him in your car.
You should do that with every cyclist. That you
Well,
see,
but in particular a bleach blonde
Peter
Australian
Siddle,
on a really fancy bike.
Because we need him here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Let's have a look at that wicket from Craig Overton in slow motion. That's a beauty, isn't it, Peter? Absolute power from Craig Overton. 400 up for him, 400 first-class wickets. He's going to continue here from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. 15 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 21 for Craig Overton. Bowling at James Vince. We've got this fantastic battle. Current Test cricketer versus a man who's played a decent amount of Test cricket, was involved in that. I think he was first reserve in the World Cup squad in the end. I don't think he played, but I think when Alex Hales was ruled out, left out, James Vince was the next man in. 13 Tests to his name, 3 half-centuries.
I think he was exiled.
Exiled, yeah, it's probably the fair word.
Sore subject. I still can't get my head around that one personally, but there we go.
I was trying to be diplomatic, but yes, exiled.
Exiled.
That exile remains.
Sent to Robben Island. Yeah, it's a terrible shame.
Seriously, I mean, he's dominated T20. Well, we could go on, we could talk a long time, I think, about Alex Hales, but he has dominated T20 leagues around the world. As has James Vince, who's also played in several T20 leagues. Big Bash. Oh, he drives straight.
Craigo, get the boot out the way, lad.
Oh, that's going to hurt Craig Overton, I think. He hit that.
He's dropped his big size 14 on a very well struck straight drive from James Vince. Hopefully that's caught the underside of the boot where there's a bit of padding. But with a Test series coming up, Craigo, just give him 4 runs, mate. Get your foot out the way, lad.
You know what that means, though. Who's the team physio masseuse now? He's now thinking, at the end of play, what's his first job going to be?
Raid the ice machine.
Well, he's going to have to have a look at Craig Overton's feet, isn't
after
he?
a long day bowling, that could be the worst.
He's in it.
Do you know what? I'd get one of those like NASA suits on if I had to attend to Craigo's feet after a day of bowling.
The nuclear hazard signs up. No one else. He's in a bit of pain.
Biohazard. Here comes Jamie Thorpe. What a great sight! Looks like he looks like the Barcelona defender. Is it Piqué? Well, that's what he tells everyone.
He does
anyway.
a bit, doesn't he? Yeah.
I think he looks a bit more like Gordon the Gopher, but we'll give him Piqué. He's a great lad, is Jamie. He'll be out there in a flash to look after Craigo if he gives him any sign that he needs a bit of attention. The Torpedo.
He's been sent back, Craig Overton. He was wincing. He's going to try and run it off. It was struck sweetly by James Vince. It was a certain boundary.
That had a bit of extra zip on it, that ball. Craigo. Hopefully that's a little bit just to fizz him up a little bit, inspire him to run in and bowl that extra half a yard quicker and get us this 3rd wicket, which will bring us a bowling point, which would be absolutely marvellous. If we could get another 1 or 2 wickets tonight, I think you'd feel like Somerset is certainly given a chance of not conceding too many in his first innings. That vulnerable front shin of James Vince there on show, but I think he's just got an inside edge on that one. I don't know if we have a replay of that last ball, but that looked like the wobble seam delivery. As we see the replay now, right on cue. Oh, I think he's been saved by an inside edge there. Craigo certainly has been onto the laptop and he's watched the danger areas for James Vince. Set him up with the away swinger, and every 4 or 5 balls just drop one back in on that wobble seam.
Beautiful stuff here. What a battle we've got going on. 16 overs of Craig Overton so far in this innings. 2 for 21. Hampshire 115 for 2. James Vince is relatively recently out there. He's got 6. He would have had 10. He's made a beautiful straight drive off Craig Overton in the previous over that struck Overton full on the foot. He was down wincing in a bit of pain, but he's run it off. I wonder if that might be a natural signal for Tom Abel to make a bowling change. Time for a bit of Lewis Gregory or Josh Davey.
Well, I think there was a bit of chat earlier from Harry that Tom should maybe give himself an opportunity. I would be right behind that. I think Abe's always seems to have a knack of getting a wicket. Not that I'm sure in any way, shape or form people don't respect Tom as a bowler, but I think he's not a frontline bowler. He could be a frontline bowler, but there is an element. Maybe the batsman might just switch off the concentration a little bit, try and take him for granted. I think that's why he strikes so often. So I think it'd be a really good move for Tom to loosen those shoulders up, stretch those hamstrings, and give himself a little bowl at one of these ends.
Peter Siddle quite liked that LBW shout, but then his hand signal afterwards suggested he knew what umpire Wharf was going to say, just perhaps straying down.
I know James Vince does tend to get across to off stump a little bit, so it's obviously just not done enough as he shuffles across. Yeah, I think it's I'll tell you what, it's pretty close. I think it's probably just missing leg stump. Peter Siddle knows, he's experienced enough. He gave the decision for Alex Wharf there.
Close though. Uppish, just for half a second there from Nick Gubbins. Didn't quite get on top of it, but it was safe. One bounce into Jack Leach. Well, I wonder, it's interesting what you say about Abel. I wonder if there's a little bit of that in. So Ian Holland has opened the bowling for Hampshire, but after that amazing opening burst from Abbas and Abbott, where they conceded that first hour, there was maybe 15 runs in 15 overs, and Holland came on and immediately saw Lammonby and Renshaw just try and line him up a little bit, and that's how Renshaw fell. Caught it slip, second slip.
Yeah, I think everyone's got a
got him.
Yes, Peter Siddle. He's found the outside edge of Nick Gubbins. Nick Gubbins looks very disappointed with that decision. He's standing there long enough that he's going to end up in the office if he's not careful. But Peter Siddle has the breakthrough. Hampshire are 117 for 3.
Watch Gubbins here. He really doesn't like it. You see that head? He's gone down. It's gone past, and the head turned so quickly. You can see this is the slowest walk off I think I might have ever seen. And I've seen some slow walks off. He really doesn't like that at all.
He's done himself there because he looked like his head dropped in disappointment. So
he was down really low. Wasn't playing. I wonder if we can see that once more on the replay in a second, because Gubbins really doesn't like that decision. Peter Siddle and Steve Davies went straight up.
I mean, I've got to be honest, in my experience, when a batter has that reaction, it's pretty definitive that he hasn't hit the ball. But his body language gave me the impression that he had. But then I think he would have to be a Tom Cruise level actor to act through that next little passage. So it sounds like a potential case of another bit of a back leg or a back pocket, but very hard to tell. Anyway, it's irrelevant. The finger's gone up. Hampshire 117 for 3. Peter Siddle has got the breakthrough.
And since we're talking about Siddle maybe being slightly off his radar, but in the last 3 or 4 overs, he's really dragged it back, hasn't he? He's been superb. Peter Siddle had that close LBW shot, just a couple of balls. Was it the 2 balls previously?
Yeah, I think he's. I mean, to summarise his bowl, I think he's still bowled those wicket-taking balls, but Whereas before he's stayed in that area and his miss hasn't been much of a miss. I think today, and maybe a bit of yesterday, he would just bowl the occasional really poor ball, like the previous over to James Vince, short wide, almost a free 4 runs. That's something that's like we're not used to seeing from Peter Siddle, but irrelevant now. He's got the breakthrough as Liam Dawson is at the wicket now. He's all of a sudden just looks like a different man running in. That wicket has changed the emotions a little bit out there on the field. Somerset sniff a little bit of an opportunity.
Did you see this dismissal once again on screen, Peter? Oh, it's not. It's the RWW.
That's inside edge from Liam Dawson, saving himself. He's another one, I think. The full and straight delivery onto the shin will be the target of the Somerset bowlers. Trying to get one to nip back. Peter Siddle's got his tail up now after that wicket. End of the over, end of the 46th over. Hampshire 117 for 3. Can Somerset get another couple? Here's the replay of the Nick Gubbins dismissal. It's going to be impossible. It looks like he's hit his own pad there a little bit, but his body language there suggests that he did nick it, but then the next bit suggests that he almost certainly didn't, but very hard to tell. That would have to be a super slow-mo zoom-in situation. And I don't think we've quite got the technology, but it's on its way apparently.
It's that turn of the head that he's completely shocked, but as you rightly said, it's irrelevant. It's Vince and Liam Dawson out there in the middle. Craig Overton is going to continue, so he's having been struck on the foot. It'll take more than a blow on the foot of a cricket ball to keep Craig Overton down. Bowled for a bit of pain last week up at Gloucestershire, at Surrey as well. That toe injury he's had previously. Yeah, it's pretty gruesome, so I won't go into it, but something popped underneath, so was running in through the pain. And this is again, just to add to that fascinating battle we've got Overton against Vince and Dawson. What a middle order for Hampshire. 2 players that have been in and around England squads, played a bit of England cricket as well.
I do feel like this could be Craig Overton's last bit of bowling for tonight. Looks a little bit like he's getting a bit tired now. His body language looks like he's about to sign off for the day, so he'll try and strike one more time for his captain, for his team. Looks like in is the plan. Little bits of angle in towards James Vince with the occasional one away. As Craigo comes into bowl again to James Vince. Wraps him on the pads and Ian Blackwell does the rest. The finger goes up. And James Vince is on his way, as we discussed, an LBW candidate. And he hasn't let us down. Hampshire 117 for 4 as we see the replay.
He didn't like that one either, James Vince, or maybe didn't like something that someone said to him, because he had a long look back. Ian Blackwell, no hesitation really from him. He was sure. And this is brilliant stuff from Craig Overton and from Somerset. They just started pushing at that door with that first couple of wickets, but that one really is barging through, isn't it? That's a huge wicket psychologically for Hampshire to lose James Vince.
Yeah, that is a big wicket. Craig Overton, the talisman for Somerset County Cricket Club, has struck again, and maybe that will give him a little bit of boost and continue or elongate this spell that he's into at the moment. 3 for 21 into his 17th over already.
Yeah, so we started with 19, didn't we? So this is his 6th over already. And it's been absolutely fantastic from Craig Overton.
Ben Brown, the newly acquired wicketkeeper batsman from Sussex, striding to the crease. He obviously likes that part of the world. Moves slightly shifted across up the coast a little bit to Hampshire. He's done really well since joining his new club. Awkward customer, really hard to drag forward. Ben Brown, he plays very deep in his crease. He's a good puller, cutter. Doesn't hurt you down the ground early on in his wicket. So really, you've got to get the ball as full as you can to Ben Brown early on. His feet don't move outside the popping crease a great deal early on in his innings. So I'm sure Craigo will be pushing that ball up as full as possible, trying again to find that outside edge. or that front shin.
Big tester. This spell, Peter, 6.3 overs. 2 wickets for just 4 runs from Craig Overton.
Right on cue. A nice full delivery. Many batsmen would step forward and hit that. It was almost half volley length. Ben Brown still playing that on the back foot. Certainly a characteristic you need to be aware about when you bowl to Ben. If you bowl the same length you would to most other batters, Ben Brown will rock back and pull and cut you all day long. It's those front foot balls that really get him in a bit of trouble. Again, an away swing and half volley. Ben Brown's still playing that off of the back foot. He is completely reluctant to move his front foot forward, but it certainly looks like the Somerset bowlers and team have done their homework. They've played enough cricket against him. It's no surprise.
Yeah, been in the runs. This was in the runs last year, and it was slightly odd what happened, wasn't he? Club captain at Sussex, and they took that away from him. Still ended up scoring nearly 1,000 runs with 400s. Super player. Really good wicketkeepers. Got some runs this year as well. Kent, 157 against Kent, 72 against Lancashire, as we just see. Peter Siddle.
Oh, he missed the ball a long way.
Beautiful. I think that's the dismissal.
That's the dismissal.
Oh, it is the dismissal. It's slow mode.
I think he's a little bit unlucky there. But his body language, I think it's
going down, isn't it?
I genuinely think the decision has been influenced by Nick Gubbins' body language. He looks like he's dropped his head in disappointment because he has nicked it. Interesting that, but yeah, I think he's missed that by quite a considerable distance. But as a Somerset fan, we need not bother. As Peter Siddle runs into Liam Dawson, who gets a thick inside edge through to square leg. He picks up his first run of the day. Hampshire 118 for 4.
It's interesting.
48th over.
Because that Siddle was celebrating straight away. You could see in the background of that slow-mo replay, Siddle went straight up, so there was something involved. Somerset heard something.
Yeah, I think if we do get the opportunity to look at slow motion again, I think it's quite visible that Nick Gubbins hits his own pad, which can give off a very woody sound, because inside a pad there are wooden spines down each upright of the pad, so if the bat hits that wooden splice, it does make quite a wood on wood sound, very similar to a nick.
And that is, I would imagine, what Nick Gubbins might say happened afterwards.
Yeah, it was very peculiar, his body language there, but like I said, we've got to move on. 118 for 4. Peter Siddle running into bowl to Ben Brown, who again looks like he's come forward, but his front foot is still not in front of that popping crease. Really important that you get nice and full to Ben Brown early on in his innings, because once he's in, he scores quickly and he's a hard man to dislodge.
What else have we got going on today? Up at Headingley, Yorkshire 269 for 4 now. No runs for the former England skipper. He made just 8. Harry Brook, what fine form he's been in. 82 for him. I think that's 8 half centuries in 9 innings for Harry Brook so far this season. That's a lovely looking shot from Ben Brown, but it was an equally good bit of fielding from Tom Banton, who took a couple of steps to his left, dived and just went one-handed, and the ball went straight into that big paw of his. And Adam Live, another former England opener, he's 118 not out. Up at Headingley.
There's quite a few former England openers at the moment, isn't there? There's been a bit of a conveyor belt. Former Somerset player Azhar Ali is on 174 as well. Doing very well up at New Road at the moment, as Tom Lammonby dives through a row of houses and saves that one going through to the boundary. Peter Siddle applauds his teammate. That's what you need. Those couple of wickets just inspired everyone. A few diving stops. Really does get the buzz going out there.
Very pleasing to see Azhar Ali in the runs. He's a lovely man. He's had a bit of a tough time of it. The runs haven't come that freely since signing for Worcestershire. And Jack Haynes didn't have a first-class 100 until a couple of weeks ago. He's got 3 on the spin now in that middle order for Worcestershire.
Easy game.
Brett D'Oliveira. It's great to see the name D'Oliveira still,
isn't it just?
Still with Worcestershire. 33 unbeaten. He's the skipper now of their Red Bull side. Middlesex are batting at Lords. Durham 350 all out. Oh, I can use the phrase again. Former England opener Sam Robson's got 40 not out. Mark Stoneman.
But unfortunately, other former England opener Mark Stoneman of the last 5 years is out for 41.
He is. Sam Robson, would he have been in your England squad? He's been scoring runs. That 100 he got against Fletcher, Broad and Pattinson last week was impressive.
I don't know. I think, to be perfectly honest, I probably got fed up of predicting England selections a long time ago. It's kind of sit back and watch what comes out of the roulette wheel. No, I'm afraid that's my mentality to it.
How about this? Up at the Emirates Old Trafford, Essex 391, Lancashire are 32 for 5 now. Sam Cook, Jamie Porter back in the side. Sam Cook was superb here in that game, that really tight game. Essex won by 1 wicket. Craig Overton is continuing and into this 7th over of his spell. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 5 for Sam Cook. So actually very similar figures to Craig Overton in this spell. He's also now, well, I think he's into his 8th over in fact. Has 2 for 4 perhaps in that same time.
Craig has certainly got his tail up at the moment. He's bowling downwind, which will help slightly, but he's bowled a lot of overs already in this spell. 3 for 21 to his 18th over, doing a fantastic job this afternoon. He bowls again to Ben Brown, who strides forward a whole 2.5 inches to block that ball. Interesting passage of play we've got here. The sun is out. Stark contrast to a couple of hours ago when it was quite heavily raining here at Taunton. We thought it was over for the day, and we've got out there and picked up another 3 wickets. So hanging around, the groundsmen or ground staff doing their work has certainly paid dividends for Somerset. 119 for 4 looks a lot more inviting than 90 for 1 or whatever it was when we restarted. So a really good spell here for Somerset.
I suspect there'll be a few in that Hampshire dressing room. We'll be hoping they would, wishing with hindsight there was just one more shower to keep them off there so they can come back and start again fresh tomorrow. Forecast set fair for Saturday and Sunday. Going to be 104 overs in the day. Pete Trigo, you'll be playing cricket tomorrow, won't you?
I am. Can't wait.
3 Trigos on the team sheet up at Weston-super-Mare.
Away to Midsummer Norton. I saw Richard Ellison, former England bowler. He was here watching today. I chatted to him this morning and he said, "Are you playing tomorrow, Triggs? I'm the coach of Midsummer Norton. We know how to get you out." I said, "Well, full and straight will do the job, mate." There's no secret.
Was he at Millfield for a long time as the head of cricket?
I believe so. He was cricket master there. It was funny actually. I've seen him twice today. Once coming in on the A road, it looked like he'd been in some sort of minor road accident. The police were there and he was out of his car. I wound my window down, stopped and said, "Ellison, you causing trouble." He denied any wrongdoing.
He obviously wasn't detained then. He made it here.
I would have detained him, to be fair, especially now that I know he's Midsummer Norton's coach. Siddle bowls another beauty to Liam Dawson through to Steve Davis. Things have just changed momentum a little bit over the last half an hour here for Somerset.
There's a bit of zip, a bit of buoyancy from Somerset out there. 3 quick wickets will do that.
It's that length. It's that length, knee roll length, just gets that little bit extra, that kiss off the surface. Through to Steve Davis, an absolute jaffa. Well bowled again, Peter Siddle. That wicket really has changed his momentum. He's all of a sudden honed in on that zone that he's relentlessly been hitting since he landed in England. He's found his mojo.
Honed on the zone. drone. The drone would be struggling if it was up there now. It is fairly windy. Sun's out, but it's gusty. That's helped. It helps dry the pitch off a little bit more quickly. That's what I love about the English summer. When we turned up this morning, at 11 o'clock this morning, you could barely see those hills. It was chucking down, and you're thinking, you didn't know better. You think there's no chance of any cricket, and here we are at nearly 6:30 on a Friday night. Sun is shining, surrounded by beautiful hills. Somerset taking quick wickets. Still plenty of seagulls around.
We're not going to start going down the weather rabbit hole, are we?
No, I don't know. So rabbit hole's been well explored. Shadows being cast from those retirement flats. Haven't done much flat watch in the last couple of games, but there's a good healthy number out there. A healthy number of dragon flags. Did you see that debate on Twitter? The dragon versus wyvern debate always causes... It isn't really a debate because it is just a dragon. Stumpy the dragon, I think, had the last word on that.
Dragon? Wyvern? What?
The Somerset flag. Couple of runs there from Ben Brown, who just... No, it wasn't. It was Liam Dawson, apologies. He just flicked it into the leg side. Tom can't speak now.
Were you part of that debate?
I wasn't part of it because it's not a debate for me. It is a dragon.
I've always known... I went to Wyvern Comprehensive, who had the same emblem. So I've always thought I've always thought that the Somerset flag was a wyvern.
Stumpy the Dragon. Did you ever have a go in Stumpy the Dragon?
Oh, the
mascot. You ever fancy the mascot race?
Stumpy the Wyvern has done the mascot race for God knows how many years. The odour coming from that thing would put me off going anywhere near it, let alone getting inside it.
You had a choice.
Not that Stumpy the Wyvern is not
Stumpy the Dragon,
real,
Peter. Stumpy
anyway.
the Dragon.
No, I'm staying firm on this. Wyvern Comprehensive School, Weston-super-Mare, had the same emblem. They're hands, not feet. They're not legs, like a four-legged dragon. It's just an interpretation of a mythical creature that has never even existed, for God's sake. So just because someone randomly puts a couple of little hands on doesn't mean that they're drawing a dragon. This is one of the failings of the argument. It is just a drawing of something that doesn't exist, for God's sake.
You've charmed me there. You've won me with the argument. That is actually a brilliant line. I can't argue. I can't come back at that. Change of bowling. Craig Overton, what a spell from him.
No, that's going to get the social media going.
Yes.
I've opened the can of worms on the debate again, and I come with a argument from left field.
Gregory, straight on the money. What a spell it was from Craig Overton. We've just seen those couple of wickets really very crucial for Somerset. Big wickets too as well. Ian Holland was the first to go. Little tickle behind to Stephen Davies. James Vince, LBW for just 6-7 overs from Craig Overton. 2 for 4. What a spell that has been. Now it's Lewis Gregory's turn.
Oh, I think this is a very much preferred end for Lewis Gregory, especially being a bit down breeze. Get that little bit of extra zip as we see a replay of that first ball. Not a great delivery, but sometimes they can also bring wickets.
Just went under the bat, didn't it? Didn't quite get up as much as Ben Brown thought it was going to.
Well, again, as I did mention, Ben Brown is sweating on short bowling. That's what he wants to score from. He doesn't want to come forward. Can also be a downfall sometimes. As Lewis Gregory hits a really good area there, trying to entice a drive out of Ben Brown.
Josh Davey limbering up in front of us here in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion as well. Full sleeve jumper on, so it looks like it might be a change at both ends, a double change. He's going to come into the attack potentially for Peter Siddle, who's also bowled 7 overs, picked up the wicket of Nick Gubbins, caught behind.
Well, it was caught behind.
It was caught behind.
Not sure Nick Gubbins had much to do about it, but as Lewis Gregory hammers a really good area there. Somerset are hunting.
I think one might have given Nick Gubbins a wide berth when he came back into the changing rooms. One, you clear the changing room, get out onto the balcony and let Nick do his thing.
Oh, I think I've upset Stumpy the Wyvern on Twitter. Sorry, Stumpy.
Straight in as well.
Wyvern Comprehensive School had the same badge as the Somerset flag. For me, that makes it fact.
It's the Wyvern Sports Club down the road as well.
The Wyvern Sports Club. The Somerset, where Gimlet's Hill used to be, there used to be a lovely old members pavilion down there.
Yeah, I do.
Called Somerset Wyverns. There's a lot of history around the club that suggests that Wyvern for me, it's equally as no-brainer. Everything, you know, the Somerset Wyverns. You know, they were a club within this club for 100 years, 50, 60, 70, 80 years. Why were they called the Somerset Wyverns? Because we've got a dragon on the flag. You're kidding me?
You have. I tell you what, I have been very much. I've always been a dragon man based on Stumpy. But your explanation, it's something that doesn't exist. It's a drawing. So actually,
I always remember. This is a bit of a tangent, but when the film The Da Vinci Code came out, and everyone started picking that part apart, the film, like it might actually be a fact. And I think that the basis of the whole argument about Jesus' relationship with Mary Magdalene was based on the painting of the Last Supper that was painted probably 1,000 years after the event would have potentially happened, whether you believe it or not. It was like same thing. It's just it's an interpretation of something that doesn't exist or has never happened or might never have happened.
Josh Davey coming into attack. Of all the sentences I thought I'd hear from you today, Jesus' relationship with Mary Magdalene was not at the top of the list.
Young Samuel, I'm a lot smarter than you may think. I know a lot of useless knowledge.
But it was very much, it was the tangent. We do some tangents, and that really is one.
Is that the most tangerine tangent we've ever been on here, do you think?
we could get that. I don't know.
Or is it just late in the day and we've been off a rain for a long time?
I think
do you
it is.
Do you reckon we've had commentary box madness?
Bit of cabin fever kicking in. We've been in here since 11 o'clock with very little cricket.
Is this the time where I say, you know, please, you know, can we have some Twitter interaction to help us out here? You know, we have had a long day here.
I don't think you're going to get much help with your line of argument, though, from Twitter.
I mean, that really does take us down a whole different path, doesn't it? The whole Michelangelo's painting of the Last Supper and is the Somerset emblem a dragon or a wyvern? That's quite a leap, isn't it?
You've got some support from Mike, who's one of the regulars on the live stream. He's also done a lot of work to digitalise the Somerset Museum. Look at the museum history of the Wyverns is in the museum, and in particular the emblem on their tie. So he's very much with you. There you go. You've got your school tie, is that?
I've just been sent a picture of the Somerset Wyvern school tie, where there does seem to be two limbs, but it's almost identical to the Somerset badge in many ways.
Just struggling with the charger in there.
Yeah, I've run out of battery from 2 hours of watching the golf. But yeah, I mean, it does seem to be a couple of limbs shy of where we need to be. But, you know, who's to say he didn't have his legs crossed? I mean, you just don't know, do you?
Who knows what mood he was in when he was posing for that particular painting. Good to see Jacob Lunn in the YouTube comments. Jacob, a huge fan of Somerset, plays a lot of cricket as well for some of the Somerset youth sides. Brilliant to have you with us, Jacob. Someone I follow on Twitter, and great to see you popping into the Somerset Museum. It is there around the back, next to the old M&H shop as well. Well worth a visit, particularly on rainy days. If you've got a rain delay, pop over there.
Have they got any Michelangelos in the museum?
It's a beautiful building, though, isn't it? Maybe they do.
It's a stunning building, isn't it?
It's really lovely. I think it's probably the nicest building in the ground, actually.
Proper job, isn't it?
Proper job, young man.
Right, back to the cricket. the debate goes on. I think everyone's knowledge base comes from Google. Whatever Google or Wikipedia says seems to be instantly fact, but not taking into account that the Somerset Wyverns, as I mentioned, a club within this county cricket club called the Somerset Wyverns. Ask yourself why. It's not just about what you can Google. There's other things that we need to explore. Just because the Somerset, maybe it is a dragon, but maybe Somerset County Cricket Club's emblem is a wyvern. You just don't know. Again, maybe people entering into this conversation think what happens in the Game of Thrones is real.
Maybe they do. I'm not one of those people. I'm not a big Game of Thrones fan. I must confess, as Mike is rightly pointing out, the Somerset Museum is also online.
I think if ever there was a man that would know the answer that I would respect the most, it would be the curator, or what would be the attendant of the Somerset Museum that had been. I think I'm right in saying that the gentleman has sadly passed away that was involved in the creation of the Somerset Museum. If we could be reminded of the chap who did such a marvellous service for the club for so many years, I think he would certainly be able to end all arguments. As Lewis Gregory runs into bowl and is thick-edged by Ben Brown. Again, a really full delivery, not going forward, thick edges it through the gully region. Races away for 4.
We're very lucky to have that here in the ground. I used to go in there as a kid. We'd come down, play a little bit of cricket, pop into the museum, and there was always a pair of Joel Garner's boots in there. I should know his name. If anyone's got it out there on the YouTube, come to Twitter. Oh, outside edge, it dropped just short. Ben Brown, just in fairness, just played with slightly soft hands. Tom Abel, I think it was, diving across. It was on the bounce, got a hand to it, tipped it around the corner, and it's raced away for 4. Mike might well know. Mike, if you're listening, can you recall the name of the chap, the curator, the man who started the Somerset County Cricket Club Museum? It's an old 15th century stone barn that houses the museum. Outside edge again, 2 in 2. This time Abel has to go to this other side, dives away to his right, can't get a hand on that. Back-to-back boundaries for Ben Brown.
Infuriating when you bowl a good delivery like that, as Lewis Gregory has done 3 times this over, and all it's done is cost him runs. Very frustrating. It's brought a field change. Craig Overton has gone down to 3rd man to plug that gap.
Would it be Tony Steddle? Isn't that a name that rings a bell to you? I'm searching through old photos of the museum. This time it's a dot ball as Ben Brown gets forward.
Well, I just think there are so many. There's a little bit of it's a specialist subject that I don't think doing the argument justice is just by tapping a search into Wikipedia, which is a bit flaky sometimes, and googling and stuff. I think there is, like I said, the Somerset links to said creature are equally as important as the counties.
3 boundaries in the over then.
Down the leg side, clipped off of his thigh, and runs away for 4. A flurry of runs there from Hampshire as Hampshire move on to 134 for 4. An expensive over there from Lewis Gregory, 11 overs for 41. A little bit unfortunate to go for that many runs, I would say.
Yeah, that will ruin the figures. So just got a couple of overs left in the day. Peter Trigo is off playing cricket tomorrow. I'm off for the weekend as well. But don't worry, we will be back on the live stream with WPA Health Insurance. You've got Charlie Taylor in with you, the lovely man, lovely voice, Stephen Lamb. They'll be here with you Saturday and Sunday. Harry Everett's back on Sunday too. Will also be playing some club cricket, and it's going to be set up to be an absolute, it could be a brilliant finish here. Hampshire 137 for 4 first innings as Dawson just drops it and he calls through for the single. I don't think Ben Brown was as keen. He was resting on his bat. It was in the end an easy single, but Ben Brown just had to get a move on. Dawson had pushed it to mid-on and decided he was going to go very quickly. So you won't need to miss a ball of this game, and it could be an absolute thriller. And don't forget, then very shortly, the T20 Blast, the Vitality Blast, will be underway. Peter Trigo and I will be back here next a week on Sunday, so 9 days' time. Western Storm playing the Sunrisers a little bit earlier in the day, double header going on.
Yeah, really excited. Different format. There's
full
Ben
short.
Brown camping on that pull shot as he does. Just dropping short of that deep square fielder. It's a compulsive shot for Ben Brown. The Somerset players will know it. Really lucky to get away with that one. So Sam, from a time perspective, we're halfway through this game, close of the second day. How are you feeling about the state of play?
Much better from a Somerset perspective in the last 15 overs. We talked about how they were just struggling to find their lines and lengths consistently enough. There were too many 4 balls, but this last hour they picked up those 3 quick wickets. They would love a 4th before the close of play. If they can... It was a tough day for Somerset yesterday. Hampshire definitely dominated it, but if they can keep them to 250 maybe, then still very much the game is in the balance. There's going to have to... All results still possible. I think Hampshire have their noses in front right now. It's going to be hard work for Somerset to win it from here. Hampshire probably still would be favourites, but...
Donald, Barker, Fuller, Abbott, Abbas to come. I think halfway would certainly taste a lot nicer. But Somerset have just leaked a few runs. They've bought a lot more what I would call boundary balls over the last sort of 10-15 minutes. In fact, maybe even the whole innings. There's just been a little bit of sloppiness at times that have allowed the Hampshire batsmen a little bit of respite from the pressure. I think going into a night's sleep, knowing that you've done half the work, would certainly feel better for the next 1.2 overs. 8 balls can yield 1 more wicket to get us to that halfway stage. As Liam Dawson pushes forward. They've got a dangerous lineup. Donald, Barker, Fuller, as I mentioned. Fuller in particular can be very dangerous.
They can smash it, can't they? Fuller
Play a
and
few
Barker.
shots.
They bat all the way down, a bit like Somerset did. They bat all the way down. Abbott's not scored many runs. I'm looking forward to seeing from afar and around Donald. It's been a couple of years. His last game was here against Somerset. He's had 2 really awful years of injury. It might be 2019 he last played before the Gloucestershire game a couple of weeks back.
Yeah, he burst onto the scene for Glamorgan. He scored a double 100, I believe, quite early on in his career and was touted as the next best thing for them. Hasn't quite kicked on.
There you can see on screen 10 days time or 9 days time, 29th. If you fancy, there's still tickets available. If you fancy a bit of time in the company of a guest legend, Jamie Cox, former Somerset skipper. He was the man that skippered Somerset to that C&G Trophy final win in 2001. 10,000 career runs for Somerset. He'll be around £60. You'll get your match day ticket, a 2-course meal, some allocated seats in the Trade Nation stand, and an exclusive Q&A with Jamie Cox. What a way. That'd be a decent way to spend the day, Peter Trigo.
Yeah, brilliant guy. Like I said yesterday, played golf with Jamie recently. Very, very good man to talk to. Great stories, great insight into the game. You know, he's played such a wide role. You know, he's a fantastic player in his own right. Then was on the chairman of selectors, I believe, for the Australian cricket board. Done various different roles around the world, and is now involved with the MCC. He's the CEO of the MCC. He's secretary, I believe, of the MCC, taken over from John Stevenson.
This is one of those situations where Google does come into its own. Assistant Secretary of Cricket and Cricket Operations at MCC, Jamie
Very
Cox.
prestigious role there. I was actually in Jamie Cox's ear while we were playing golf, making sure that I got myself on an MCC tour over the next 5 years.
That sounds quite
just
good
to
fun.
keep my hand in and maybe a little bit of sunshine as the MCC take cricket around the world, as they so fabulously have done for so many years. Lewis Gregory running into bowl, bowling a really good area. Bit of cat and mouse this last over. Somerset would love one more wicket. Hampshire just trying to stonewall their way to the close of play on day 2.
What about you, Peter? I'm going to reverse the role, swing the question back at you. What's your assessment of where the game's at and what Somerset need to do from here, other than take quick wickets in the morning?
Yeah, I think it's tighter than you think. I mean, you get a little cluster of wickets, and all of a sudden Hampshire might be struggling for that 211. You just don't know. I mean, the morning session, the first hour, is going to be pretty crucial. You know, there's 60 runs to get before they get anywhere near or near to our total. So, 60 runs still have to be got. It's no given that will happen. So, still very much in the balance, and the Somerset bowlers have to believe that, and more importantly, make the Hampshire players aware that 60 runs on these pitches this time of year is not just a given. So, running in with that same intensity, and I think from a technical point of view, is absolutely stone dead, and Somerset do have their 5th wicket of the innings, 144 for 5, and you don't even need a replay. From 100 metres, you can see that is clattering in to all 3 stumps. An absolute beauty from Lewis Gregory.
What a way to end the day. We said halfway through would be fantastic. It's Liam Dawson that's going to trudge off. You can see he just smashes the back of his bat in frustration. He knows that was not what his team needed. It's not what he needed. I'm going to love you and leave you, Peter Trigo. I'm heading off to Woolacombe for my dad's 70th birthday, but it's been a pleasure as ever.
Well, happy birthday to your dad. Have a great time. I believe you're going to be out bodyboarding in the morning. Hopefully you can send us through some pictures of you in your wetsuit. I'm sure we'd much like to see that. Have a great time as we close day 2 with a finely poised county championship match here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Our live stream is supported by WPA Health Insurance. Somerset have just got a little bit of momentum to take into day 3. Hampshire are 144 for 5 in reply to Somerset's 211 first innings score. We hope to see you again tomorrow morning. We'll be starting as usual at 11 o'clock. As we look at the scoreboard there, a solid start, but all of a sudden that cluster of wickets there has really turned the tide. And as I mentioned when Sam asked me the question, how do I feel about the game? It's right in the balance. Really exciting day's play. Please join us on the live stream if you can't be here at the ground. We'll see you all again tomorrow.
We'll have a quick scooch around the grounds as you're leaving. Quick score updates for you, starting at the county ground. Northampton 20, Ken Spitfires 519 for 9 declared.